Ladies and gentlemen, hello, good evening, and welcome. Well, I suppose it's not quite evening yet, it's a little bit closer to mid afternoon. We have a triple header for you this evening. We have the final game of week one here between the Ducks and Shenendoah Esports. And then to finish the night, we have two games for the start of week two. We've got Iron Chefs and Imagine Cloud at 6 p.m. Eastern, and then to round out the night at 9 p.m. Eastern, we've got the Fantastic Four and Zerathai facing off against Maria's Dungeon. I am your host, Aulz. I am joined on the desk by the master of play-by-play, Celio himself.
Oh, you were giving me quite a bit of praise there. I wouldn't quite call myself the master now, but it is great to be working alongside you again.
Well, I appreciate it. We are getting into draft here. These are two teams that we have not seen yet in match play in the actual season itself. Anything that we can expect from them, Celio, or are we going in a little bit blind here?
I have done a little bit of research on both of these teams. I love the Seraphine Instalock here. It is really good for Ducks to be picking this up, especially because they're flexing it between ADC, support, and mid. So you never really know where this is going to go until the very end. That Senna pickup means that the Seraphine could still be, bot lane, it could still be mid lane. You really are never sure. But on the side of Shenendoah, I've looked into this team as well. I have to say that both Rick and Sincere are really good players looking over their OP.GGs and going in depth in their champion pools. I think this is going to be a fantastic match here.
Yeah, certainly a lot of fun. And I mean, the first three games of week one have been fabulous to watch. I know we casted a couple of them together, and I believe you casted the third one, so you've seen a lot of good games so far.
I have seen everything except for Spectre versus Iron Chefs, I believe, was the match. I've seen everything besides that, so I'm excited to see how Iron Chefs pull out in these next few games later on tonight. Especially because both them and Imagine Cloud have something to prove, both being 0 and 1 right now, both losing their sets by both games decisively almost.
Yeah, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. That will be a little bit later on this evening. Hopefully, we'll have a bit of downtime before then. However, we are getting into the second half of picks here. Shenandoah picking up their mid laner here for sincere support with the Ari. He's been a little bit rough in solo duo. Do you think Shenandoah can rely on him here in competitive play?
I think so, especially because of the communication that the team has. When you're on comms, it just makes everything a little bit better, and you can play a little more aggressive with Ari because you know that you have those rotations. But there is a Yasuo pick, and that can just flip everything on its head.
Yeah, I mean, the Yasuo could technically be going in the top lane. It's got a little bit of a flex here, but Landrin has been playing out of his mind recently in solo duo, so I wouldn't be surprised if they handed that to him and said, "Here, carry us to victory."
They are hovering this Aatrox, though Aatrox has been an overall good pick, and they are going to lock it in, which means that is an Aatrox top, a Yasuo mid, and a Seraphine Senna bot.
Well, this is a pretty strong team, Celio. They've got some great dive and engage with the Aatrox, with the Hecarim, with the Yasuo follow-up, but they also have solid support with the Seraphine and Senna. They have enough disengage to be able to handle themselves, but they're also able to help Hecarim and Yasuo stay alive in these fights. So the Ducks have a pretty good looking team here.
By the draft, I have to say I love the way Duck's team looks. While they have the Hecarim CC, they don't have too much knockup potential, so Yasuo is going to be a little bit on his own with those ultimates. But at the same time, that's okay when you're going against something like Sejuani and Renekton. You always got to find yourself kind of finding an early pick and then engaging 5v4, which will give Yasuo just the potential to free run.
And Shenandoah definitely has some members that are vulnerable to being picked. if the Ahri uses Spirit Rush at a poor time, if Lulu doesn't have the Wild Growth available, if they can bait out the Spell Shield from Sivir, there's a lot of targets on Shenendoah that are very juicy here.
Oh, perhaps I was wrong, miss. You might be right. This is a Yasuo top. Held by
Oh,
Captain Holden.
oh my, this is spicy here in Champ Select. I did not expect that. I
What a way to start off the stream.
is there any shot here, Celio, that we're gonna see a swap after all champions have been selected, but before the 30-second deadline?
I think there's a slight chance of it, but when you look at it, Aatrox does have a pretty strong laning phase against the Ahri. Ahri really doesn't do too much until later on when she's able to get that lost chapter and start pushing for Ludens. Her damage is on the relatively lower side, whereas those level 1, 2, and 3 engages by Aatrox is what he prefers. So there is a very big possibility that this Aatrox wants the Ahri.
On the other side of that, though, is that Captain Holden has been a little bit weak recently. He's been on a pretty rough streak in solo duo. How do you feel about putting someone who's had a rough time recently and might not have the mentality of, being happy and comfortable in top lane onto a champion like Yasuo who's very feast or famine?
You know, that has got to be the question. I think eyes are on Holden here, especially because Holden's had it a little bit rough lately. Holden's coming into this maybe not in the best of moods, but if he is able to use optimal communication and is able to outplay this Renekton, he can be the highlight reel of this entire week.
Well, the matchup to watch here, I think, is definitely going to be this bot lane overall. We have to see Creighton step up if Shenandoah is going to win this match.
And the bot lane, they have to find those early engages. Creighton and Etherealist, they have to be able to find those engages onto I can't pronounce that name.
Sliason?
onto yeah, Sliason and Fun Phoenix. If they're able to find those early game fights where they've already poked them out, where they're a little bit ahead, they can really make this a decisive factor in the bot lane.
Well, Celio, I think this is going to be a fun game. There's a lot of high skill champs, so we are going to see a lot of fun fights. Is there anything else you want to call attention to before we step aside for just a couple of minutes?
The last thing that I really want to run through is the amount of CC coming out of Dux here. You have the Encore, you have Seraphine's E, you have the knockups on the side of Aatrox, you have the knockup and the ulti from Holden, you have the onslaught from Hecarim. There's so much CC on this team that honestly, if I was Shenandoah, I don't want to fight in these choke points. I want to be in as wide an area as possible. I want to be in river. I want to be in one of the lanes. Give myself room to move around and be safe.
All
So
right.
I think it's going to be a very close game. It's definitely going to come down to optimal teamwork.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to step aside for just a couple of minutes, let these guys get on to the rift. But when we come back, game one of our best of three triple header tonight. How are they going to start this off? We can have some fun? We'll have the answers right here. Don't go anywhere, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on to the Rift. The teams have loaded in. They are just heading out now, and we are going to get started. We have the Ducks over on the blue side and Shenendoah here on the red. Celio, anything jumping out at you from summoner spells and rune choices here, or everything look pretty normal?
I like the exhaust on the Sivir here, especially because she has so many people that are going to get up close and in her face. So it definitely helps to take that exhaust. But on the other side, you have no heal. You have no cleanse. Cleanse being such a big summoner spell in this matchup, to not have it is pretty scary. On top of that, I do see Captain Holden hanging around the mid lane quite a bit. Maybe the player swapped roles.
Looks like that might be the case as Landrin is heading or sticking towards this top lane. So we may
Very
just see the
interesting.
lane swap here.
This is very, very interesting. I like this a lot. Um, this puts Holden in a little bit of a safer situation. He's against the Ari, the wind wall stopping him or stopping Sincere from doing too much, and it's going to force Sincere to be a little more aggressive, which means there's a lot more poke that's going to come out from the minions. Looks like both players are starting bot side. They're getting their leashes. And they're going to start to work towards top side. So it's very possible we might have a jungle versus jungle engage probably in about a minute to half a minute.
Yeah, which of these junglers do you expect to have a bigger impact here on their first gank?
Personally, I think Nerubius has a little more of a impact in these lanes, while the CC is a little bit harder to work with. I expect you to know how to do it if you're picking something like Hecarim in this situation. I expect you to be able to run behind and push them towards your teammates. I think Nerubius has a little bit of an advantage.
Well, he may have an advantage, but he's also going to be spotted out here pretty early as Way Awesome Kevin managed to get a good push in levels 1 and 2 and got a very deep ward there, so the Hecarim is completely in vision for Shenandoah here.
Definitely. And right now, both laners just doing their best to farm, but it looks like a little bit of an engage coming out by Way Awesome Kevin, getting Landon pretty low, down to about half.
Yeah, down to about half, but he did take a fair bit of minion poke coming out of that. As we see the stuns landing on the bot side, look at all the damage
Ooh.
that Kraten's taking. The poke lane is doing its job well.
Definitely, and now Creighton is in this scary situation because he doesn't have that cleanse. So if he gets CC'd again, that might just be the end of him. But meanwhile, in the top side, Rick has managed to get a great gate down on the Landrin, waited in that bush, timed it perfectly, and forcing Landrin's flash.
Yeah, unfortunately for Shenandoah, though, the flash is all that it cost him. So Landrin, who was already playing a little bit slowly in this lane, obviously with the early push from Way Awesome Kevin, isn't going to lose a whole bunch except having to sit under this turret for at least the next 5 minutes here.
Yeah, and as Aatrox, you like to be able to get away from these ganks because you always know you're gonna get that HP back. Aatrox has some of the highest amount of Omnivamp in the game, bringing himself way back to full in situations where you wouldn't even expect it.
Yeah, I mean it's a little bit hard as a player to accept
Ooh.
sometimes, but as an Aatrox player, you love popping the World Ender and tossing your Gore Drinker down in the middle of a fight and suddenly going from nothing to full health.
It's a level of dopamine, man. I gotta say, I've played Aatrox a couple of times, and to be able to go from 10% health to 90 is terrifying.
Of course, we will almost definitely be seeing the Grievous Wounds coming out from Shenandoah here. I mean, there's a Seraphine, there is a Senna, there is the Aatrox, even the Yasuo,
Ooh.
who might, if he so chooses, go for the Immortal Shield Bow. There's going to be a lot of healing on this Ducks side, so you have to
As
expect that
you
they'll pay the
saw,
tax.
Nerubius was off the side there, and he was ready to make something happen. But Captain Holden is getting a lot of damage down onto Sincere. A ton of damage. Windwalled most of Sincere's combo. Kind of puts him behind there.
Yeah, puts him way behind, and he's struggling in farm just a little bit, down about a wave at the moment. Not a huge gap, but with the health advantage that Captain Holden has, this could get worse.
Ooh, it looks like the fight's gonna break out here. First blood going to Captain Holden off the back of the Hecarim knockback. They were ready, and they made that happen. That was beautiful. Great job.
That was
My
Celiona.
gosh.
I was concerned for the Ducks there at that engage because Nerubius didn't know that Rick Larolle was in that jungle bush. But managing to get the knockup with just enough range that Holden could get there with the last breath was perfectly designed for what happened.
And I have to say that that was a little bit of a mistake on the back of Sincere. You know, Sincere used the Spirit Dash to get a little bit closer to Nerubius because Rick Larolle was in that bush. But once he got too close to Nerubius, Nerubius popped Ghost, knocked him back. Captain Holden, last breath from mid lane, popped right over, and there was nothing Sincere could do.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow buy here from Captain Holden. That's going to give Sincere enough time to perhaps get a little bit of control over this wave, but a huge buy completely finishes his Xerx Greaves plus a dagger plus a longsword here. So this Yasuo is going to be throwing out those Steel Tempests constantly. He's going to be dashing through everything. And he's going to have Fun Phoenix on his back here, it looks like. The lane gank coming through from the Senna could be interesting.
Definitely, and right now, if you're Sincere, you gotta be scared. Captain Holding is farming really well on this Yasuo, is already up a kill. These are the situations where Yasuo players love to be in. They love to have this small advantage because that small advantage is volatile and can become a massive snowball really fast. Meanwhile, in the
Absolutely.
top lane, Way Awesome Kevin finds his way in on the Landrin. Landrin's gonna pop the Destroyer of Worlds, I think it was called, something like that. But Nerubius is here. Way Awesome Kevin with a massive heal off the back of the queue. He's gonna find his way down to Rick Larolle. Rick manages to get in there. Massive stun on the Landrin. Landrin going down, but Captain Holden's in the top lane. He's looking to try and make something happen here. Manages to get the return kill. The last breath comes out. Rick Larolle falls. Double kill. Captain Holden.
Well, this fight
Ooh,
might not be over yet.
it is
Sincere doesn't hit the
not.
charm, though.
Oh! Ooh, Captain Holden is playing this beautifully. The wind wall comes out on the Spirit Dash. Sincere cannot pick that kill up. That's a 3-0 Yasuo.
That is, and if this Ducks team needed anything to get Holden's confidence back after a rough time in ranked queue, this is exactly what they needed. He's popping off on this Yasuo. He's looking good. So this could be the game where Holden comes back and makes his mark on this league.
I think when you and I were mentioning Captain Holden's recent loss streak, it was something that fueled him even further. He's out here to prove us wrong.
Hey, sometimes that works, but Imagine Cloud said the same thing. They said they were going to prove the power rankings wrong, and we saw what happened to them on Thursday night. So
I
if
gotta
you're
go.
if you're a Ducks fan out there, you got to be hoping that you don't get a run back of that.
Whew. I will say though, Imagine Cloud did pull a quadra kill over that course. Eagleist Nirvana played really, really well on the back of a Viego. He was 9-0 at one point.
Well, as we've been making jokes about Imagine Cloud, Nerubius did solo the Rift Herald. So that
And
could go down here and accelerate Captain Holden even further.
I agree. If I am Nerubius right now, I just want to funnel as much gold as possible onto this Yasuo. The further that he scales, the sooner, the better.
Yeah, we see him roaming top lane once again, really putting the
Good use
pressure
of the
on.
Kolomeek. managing to clear those wards just as they're placed down. And Way Awesome Kevin looks to find his way in here, but doesn't know that he's got two more people up there. He's going to fall to Holden, and the Arctic Assault does not land. They're going to get out for free. They three-man dived Way Awesome Kevin, and he didn't know because he thought after he cleared the ward that they backed off.
And the other part of that that's huge that people might not have noticed, Sincere blew his TP for that. He blew his TP
True.
and then immediately went to recall. So that is a wasted 7-minute cooldown pre 14 minutes. That's going to be very painful for this mid lane.
And right now this game might seem a little one-sided, but it's only a 3,000 gold game. Right now this is still anybody's game. A couple of picks will even this game out very quickly. And when you think about it, the majority of this gold lead is sitting on Captain Holden. He's got 1,800 of the 3K gold lead.
Well, you say that, Celio, but in the bot lane, Sliason has slowly worked their way up to a 25 minion lead, which accounts for almost 600 gold. That is not insignificant, and putting Creighton behind is going to be problematic here for Shenendoah.
And as you mentioned, that 20 CS lead, right now, that is the difference in the items. Leandri's picked up by Sliason. Meanwhile, Cryoton doesn't even get to finish the Kraken Slayer yet.
Has the fully completed Leandries, is working towards this Archangels, has a whole lot of stacks already on that tier of the goddess, pardon me. So as soon as he gets the gold for that, that'll be completed, and that'll be yet another spike for the Seraphine.
Can we just take a second to mention how well Landrin is playing this top lane? Every time Way Awesome Kevin wants an engage, Landrin is out of there. He's not interested at all. But meanwhile, the Onslaught's going to come down. He pops the Ghost, pops the Onslaught, gets nothing out of it.
Yeah, he popped the Chilling Smite as well to try and get enough speed in there to
Oh,
find
Captain
Sincere.
Holden managing to land the EQ knock up
Here
until the
comes
last breath.
Nerubius!
Nerubian is still there and manages to pick up the kill from the fourth dimension.
Well, same thing as top lane. Celio, if you don't do it the first time, just stick around and wait for them to forget about you.
Playing it beautifully, fantastic communication. Nerubius went into that jungle. Ooh, meanwhile, Landon dropping so low. I just realized that Renekton has a Blade of the Ruined King already.
Yeah, that one kill that he got and the assist in the early fight that pushed Holden to 3-0 did kind of help accelerate him, so Lantern's going to have to continue to play very cautiously here for the next bit until he gets his items of his own.
Landrin decided to take a quick back and he teleported back top lane. He's gonna wait a little bit out of vision of the minions there just to not let them know that he TP'd, but the ultimates are gonna come out. Rick LaRolle manages to get in there. The encore is dropped, not too much gonna happen from it. Rick LaRolle picks up the kill on Sliason.
That is a very takey Sejuani for 13 minutes in this game.
That was crazy. Tank tower, what, 4 tower shots there?
That's what I counted, and with how low
Oh,
Creighton
Captain
was,
Holden with the flash engage knocks up Sincere, takes him out quickly. Way Awesome Kevin gonna go in up here, but little does he know that Nerubius is in the back line. The Onslaught comes out to secure that kill. They decide to trade Dragon for it.
yeah, the Dragon is kind of nice here. However, it wasn't taken until 14 minutes. That means that this Drake Soul timer, for whatever Drake it may end up being, is going to be so slow for this Shenandoah team that I don't think it's going to be a win con for them.
Yeah, it's looking like Soul Point is gonna be around the 33-minute mark, which is going to be quite the wait, and it's hard to stem the bleeding if that's your win con.
I think you've got one too many Drakes in there. 29 minutes.
You're right. Listen, we don't talk about that.
Hey, it's fine. We're casters, not mathematicians.
Hey, production, can you cut that out for me?
I'm production. I'm not cutting anything. uh,
All right, but the Rift Herald has been pinged on the side of Ducks. They're going to go up and try and take this as a four-man.
yeah, just extending this lead even farther. Currently up 5.7k gold. Have already triggered objective bounties for Shenendoah. Getting this Rift Herald, opening up the map even further, will just make it harder for Shenandoah to start claiming those bounties.
And at a just short of a 16-minute game, you're behind 6,000 gold. What is your team communication like to pull you out of such a deficit?
Well, I think you need to look at where your win conditions are. And right now, the answer is kind of Rick LaRolle, who's your very tanky member who's able to dive completely freely, as we saw in the bot lane, able to just burst through these not very tanky members of the bot lane of Ducks. There's not a
Not to
whole lot else
mention,
on the map that is working for Shenandoah right now, right? Creighton and Etherealist haven't been able to do much. Sincere Support is just kind of fish food for the
oh,
Yasuo at the moment.
Nerubius around the backside. Beautiful onslaught comes out. Etherealist manages to get hit by the Encore. The ultimate by Senna managing to pick her up. Cryoton dropping extremely low. Rick LaRolle just going to offer some support to get him out of there. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Captain Holden's going to go in onto Sincere Support, force the Spirit Dash away as much as possible, but Captain Holden is just too strong.
Well, fish food indeed. Another kill goes over to the Yasuo, and a beautiful dive in the top lane. Unfortunate for the side of Ducks that they weren't quite able to pick up Creighton. Got down under 20 health, I saw,
Yeah,
before the Leandries quit.
that was crazy. And the encore came out there. That was beautiful. Managed to hit Creighton, and off of that, encore gains extended range for every enemy it hits. Managed to hit Etherealist as well, and then Senna just off the back of that found their engage, found exactly what they wanted, and managed to Dawning Shadow for the kill.
And credit where credit is due. This is the third or fourth time that we have seen Nerubius fearlessly go in under turrets and engineer a gorgeous dive.
I'm a little surprised that he decided to rush the Divine Sunderer instead of the, I believe it's called Kempunk Chainsword. Uh, I am a little surprised by that because Kempunk seems to be the meta right now where they want to knock out any healing done by the enemy. It gives them a ton of ability haste and it gives them survivability. Uh, but he decided to pick up the Divine Sunderer, and with that, he's got to be more aggressive. He's got to go for a little bit more of those dives, and he's got to tank those turrets because now he has the HP to do so.
Yeah, and I think that that fits with the game plan that we've seen from Nerubius so far. The Kempunk Chainsword is incredibly gold efficient, to be sure, but it doesn't offer anything in survivability. And when you want to dive over and over and over again, you need the survivability to do so.
I just got to say, right now, Nerubius is all over this map. And after getting Captain Holden what he wanted, Nerubius left him be. He knows that Captain Holden's going to be able to win any of those one-on-one engages that happen, so he decided to shift his focus topside and bot side, get around the map, and get the rest of the team equally ahead. That is a 77% kill participation, I believe, on the back of Nerubius right now.
Yeah, doing a great job of being everywhere, including being here for the second Drake to help slow down what might be one of the only remaining really comfortable win conditions for
Ooh,
this Shenandoah team.
Creighton was forced to flash there. Fun Phoenix is going to flash after, but
Nerubius,
just missed.
though,
Oh, Nerubius with the onslaught onto the backline. He's going to be sticking onto Creighton really hard here. Landrum with the flash Q manages to pick him up. Lulu's going to fall on the backside. Rick LaRolle is also going to fall to the hands of Landrum. Double kill, Aatrox.
hey Celio, Baron.
Yeah, yeah. For that is dangerous. Baron literally just spawned. Sincere is bot side, unable to do anything to stop this. Tries to trade for some objective bounty, but this is
Nobody's
a
going to touch him here.
20-minute Baron.
I am about as fully zoomed out as you can go, and there's not a single member of Shenendoah here.
My goodness. This is insane. I have to say they are playing this as beautifully as I could expect, and I believe this is the fastest Baron in the season so far.
Well, it's hard to be much faster than 26 minutes after the worm spawns.
Baron spawned and fell 26 seconds later. That's that's crazy. But meanwhile, way awesome Kevin finds his way on a slice and he flashed, but that's not gonna stop him.
No, turns out flashing when the last auto attack has already gone through is a great recipe to waste flash.
That's what we call an auto attack through the fourth dimension.
We do see, though, that Shenandoah, even when they're pushing in like this, is forced to devote two members to handling Captain Holden. At 6-0 and 2, with a Triforce and a Bork, the Yasuo is such a problem that they can't even just push waves into him here.
Now, if you were Captain Holden dropping insanely low here, manages to get the last breath. Rick LaRolle's gonna fall. Captain Holden with a beautiful flash over the wall. Way awesome. Kevin falls shortly after. Another double kill for Landrin.
Playing with fire there was Captain Holden. So low in that fight, but the perfectly timed last breath to get enough of a shield that he could flash away.
I am astounded by Captain Holden right now, playing some of the best Yasuo play I have ever seen.
Yeah, this has been incredibly clean from top to bottom.
Captain Holden, where were you in my rank games?
On the enemy team, apparently.
Every Yasuo I had was that 0-10 power spike, but for Captain Holden, it was an 0-0 power spike.
Yeah, and we see the results of that play here. The mid inhibitor falls. Landrin going all the way
Ooh.
deep into the base.
Landrin is in a terrifying situation. The Encore comes out, manages to land 4. Landrin gets out. Okay, Spirit Dash forced to be popped here. Sincere forced to retreat. Meanwhile, Nerubius pops the Ghost, pops the E. He's running deep. Landrin with the World Ender goes in even further. They're going to pick up a kill onto Etherealist. They cannot defend against this bot lane. This is crazy.
Yeah, this is a clinic right now. You know, I don't think I've seen Sincere Support use the Spirit Rush even once aggressively here. I think every time he's had to use it, it's been defensive.
I don't think he's had a choice. Nerubius is doing some of the most insane play that you could hope for and is pairing himself perfectly with Captain Holden. Sincere has nothing that they can do here. I'm a little surprised by the Leandry's purchase here instead of the Ludens, because you want that burst onto the Senna and the Seraphine, because right now they're the two weakest members on the other side. So those are the people you're going to be able to blow up. But the Leandry's, it's a little bit tougher, and as you see in his item pool there, he's building two separate items here. He's got one piece for Zonia's, and he's got one piece for either Shadow Flame or Rabadon's, whichever you prefer. So his gold is split.
You know, Celio, I almost wonder here if the correct option would have been to forego a little bit of the damage here for the Ahri and pick up the Everfrost as a defensive tool. If you're
You
going to
know,
be dove, if you're going to have so many people devoted to making your life miserable, you might as well give yourself an extra escape tool. Giving over gold is never the right option.
and Everfrost Ahri for a while there was meta. And right now, in a situation like this where you have Aatrox, you have Hecarim, you have Yasuo, I agree with you. Everfrost actually probably would have been your safest buy and would have gotten you probably a lot more mileage than the Leandries is given here.
However, with current sell values in League of Legends, it's not really possible for him to swap over at this point. So he'll just have to make do with the the Leandries rather.
Very true. Sell gold very, very low. And now they're just going to threaten this top side. They're going to go for all three inhibitors. I gotta say, this might even be a little bit greedy, as they could just have pushed in bot or mid side, left this top side alone, and threatened a team fight to end the game.
Well, if they want to play this slow, I don't disagree with this choice because they can force Shenandoah to stay up here and match them so that this third inhibitor doesn't fall. Meanwhile, the supers in bot and mid push those in and keep Shenandoah locked in the base. And in 30 seconds here, we'll see Baron spawn. I'd put down good money that we're going to see the Ducks rotate back to that, take it, and use that power to end the game.
They already have some defensive wards set up ready to spot out Shenandoah if they are to move to that Baron. So I think that call would actually be the right one here. Waste some of their time in this top side, maybe get this tower, which is very possible, and then push back for Baron and look for that engage. But Nerubius finds his way in there. Way awesome Kevin dropping him low. The onslaught comes out. Ethereal is going to fall. Cryoton forced to retreat right now. Meanwhile, Nerubius is going to go in back again on to pick Rick Lyric and manages to knock him down. Leandrin looking around, trying to find something here. Sincere, nowhere to go.
Well,
Whew.
I guess they don't need the Baron if they're going to find an engage like that, huh, Celio?
Nerubius was in a little bit of a scary situation there when Way Awesome Kevin got onto him. He dropped to about 30% there. And with that false confidence, Shenandoah was like, now's our time to engage. We found the fight we wanted. But they must have forgot they were behind 15k gold as they turned that fight on its head.
Yeah, that was a really good response to the over-aggression from the jungler by Dux bailing out Nerubius and making the fight look like it had been planned from top to bottom.
And looking at this after game chart, Way Awesome Kevin actually had the most damage in the game, 15,159.
Yeah, actually, Captain Holden wasn't even top on his team. Aatrox with 14,300, Senna with 14,200. Yasuo was all the way down at less than 12,000 damage, even with all of the map pressure that he was creating and all of the kills he managed to pick up.
And at that point, I think it's just he did so much damage that the other people had died. He didn't have time to stack up that damage because everybody was just dead. I have to say, fantastic game on the backs of Captain Holden, and now I'm drawing a blank. Wow. Uh, Nerubius. Great gameplay on the two of them. Both of them managed to rotate. They stayed as 3 or as 5 and managed to hit every laner before they really knew what was going on.
Yeah, great showing from the Ducks. Now, Celio, what does Shenandoah do to salvage this match here?
Right now, you have to brush your shoulders off. This was a very tough game for you, yes, and this might have put you in a situation where motivation is low and morale is low, but you have to be able to shake it off. You have to come into this next game like the first one never even happened.
Do you think there's
It is
anything in terms of draft that Shenandoah needs to change here?
I think Shenandoah needs to get rid of the Hecarim and the Yasuo. Both of those were a little too scary. Giving Nerubius Hecarim, who is such a powerhouse in the meta right now, and it's clear that Nerubius knows how to play it. So you gotta be scared and a little bit worried with letting that slide. Either you first pick it away from Nerubius or you ban it.
Well, we'll have to see if Shenandoah takes that advice or if they think that the Hecarim wasn't the big issue. Uh, as it stands, though, we'll step aside for just a couple of minutes, let these teams sort out how they want to move forward. But when we come back, game number 2 here, does Shenandoah manage to turn this into a best of 3? Or does everyone get a rest before the start of week 2? We'll be right back, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Draft has gotten started for game number 2 here between Shenendoah and the Performance Enhanced Ducks. We have Shenendoah taking over the blue side for game number 2 here. So, we might see a little bit of changes here from them coming out after a rough showing in game number 1. The Ducks running all over the map completely freely.
And I had mentioned that they need to look to get rid of the Hecarim. If they're not going to pick it, they got to ban it. And it looks like that's exactly what they decided here as they ban the Hecarim and decide to first pick the Victor away from Sincere.
Well, that'll be going to Sincere.
Oh, I am on something today, man. They decide to first pick that away from either Landrin or Captain Holden. As we can see, both of them do jump around and they like to go either lane. The Udyr,
Udyr Sejuani to start off this draft.
How tanky.
That's a tanky comp there. That'll be a lot of CC and disruption and a whole lot of rundown here in a similar vein to what we had in game number 1, although perhaps a little bit less damage than Hecarim and Aatrox.
and it looks like they are gonna lock in that Elise. Now, I haven't seen Elise in a while. I do notice that they have a pretty good win rate on the Elise. Rick LaRolle does pretty nicely on this Elise, pretty high KD, decent win rate. Though, I have to say, it's pretty. I don't even know how to say it. It's an Elise. I haven't seen this in years. I'm excited.
Yeah, I mean, the only person that I saw in looking through uh, in pre-match here, who or in pre-season here, who I would have expected the Elise to come out on was Egoless Nirvana of Imagine Cloud. So I am very surprised to see that here.
I I can't wait to see what they pull with this Elise. This is either going to be play of the year or this is going to be something else.
Yeah, what it will do is though put a lot of pressure onto the laners here of uh, Shenendoah. I'm having a day as well because the Elise is going to fall off, right? So after
Big time.
15, 20 minutes, Rick LaRolle is basically going to be a cocoon bot. So there will be a lot of pressure on Kevin and Sincere and Creighton to pick up the slack there.
You know, when you have the Elise and you have the Volibear, you're forcing yourself into a pretty pick heavy comp. You're not poke heavy, so you have to be able to control wards here. You right now, if you don't have basically the entire map lit up, you're not really working too well with the team comp you have here. I really hope to see Shenandoah control wards. I expect 2-3 sweepers out of them. And that is an Aphelios as well. It is the day of champions you haven't seen since they were released.
Oh boy, this is a draft here, Celio.
I can't get a grip on any of these. Now, I'm not gonna lie to you. While I play a little bit of everything, Aphelios is one of my favorite characters to play. And you know, that's not saying a lot considering I'm pretty low elo. I'm pretty trash at the game. Nowhere near as good as the players that are out here. But Aphelios still remains as one of my favorite characters. I mean, you know, when you have the crescendum, when you have the gravitum, when you have the chakram, you have a lot of different things that you can do here. And not to mention the turret that he places down is basically a full item Jax.
That's a bold claim right there. You want to justify that one, Celio?
I took that quote in particular from Tyler 1. If you all know, Tyler 1 was playing Tristana versus Aphelios, walked up to take care of the turret, and was one shot by Aphelios. I love Aphelios so very much. While he may be 200 years of game design and broke the entire game for easily a month, one of my favorite characters.
The downside to him obviously is with the five guns, he requires a very high level of gameplay. Sliason is one of the higher members on the Rift right now, sitting at Diamond 2. So if there's anyone here that could pilot that champion correctly, it's gonna be Slya.
You know, as a caster, I'm not supposed to be rooting for one side or the other, but my eyes are definitely on Sliason already off the back of this Aphelios. I love to see Aphelios play. I love to see exactly what they're able to pull there. But meanwhile, you have Landrin in the mid lane on the Akali versus the Victor. Victor is counterpicked pretty hard there. It's hard to deal with Akali, especially on a champion where you just want to CS for, 10 15 minutes, get all your augments. Akali's not really going to let that slide.
She's not, but on the side of sincere support, you have the earliest of the early game junglers in your back pocket. You have an Elise.
That
So
is very true.
they might be able to kickstart this Victor, let him get a couple of kills or a couple of assists if Landrin overextends trying to punish the early game Victor, and suddenly he has his augments a whole lot faster and he's a menace from 12 minutes.
It is definitely going to require a lot of communication between Rick LaRolle and Sincere Support, but it is very possible that it works out. On the other side, you have Nerubius on the new Udyr, not to mention that that new Udyr can go one of four different build paths. We might see the Sunfire, we might see the Eclipse, we might even see a Hextech Rocket Belt. It is going to be insane. I'm very excited to see what he does with this. Meanwhile, Captain Holden goes to the top lane this game, and he's going to pull out the Sejuani.
Yeah, that's going to be a big change of pace for Holden after playing the hyper carry of the Yasuo in game 1 and doing such a good job on it. I'm a little surprised that the Ducks chose to put him on tank duty here.
I was going to say, either they're trying to give Landrin a chance to shine in this carry position as well, or Captain Holden called that he wanted this. So I wonder what is going to happen here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to watch. I am curious to see how this works out, even if we just get tank slapping in the top lane.
Yeah, and Volibear is one of those scary picks because Volibear has a lot of split push utensils. Volibear, one of the best champions at taking towers due to the ultimate. So it's definitely something that we're gonna have to keep our eye on if Way Awesome Kevin decides to rotate to these fights, or if Way Awesome decides to take that as a chance to hyper push.
Yeah, the Volibear sneakily able to be a pretty okay hyper pusher here. Not the kind of person you look at and think, yeah, this person will push to my turret in 30 seconds, but somehow, some way.
it's it's not like a Chernomir where you expect them to be in the side lanes. It's not like a Yorick that you expect to be in the side lanes. But it is one of those champions that if you don't pay close enough attention, he could already be at your inhibitor tower.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how the Ducks decide to respond to that. For the moment, though, we are going to step aside and let these guys load into game. When we come back, game number 2. Does Shenendoah have it in them to force a game 3? Or will we go out with a whimper? We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back onto the Rift. In no time at all, we have loaded in, so the teams will be buying up and spreading out here in just a moment. Looks like the teams are going ahead and doing our work for us. Talking about some interesting things here in terms of summoner spells, both solo laners of the Ducks have the Ignite TP.
That is very true. On the other side, Sincere Support and Crichton both have opted for the exhaust. But it looks like we might have a little bit of an invade here. Nerubius is going to come out and make himself known. Can't really clear that ward, but that is all right. Uh, as I mentioned, vision control is the name of the game.
Absolutely. Both of these junglers definitely have the ability to turn any one of these lanes on their heads super early here with a good gank, or even just by being in the area. So it'll be up to these laners, the supports, and the junglers, really, I suppose everyone on the map, but let's pretend I didn't say it like that, um, to keep eyes out here.
Definitely, and I see the Cephalios walking around the map right now, and it reminds me of 3 years ago when all you would see is Cephalios, and I'm just I have to be a little bit giddy right now.
Well, at least Infernum ult is not as stupidly broken as it was 3 years ago.
Very true, but now if you throw that ult out while you have the chakram in hand, you get 2 chakrams per person you hit. If you hit 3 people, you've turned the entire fight around.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Sliason, once he hits level 6, it'll be important for him to keep track of what guns he has on hand during each of these team fights.
I like what he's doing here. He's keeping his ammo even. He's swapping between his guns and trying to make sure that both guns in the early game are a threat. You have the sniper, which is a very good early game utensil to farm with, and you have the lifesteal pistol, which is just going to keep you topped off. It also has the same effect as Bloodthirster, if you didn't know, where it actually does have a small overheal factor.
We'll have to stop the Aphelios conversation here for a moment. Look at this interesting invade on the top side of the map by Shenendoah, sending Way Awesome Kevin in once again. Got the
Uh-oh.
early push, and we
Holden
might
has
see
no
Holden in
idea.
trouble.
The cocoon comes down. It looks like they are actually going
Oh,
to
Rick
choose
might
to
be in trouble.
dive this. Oh, he's dropping insanely low. Manages to take the ignite out, which is a beautiful job done there by Rick LaRolle. Managing to take that ignite summoner spell off of Holden is going to set him a lot further back. That is the majority of his kill potential.
However, on the other side of that is Holden took all of that pressure, and that kept Rick effectively off the map for a solid 30-45 seconds that Nerubius can now use to extend a lead over this Elise.
And it looks like that's exactly what he's doing because he's walking bot lane and he's going to find them right off the bat. Tom Kench dives underneath, doesn't manage to find it, and that is that.
It does force the flash out of Etherealist, though, so that's going to keep Sliason a little bit more safe here as we
Uh-oh,
see the
Captain Holden,
re-dive.
reminiscent of what happened just a few minutes ago. He's going to try and get out of here, but nowhere to go. The flash comes out by Way Awesome Kevin, and first blood to the Volibear.
Yeah, and unfortunately, with Nerubius having shown on the bot side of the map, there's no real chance for Nerubius to clean up Way Awesome Kevin or Rick LaRolle, who are both so low, but with the TP back from Holden, this could be a Hashinshin or it could be a couple of free kills for the Sejuani.
It looks like Rick LaRolle wants it, but Way Awesome Kevin is too low, decides to take the back instead, and Nerubius, a little bit of good game sense right now, finds himself topside, and Rick LaRolle has nothing he can do.
Yeah, unfortunate there that Nerubius didn't get any of the camps on the bot side of the map that were still up for Rick LaRolle. So not able to slow down the clear of the Elise, but is 3 camps up at the moment.
That
So,
is true, and Udyr loves to find himself in that position. As you see, he rushed the Boots of Swiftness. That's going to make sure that he's all over this map, and he's going to be a little better when it comes to the slows and the roots on the side of uh, performance on enhanced ducks.
yeah, once again, we're seeing the invades here. This time it's on the bot side of the map as Kraton and Etherealist move into the blue buff jungle of Nerubius to get a deep ward. Gonna see both the Gromp and the blue buff here when they come up. So that'll give Rick and the rest of this team a good idea of where the Sudir is. Uh,
And Nerubius, perfect counter invade. Rick LaRolle popped off the map for just 10 seconds, and he managed to get that invade. Now he's looking
Sincere's out of
mid
mana.
side. Sincere with very little to do, very little to go, forced to flash.
A good flash there to
And
keep himself safe, but
look
that's another summoner
how
spell off the map.
look at how way awesome Kevin just took 2 tower shots, not by his own doing, but just by the Sunfire, the Balmy Cinder, actually hit Captain Holden and caused the tower to swap aggro onto him.
Yeah, that's one of those minor things that you really don't think of unless you've been playing top lane for a few years. You know, the Balmy Cinder, the Sunfire Cape, even the Iceborne Gauntlet. You can use against your enemy laner by just standing close enough to them that it triggers, and suddenly you get a bunch of free damage that they would never have expected.
Landrin played that very well, managed to get a lot of poke down, but meanwhile, a little bit of a skirmish is going to break out topside. Way awesome Kevin dropping a little bit low, but that is going to be the name of the game there. They're just going to keep poking each other. The wet noodle fight will continue.
Yeah, very wet, very noodly. Way awesome
Oh,
Kevin taking a
way
couple of
awesome
turret shots,
Kevin.
though.
2 more tower shots. Finds himself hurting, but he manages to land the ultimate. The tower's not going to hit him. He's just going to run down after here, and he manages to pick up the solo kill on the Captain Holden. Meanwhile, 3 members in that bot side, and Fun Phoenix finds himself out of there.
Well, way awesome Kevin might be in trouble now as Landrin has rotated all the way up here. Does have the ultimate available. The perfect execution will come
Oh,
out.
beautiful by Landrin there. He popped the E backwards to give himself a little bit closer to Way Awesome Kevin, then popped the Twilight Shroud for the movement speed just to get in range. Very well done.
Yeah, this is an exceedingly unfortunate top lane for the side of the Ducks. However, there was a small shutdown on that Volibear. So 450 gold into the pocket of Landrin here will help that Akali become a bit of a threat.
Definitely, and now if you're sincere, you gotta be just a little bit scared of who you're going against. As you see, he's been adding pressure onto Rick LaRolle as well.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to swap back though, so we will see standard lane assignments once again. We also see a sneaky blue buff steal by the Elise. Rick LaRolle, with the vision provided from Kraton and Etherealist, has been keeping pretty good track of Nerubius and knows that this is a safe take.
And earlier we saw that Nerubius was counter farming on Elise's jungle, and now it's time for Rick LaRolle to kind of turn the odds back to their favor. Gets a little bit of counter jungling down, but is still 23 CS behind. That's 300 gold.
Yeah, we do also see that Elise isn't going to get any of the gold for this Rift Herald that Way Awesome Kevin is sneaking on his own on the top side of the map.
But it looks like he was spotted out by that pink ward there as Captain Holden starts making his way down. And as we mentioned before, the Aphelios ult managing to pick up a ton of chakrams, tons of damage onto Fun Phoenix. He's going to go down. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Landrin has found his engage onto Sincere Support. Sincere Support drops the exhaust. The ignite comes out, and that is that. Meanwhile, back in the bot lane, Sliason trying so hard to stay alive and falls. Not much to do there, nowhere to go. Kraton dealing a ton of damage to Nerubius, but has to stay safe here. Etherealist with the CC keeping him alive. That was beautiful. Kraton walks out of there licking his wounds.
Yeah, great job by the support. Knows exactly what he has to do to keep his ADC alive. And this game
That
looks
was
a whole lot
crazy.
better for Shenendoah.
Shenendoah taking the reins this game. That was crazy, man. I love to see bot lanes work so well in such tandem like that. I love it.
Yeah, you mentioned all the chakrams being taken from the ultimate of the Aphelios. It really doesn't matter when you're stuck in a 1v3 because your support died so rapidly, Celio.
I agree with you there. Tom Kench fell really fast, a lot quicker than I actually expected. Tom Kench is one of those tanky supports, but right now it looks like Captain Holden's in a little bit of a scary situation.
Here comes
But
Nerubius and Fun
Nerubius
Phoenix, though.
is there. Fun Phoenix is there as well. Captain Holden might fall. Oh! Tom Kench with a beautiful eat. Rick LaRolle dropping really low at the hands of Nerubius. Way awesome Kevin also incredibly low, and it looks like they are going to let him go there.
Yeah, the Call of Lightning Shield just a little bit too much for them to deal with. However, kept Captain Holden safe and got a kill onto Rick LaRolle. Hasn't managed to hit the acceleration
Ow.
point on this Elise, so it may just be the case that Rick LaRolle is going to remain a CC bot for the rest of this game.
I don't know if you saw that, but that tower shot that Creighton took there did almost half his health.
The recent tower ramp up adjustments have made it a little bit difficult to exist for the squishy members under those turrets. So not particularly surprising. However, with the red buff on him, he's gonna be fine.
I just gotta say that had to hurt. Meanwhile, Sincere Support's just getting a little bit more poked down, managing to proc these first strikes to keep himself as close to possible with Landrin. He's only down 500 gold in this mid lane, so he's down an amplifying tome.
Yeah, he's pretty close. The jungle's pretty close. The bot lane is a bit of a wash. The Aphelios down 800 gold. And in top lane, Way Awesome Kevin is up about 1100, leading to a total gold difference of around 1600 right now in favor of Shenendoah.
Way awesome Kevin. He's doing so much damage this game, and he manages to drop the Rift Herald here. This is going to be a ton of tower plating by him. Captain Holden's just trying his best to stop him. The new Volibear passive with the bouncing lightning is going to do pretty decent damage to Captain Holden.
Yeah, but here comes the
Holden
Udyr.
Oh, it looks like this is going to start to break out in the top side. The call lightning's going to come out. Meanwhile, the Arctic Assault comes out, and Way Awesome Kevin is running for his life. Nerubius and Landrin sticking to him like glue. The perfect execution to get away, and Nerubius is forced to run. Way Awesome Kevin lives!
That was an incredibly tanky bear there. He took all the damage from 3 members and shrugged it off like it was nothing. And all that pressure meant that the bot side of the map was able to take another Drake. They're on track for a 23-minute Cloud Soul, which is
This
surprisingly valuable on this squad.
I have to say, Way Awesome Kevin is playing this game incredibly well. He's diverting so much pressure to this top side, pulling Nerubius top side, giving them the freedom to not only counter jungle his blue side, but they're taking full control on the dragon.
And we brought this up in Champ Select, Celio, but was putting Captain Holden on a tank a mistake?
I have to say so. It doesn't look like he's as comfortable on these tanks as he is in the carry role. When he was a carry, we saw relentless aggression. We saw him managing to turn every fight into his favor. But in this situation, when he is the tank and he's dealing with multiple people in the top side, which is kind of what the meta is nowadays, it's putting as much pressure top side before switching bot side. It is a way harder place for Captain Holden to be.
Yeah, the only lane right now that's winning for the side of the Ducks is going to be the mid lane right now. Landrin doing a good job on the Zakalia, putting pressure elsewhere, but his laners aren't doing a good job of taking advantage of that. Holden down 0-2. The bot lane, the Aphelios of Sliason down a kill and about 15 CS. Holden's about to lose his
Uh-oh,
turret here.
Captain Holden might be in a very dangerous situation. Landrin with the TP in. Captain Hold or Way Awesome Kevin's gonna be forced to pop the ultimate. Nowhere to go. Landrin with a killing spree right now. Rick LaRolle, nobody is home. He's gonna fall as well.
Well, I thought the turret was going to fall. Ooh, I don't know if you saw that on the mini-map,
Oh,
Celio.
The cleanse forced out of Slius in there. I did not see that on the minimap, but 1 second as Fun Phoenix is dropping incredibly low. The Kraken Slayer giving just enough damage to kill, and the double kill! Jinx forcing that out. The bonus range from Rocket Stance, the bonus range from Lethal Tempo. That's another kill!
Yeah, and that was very nearly a triple kill. I guess you didn't see it on the map, but the Super Mega Death Rocket going up to the top lane to try and kill Landrin missed by about a quarter of a second on the recall timer.
Oh, that's got to be heartbreaking. In those situations, you always think to yourself, would it have been better if I ulted the fountain?
I have played a lot of those champs, the Ezreals, the Ashes, the Jinxes, and I have never once gotten a kill trying to aim for Fountain.
Really?
Yeah, just never happened.
I am happy to say that whenever I play AD carry, my go-tos are the Aphelios, the Caitlyn, the Sivir. But on Caitlyn at one point, I had ulted somebody who not only went back to Fountain, but then teleported. And I watched as my bullet flew to Fountain and then curved a instant like 120-degree angle and started flying top lane, and I was like, what is happening?
Physics are a suggestion.
I don't know how I bounced the bullet off of air, but if anybody can do it, it would be me.
Fair enough. We do see the teams having reset a little bit here. The new lines of pressure are coming out, and all of them are in favor of Shenendoah. Look at where the wards are being able to be placed. Deep Vision being cleared out a little bit now, but Etherealist was able to get deep wards all across the map, which will let this Shenandoah team continue to exert control over this bot river for their third Drake of the game and keep their pace up for this Cloud Soul.
Rick LaRolle is going to find Fun Phoenix there. Crichton's going to run up, but it looks like not too much is going to happen. But Landrin is on this backside. This can be an engage at any point. They don't know that Landrin is there. They pop the vision plant. Rick LaRolle is a little bit out of position, forced to regroup. And it looks like this fight is going to break out any minute now. Both teams dancing around, looking for that perfect opportunity. Landrin's in the pincer. He's going to get spotted out, though, gets pinged out.
And here comes the TP. But
The
Fun
TP is here,
Phoenix.
but the engage by Fun Phoenix, and it looks like this is going to be a brawl. Way awesome, Kevin, managing to drop the ult there. Slyson takes down Rick LaRolle. Landrin forced to be on the retreat here, hanging in the Twilight Shroud, nowhere to go. Dropped by Crichton. Crichton's in a fantastic position here. The flash by Etherealist. Captain Holden dropping insanely low. Now nowhere left to go. The Rocket. There it is, and he
No!
manages to pick up Fun Phoenix.
A great shot by Crichton. Kinda fixing his mistake from the first rocket there. But at 5-0-2, there's
5
not
and
many mistakes
0.
that Crichton is making.
Creighton is making sure that this is going to go into a game 3. Nerubius gets stunned up by the Victor. Not really going to find too much there. He's going to walk into the enemy team right as the Dragon falls. Etherealist dropping incredibly low. So does Nerubius. Nerubius trying his best. Beautiful dodges. But the flash by Sincere Support is going to
Can
make
they
sure
pick
he
up
gets away.
Crichton, though?
Creighton is
Yes!
dropping real low. Shut down to Landrin. Etherealist on fumes. Gets taken out. Rick
And here
LaRolle
comes the
also going to
assassin.
fall by Landrin. The pickup by Slyson on Victor.
And a huge 850 gold shutdown for this Akali. Had just died, but suddenly has 7 stacks on the Dark Seal once again.
You know, to go from what was it, 2-1-1 to 6-1-1 in one team fight is crazy.
And that was
It's
the longest team fight on Earth. Because he teleported back in to clean up those kills.
he did. He died there in the bot side to Crichton. He respawned and teleported back into that fight.
You love when fights go long like that when you have TP, because it lets you get a second chance to redeem yourself, and not a whole lot of ways to redeem yourself that were better than what Landrin pulled off there, shutting down the strongest member, getting more picks onto Rick LaRolle at 1-5. This Elise is not having a good game.
Yeah, as we mentioned it before, Elise does have a hard time in these metas, especially because she is such a pick heavy champion. But when you are running around as 3 and 4 members, the way that performance enhanced ducks are running around, it's tough for Rick in particular to find anything he needs there. Not to mention the counter by having Udyr there over Elise. Elise is just having it a hard way this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Narubi is taking a lot of poke here from Sincere. Looks like we're
Oh,
going to actually see a full fight.
it looks like this fight is going to be breaking out here soon. The Leona ultimate came out. Not a whole lot's going to happen though. Captain Holden is picking yet another fight in the bot side against Way Awesome Kevin. Way Awesome Kevin's taking no damage. Captain Holden's being dropped incredibly low, but it looks like no, the ultimate comes out. Way Awesome Kevin's not going to let this one go. Fun Phoenix though with the E, keeping him alive. Great job, Fun Phoenix.
Yeah, Fun Phoenix, right place, right time, saving his top laner once again. But that took the entirety of the Ducks team off of the map, which let Shenendoah get complete vision control over this Baron pit once again.
Yeah, it's tough now to go threaten this Baron because you know that they see you, and Etherealist is going to go in onto Nerubius here. It looks
Three-man
like
Gravitum,
the
though.
Moonlight Vigil comes out. The Graviton's going to make sure they're down, and he's got the Infernum. He's looking for the fight here. Way Awesome Kevin manages to take out Nerubius there. Following that, shortly after, Sliason taking out Etherealist. Way Awesome Kevin is going to try and hold off both Captain Holden and Landrin. The Flash Q by Sliason manages to also pick up Rick LaRolle on the back line. This is a back and forth game.
This has been wild. You go into any fight and you cannot predict who's going to win it. It just seems like a complete coin toss. Little bit of disconnect there, though. Landrin ran to Baron while the rest of his team seemed a bit more concerned about taking the mid-outer inhibitor? Mid-outer turret.
That's very true. And I don't know if you saw there that Fun Phoenix was actually basically fighting 2 people by himself there for a little while. And Sliason had managed to jump in there and
Uh-oh,
make sure
Captain
that
Holden's
happened.
very low.
Way Awesome Kevin is going to show a little bit of presence here. Sliason nowhere to go, gets stunned up over and over again. The shutdown comes out for Crichton. Etherealist is going to look to continue this. Way Awesome Kevin also there as well. And the Rubius dropping down to Crichton. Crichton's excited. He's looking for more. Manages to take some of the CS out, and they're forced to back.
Yeah, they lost two of the perhaps most valuable members for Baron here. Nerubius tanky with the Sunfire and the Demonic, so would have been good for split push. And of course, Sliason able to push with the team with the Baron buff. Won't have that. They also lose control over this
Sincere
Drake, which is going
support.
to be Soul. But fight
Landrin.
starting out here.
Yeah, Landrin found his way on to Sincere Support with the beautiful Zanya's timing. Fun Phoenix is going to make his way in there. He's going to try to get out of there with Landrin. Both of them are extremely low. The shutdown on Landrin comes out. Way Awesome Kevin also picking up Fun Phoenix. This is so back and forth. Every little mistake is being punished in full. Etherealist, he found his way into the entire enemy team. He's going to get stunned up here. Way Awesome Kevin's going to come and try and make sure he can get out, and succeeds in that.
Meanwhile,
Nerubius
the Drake's being
chasing him
taken.
down. The Drake's soul is being taken. They're pushing for this. They want to get in there as much as they can. The ultimate comes out here. Way Awesome Kevin picking up the kill under Nerubius. Sliason forced to try and get out here. And that is Soul going to the side of Shenandoah.
And, that was a baffling call from Landrin. There was no reason to overengage like that on Sincere Support when you didn't know where any of the other members of Shenandoah were. If he hadn't died there, the Ducks could have chosen to take a 5-man fight at Drake and potentially won it, instead of the 3v5 desperation play that they were forced into.
You know, I've been in situations like this when I played amateur competitive on my team. In a situation like this, you feel like you are so much more behind than you actually are. So you start making those desperation plays and you try to find those things, those kills that are slightly out of position. And a lot of the times it forces you to overcommit and it can be more punishing than it is rewarding.
And I mean, that's exactly what we saw there because now Shenendoah has Cloud Soul. And that's a Cloud Soul on a Volibear. That's a Cloud Soul on a Victor and on a Jinx and on a Leona, who all make such good use of this extra movement speed that it's going to be even more difficult in these fights for the Ducks to position well and to be really just be at the fights in time.
Right now, all of the momentum is in favor of Shenandoah. They have the Cloud Soul, they have the vision control, they are pushed up, threatening these towers. If I'm them, I'm telling Kevin to go topside right now and staying as 4. You want the Victor to come mid side just to add more of that poke potential, because you know Jinx will eventually run out of mana there. So you want Victor mid side to do some of the poke, and you want Way Awesome Kevin adding a ton of pressure in the side lanes, because you know it's going to take 3 people to down him.
Yeah, absolutely. Although, I'm surprised that the Ducks didn't take that fight. They saw Sincere in the bot side. They know he doesn't have TP. That would have been the perfect chance to get a numerical advantage. Instead, they let Shenandoah back off. When Shenandoah is making these lane assignment mistakes like this, that is the way that the Ducks can get back into this game.
And you know, you had mentioned earlier that the later the game goes on, the more Elise turns into a basically a CC bot with the cocoon. And you know, that is exactly what's starting to happen here. We're getting later, and those cocoons are becoming more and more crucial. But they are landing onto crucial targets. The cocoons have landed on the Landrin, on the Sliacin, stopped Nerubius's escape. This is really well played, especially from behind by Rick LaRolle.
Absolutely. Oh no, we might
Oh,
have a
the
bush
death
cheese here.
bush. The death bush was set up. Fun Phoenix dropping insanely low. The Moonlight Vigil comes out, but there's not too much to go. They're all under tower. The Super Mega Death Rocket picking up Sliacin, and the game has been paused.
Well,
Seems like there is a little bit of a lag on the side of Landrin.
an unfortunate pause there after a very solid fight for for Shenandoah there. They got one pick and managed to transition it into two because Sliacin just couldn't get away in time.
You know, while this game is paused for a little bit of lag, you need to take this time if you are performance unenhanced ducks. Take a couple of minutes, brush these bad fights off your shoulders, and get back on the same page. You know that, Baron's going to be up in a minute and 20 seconds. You know Elder's going to be up in 2 minutes and 50 seconds. So now you need to communicate with each other. Prepare yourself for wards. Prepare yourselves for what's going to happen. You know you're down 2 players and they're going to focus on vision control right now.
Yeah, and that's going to make it especially hard for this Ducks team because they need vision for both of these objectives. And without the support, they really don't have that many wards available. In fact, the only ward on the map right now is the warding totem in the pocket of Captain Holden. So there's no way for this team to get vision for the next 30 seconds, short of ceding some lane pressure and going to buy control wards. And if they do that, they're not going to be able to get back on the map for Baron.
And pink wards are so important. I'm sorry, they're called control wards now. They are incredibly important in these games. I have always made it a habit to buy 1 or 2 on every single back because of how important they are. You always want to be able to establish lane control, you want to be able to establish vision control, and you want to be able to give your jungler as much vision on the map as possible to make sure they're always in position.
Yeah, we'll have to see how the Ducks choose to play this out. Obviously, in a in a rough spot here, but if they can get some vision, they're not out of this. They have the ability to turn this around. They've just got to find the right picks.
Meanwhile, objective bounties are finally available again, and in a little skirmish between Way Awesome Kevin and Nerubius, there was literally no damage taken.
Yeah, the demonic embrace buffing up that turtle stance enough that Nerubius didn't take anything, and of course, Way Awesome Kevin with the frozen fist and the spirit visage is just such a big bear.
As you see, the Baron pings have been sent out, and Crichton picked up a Quicksilver Sash. This is a fantastic buy. It's going to give him so much more escape potential, and the exhaust has actually been put to very good work on the side of Crichton.
Yeah, as soon as he sees Landrin coming on top of him, he just drops that directly on the Akali. And
And
it
so
has saved the life of this Jinx more than once.
So you know that there is vision control all on this Baron side right now. In fact, one of your wards are being spotted out by a control ward. So you know that they are hanging around this top side. What you don't know is where is Kevin?
Yeah,
Captain Holden finding himself in a bit of a situation. Ethereal is going to drop the ult. Nobody's home. Fun Phoenix is going to come in to try and make sure Captain Holt gets out of there. This is getting dangerous. Way Awesome Kevin found his way in onto Nerubius Landrin, onto the back line. It looks like Landrin's going to sit in the Twilight Shroud for a bit. Way Awesome Kevin pumping out way too much damage. The ultimate comes out. Nerubius is going to fall to Rick LaRolle. And now they're going to siege this mid lane. The Moonlight Vigil's going to come out. Landrin trying to do something, gets hit with the exhaust. Way Awesome Kevin decides to take it deep onto Landrin, picked up by Sincere Support. They're going to start to siege this mid lane turret. They're probably going to pick up the turret, the inhibitor, and then the Baron if they don't outright end the game, which they're threatening.
yeah, the only damage dealer that's left is Sliason. So the Ducks are in a very bad position here. Not nearly enough wave clear.
Oh, Sliason! Hit by Etherealist's ultimate! There's nowhere for the rest of this team to go. Get excited by Jinx. Picks up the kill on the Captain Holden, and we're going to a game 3.
Well, Celio, that was a complete change from game number one. Unless Nerubius can manage a miracle, looks like the answer is going to be no.
GG for the side of Shenendoah.
Yeah, well played. Good job of taking the loss from game number one and learning from it. Did what they needed to do to turn that match around. Now the question is, which of these teams is going to be on form for game number three?
You know, the momentum swap is so powerful here. And, when you have the momentum going into a game 3, you have your adrenaline is high. Everything's going in your favor right now. I think you draft a pretty similar team comp. I think the only real major difference here is I would take Rick Roll off of Elise and I would put him on something he's a little more comfortable with. And you draft a very similar team comp to that last game if you're Shenandoah. Meanwhile, if you are performance unenhanced Ducks, I think what you want more than anything is to give Captain Holden back that carry role. Landrin played much better on the tanks in the top side, whereas Captain Holden was very comfortable and confident as that carry.
Yeah, however, at the end of the day, it is going to be up to these teams to make those decisions, right? Because they might still think that putting Captain Holden on the tank is the better call for this team. And if they choose to do so, then they'll just have to play around that.
I agree with you completely, and I'm really excited to see what comes out here.
Yeah, well, we will step aside for just a couple of minutes to let these teams get set for draft number three in this best of three to start off our triple header day. When we come back, these two teams start picking to decide who will win this match. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after just a bit of a break here. We are back for the draft of game number 3. The Ducks have chosen blue side for the third game of this match. Had some great success here in the first game on the blue side. Really struggled on the red side, so they might be able to reclaim that victory here. What do you think, Celio?
You know, one of the first things I've noticed is that Elise was banned this time around. And most people would look at last game and say, why ban the Elise? And it's because of that cocoon. It always landed onto crucial targets. Sliason, nowhere to go. Landrin, nowhere to go. It was very well played by Rick LaRolle last game.
And the other important ban in the jungle is the Hecarim taken away from Nerubius once again. So no Hecarim here even on the blue side. The Seraphine is picked
Oh,
up once again though.
is that a Nautilus? You
That
know,
is.
every part of me is hoping for the full AP Nautilus made. Every ounce of my
Well,
soul.
no, no,
But I
no.
know
There's
that's
there's
not going to be
already
the
a
case.
victor. It's full AP
I know.
Nautilus top.
I would still love it. You Oh, Zillion.
Ooh,
And he
okay.
locks it in.
Well, that's
Oof.
one way to counter having a squishy team comp is by saying, sure, but you gotta cut through us twice.
A time wizard never dies. Or at least that's what they say. As Zillion gets locked in, I'm very excited to see this. This is a lot of damage, a lot of siege potential, and a lot of counter siege already picked up. And that's a Samira.
Well, the Samira obviously very good partner for the Nautilus. All of the CC that the Anchorman has will just help Samira to get those extra little bit of dashes with her passive. However, that's a very short-range bot lane into the Queens of Poke.
You know, right now, if you're Shenendoah, I have to say this Samira and this Nautilus are picks of confidence. You feel after these first two games that your bot lane has to be a little bit stronger if you're going to pick such an engage heavy comp. Now, you had the Leona there, which could have given Samira the double proc of her passive, which would have been pretty good there, but they opt for the Nautilus for more engage potential.
I like it here. I think the Nautilus does a good job of group lockdown. I also think that the Riptide is very underrated as a disruption tool. Having a wide range slow on what is effectively a negligible cooldown in the mid to late game is so much value that people sleep on. So I think the Nautilus is a good choice here,
And we
especially
see,
with
oh,
this team, which is pretty squishy and needs to be able to run away.
that is something to hover, but is that going to be locked in?
2 seconds
One
left.
sec.
Looks like the answer is going to be
And it
yes.
is! Belveth coming out. This is the second game I've seen Belveth in.
This is a draft coming out of the Ducks.
And,
I don't know how I feel about it, Celio.
you have the Udyr, you have the Nautilus on the other team, and you pick, Zillion and Seraphine and Belveth and Yasuo. You have no tankiness on the side of Ducks. This is going to be one of those games that they have to end it early. They have to try to end this game before the 25-26 minute mark. Otherwise, the tanks are going to scale out of control. You have the Udyr, you have the Nautilus, and they're hovering the Rek'Sai, and
Well,
they lock in the Rek'Sai.
I don't necessarily agree that you can't let this game scale because Belveth obviously infinite scaling, Senna infinite scaling, so you will be able to cut through the tanks. However, what I'm more concerned about is the amount of pressure that's going to be on probably Landrin with the chrono shifts. I think that's where this game is going to be won and lost.
I agree with you. And it's a little bit difficult in those team fights to land that Zillionaire as perfectly as you want, I one or two mistakes on the chrono shift could be the end of this game.
Absolutely. So there will be a lot of pressure on that. There will also be a lot of pressure on the Senna ultimates as well, with the shields on that, which add a little bit of extra health bar that could be just enough for this Bel'Veth and this Yasuo to cut through the Udyr or the Nautilus.
Not to mention that also stacks with the Seraphine. It doesn't require the double cast on Seraphine to get the heals off when the Dawning Shadow provides shielding to your entire team.
This, however, for the side of Shenandoah, they have a pretty well-defined team comp. They want to go in, right? The Udyr is going to be running at you. The Rek'Sai with the tunnels and the burrowing, and even the ultimate after the Prey Seeker is going to be on top of you. The Victor's happy getting close to you because it means his Chaos Storm's faster, and Samira needs to be right on top of you for the Inferno trigger.
This is
So,
definitely going to be a game to watch. It's definitely going to be one of those fights where everybody is in and they're in deep. These fights are going to be all engage and no disengage. I'm excited to see what happens here. And it looks like the Udyr is going to be put on to Way Awesome Kevin in the top side.
yeah, I don't dislike that. I think that the Rek'Sai can do a good job, depending on how they use the tunnels here. The tunnels obviously can lead to good gank paths, but depending on how they're put down, they can also let the other team kind of track where the Rek'Sai's been, which can be a bit of a disadvantage here.
As most of these players know, there's a timer on those Rek'Sai tunnels that tells you approximately the last time it was used. If that bar is full, that means it is available to be used. If that bar is ticking up, that means it was used recently.
So we will have to see if the Ducks can take advantage of those tunnels, or if Ricklerol will just be a gank machine. Obviously, Nerubi is probably not going to touch any lanes before level 6. So we'll see a shift in pressure from the Ducks that we haven't seen in games 1 or 2.
And you know, they decided that Captain Holden played extremely well on this Yasuo, and they decided to put it back on him up in the top lane against Way Awesome Kevin. Now we know that Yasuo has a little bit of a hard time against tankier champions that are also melee. So it's gonna be fun to witness this laning phase between Holden and Kevin.
Yeah, anything else you want to call attention to before we step aside for the spectator delay for game number 3?
Yes, there's one more thing I want to go over, and that is that it's been awesome casting with you today. You're doing amazing.
Well, thank you. You know, we've got plenty of games left, so don't don't give me too much credit too quickly.
Yeah, I'm sure that in our third series you'll just be quiet.
Yeah, you'll get absolutely nothing out of me. Well,
I expect it. I'll do it all. We'll do it live.
all right. Well, we're going to step aside for just a couple of minutes here, let these teams load into the game. But when we come back, game number 3, deciding this match between Shenendoah and the Puds. We'll be right back, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, the stage is set. Game number 3 is upon us, and the players are moving out onto the rift. We have the Performance Unenhanced Ducks on the blue side and Shenendoah Esports on the red. Celio, this is shaping up to be a game with a lot of intensity.
Definitely. And as we see here, Sincere Support decided to swap out the exhaust, and this time he's deciding to take the Ghost, which is a beautiful call. We know Victor loves to kite and he loves to have that movement speed on him. Meanwhile, Creighton deciding to keep the exhaust and the Ignite onto Etherealist for as much kill potential as possible.
On the other side of the map, though, triple TPs for the Puds.
That's very true. There is 3 TPs available and active. I expect them to be as 5 at just about every state in the game that they can. This first dragon is probably going to see rotations and TPs coming out towards the mid and bot side to get to that dragon as quickly as possible.
But on the flip side of that coin, how much is that going to weaken the lane from Landrin and from the bot lane of Sliason and Fun Phoenix? Will Creighton, Etherealist, and Sincere Support be able to punish that by having the combat spells here?
When we saw Puds pick this bot lane in game one, they had played incredibly safely. They didn't want any fighting. They just wanted to scale into the game, and they played it exactly as such. They always stayed back, just like they're doing as you see here. They're staying behind the minion waves and only really last hitting those minions. Ooh, the tornado that comes out by way awesome Kevin. You can't sleep on that level 1 tornado. It does so much damage.
Yeah, I guess Riot figured they can't give damage to Anivia herself, so they'll give damage to fake Anivia.
You know, I don't know if you follow Legends of Runeterra at all, but they're recently adding Ornn to Legends of Runeterra, and one of his quotes goes to Anivia, and he literally just tells Anivia to get out of his house, and then shoos her away like she's a bird.
Oh,
Ornn is hilarious. There's also a quote with him and Braum. As we know, Braum's shield is actually the vault door of Ornn. And Ornn will just look at Braum and he'll say, "Braum, give me back my door." I love the lore intensity yet comedy of Legends of Runeterra as well.
yeah, a little bit of a shame in that case that we haven't seen an Ornn so far today. Although with 6 games left,
Oh,
ooh,
the beautiful hook into the flash catches Fun Phoenix right as he flashes. That was crazy.
absolute
Etherealist predicting. Oh my gosh.
gorgeous,
Someone clip it.
gorgeous predict for Etherealist there. And for Shenandoah, that kill went exactly onto who it needed to. Right onto the Samira, letting her scale up earlier. And Rick LaRolle chain ganking again. Doesn't quite land it this time, though.
He's giving Captain Holden just a free farm in the top lane while he's adding pressure to the other lanes that are going to have a little bit of a tougher time. The bot side is going to look to be incredibly aggressive, and you can only dodge so much. At some point, you're going to get hit there. So you want to add extra pressure in that bot lane. You want to make yourself known in that bot lane.
You're saying that he's letting Holden free farm. Holden is down a not insignificant amount of CS to this early game Udyr.
You
As
are correct there, and it looks like he's going to do the back early. He's going to come back with boots and a dagger.
yeah, so not quite to that fully completed Berserker's Greaves that is oh so powerful on Yasuo in particular, but still a couple of components might make it a little bit easier to fight.
You just got to be really scared of that Wingborn Storm, and it looks like he's going to drop it right there. As you see, a good solid 20% taken out of Captain Holden. The Wingborn Storm it scales just like a better Victor ult almost.
Yeah, it's an incredibly powerful spell, especially with the Demonic Embrace stacked for item number 2 or number 3. Just lets the Udyr have so much damage that you can't get away from because it slows you on top of everything else.
Remember when I mentioned vision here? Nerubius has found himself on the dragon, walked through absolutely no wards at all. And now Nerubius is sitting here taking this dragon, was pinged by the Rek'Sai thanks to the Rek'Sai passive, and it looks like dragon is the threat right now.
Yeah, Dragon actually, with the chase off of Nerubius, is going to be given over to Shenendoah.
Way awesome Kevin doing a ton of damage down in this top lane. That was very well done. Captain Holden used him and dashed through him in order to get out of that without having to pop flash. But now you're pretty low. You got to be a little bit scared.
Yeah, he's pretty low. He doesn't have the teleport available, so Holden, kind of locked into this lane, will be forced to farm from afar with those Steel Tempests, which will just let Way Awesome Kevin push his advantage even further.
And it looks like we are looking at Soul Point dropping around the 24-minute mark this game.
Uh,
First Dragon was picked up. Am I right there?
I think you've added another dragon once again.
Did
Because it's
I?
15 minutes after the first take, yeah.
You know what, man?
So we're looking at a
I'm
21
better.
minute soul.
I'm bad at this, okay?
And look at the
You know,
deep
I don't
invade
know
here,
why.
though.
I thought Dragon was a 6-minute timer, not a 5-minute. You know, that's my fault.
Yeah, Elder Drake is a 6 minute timer, so that's where you got confused.
You know, at some point it was bound to happen.
Uh,
Meanwhile, there's a lot of pressure in this bot side. Rick LaRolle is sitting there. They're threatening that dive there, but against two full health targets, that dive is a little bit scarier than you might think.
yeah, if either of those two members of Rick or Etherealist had been level 6, I think they could have taken that. Because it would have been easier to CC, it would have been easier to juggle aggro. However, with both of them sitting at just level 5, not in the
Ooh,
cards for Shenandoah to dive there.
and that is where the Rek'Sai vision kind of is a bit detrimental. He passed right over top of Pinkward. They know he's in that bush, but they don't manage to land the snare there. Rick LaRolle is going to find his way out of there, no big deal. Uh, but he has to know that they knew he was there. They all rotated directly on top of him and baited him out there.
Yeah, good job with early vision control here for the
Oh, the
bot side
massive
of
anchor
Puds.
lands onto Fun Phoenix. Nerubius is in this bot side, though, making himself known. Not a whole lot is going to come out from it, though.
Yeah, the miss on the knockup by the Belveth meant that the bot lane of Shenandoah was able to get out without any issues. But we see another invade on the top side. Shenandoah really committing to trying to make Nerubius' life hell.
And you know, this is kind of what you need to do against the Belveth. You need to stop them from scaling at any point in the game. You have to counter jungle them. You have to go to the Rift Herald and knock it off the map before she gets a chance to. And you have to just establish presence in the enemy jungle.
And they're doing a great job with that. They've known where Nerubius has been pretty much the entire time here, even if she hasn't shown for a bunch of ganks.
That's very true. And she was taking that time to hyper farm. She's now level 7. She's got the ultimate online and she's got the Noon Quiver in pocket. We might see her doing a little bit more around the map now.
Yeah, but this Belveth, who's been hyper farming, hasn't affected the map and is only 3 camps up on Rick.
Very true. Very true. And I think now is the time that Nerubius is looking to do something around this map. He's going to walk into the top side and see that the majority of it is gone.
Yeah, well,
Lucky on camp.
unfortunately for Way Awesome Kevin with the respawn timers, there wasn't anything for him to steal. but they now have knowledge as to where Nerubius is, which will unlock Rick LaRolle to use those tunnels and get across the map, perhaps, to start pressuring this Drake in 50 seconds.
Very possible, and this is also where Etherealist and Crichton know that they are free. Belveth was in that topside jungle. You're good for a solid 30 to 45 seconds knowing that. But as I say that, Nerubius has now made his way into the bottom of the jungle, and it looks like his sight is set on this bot lane.
Yeah, it may be set on here, but I don't expect much to be able to happen. Etherealist and Creighton have done a very good job to take advantage of the ebbs and flows of pressure in the jungle to amass a 26, CS lead over this Seraphine, whereas in game number 1, Sliason was way ahead on the Songstress. This game, no such luck, Creighton doing a much better job of farming on the Samira.
I love this vision control. They're moving as 3, they're moving as 4 throughout the jungles, basically at all point in the games, just to drop the vision. And now they know no matter where Nerubius decides to come from, he's gonna get hit by a ward at some point.
Which is why Nerubius isn't even bothering. He backed. He said, forget the Drake. That's a lost cause. I'm going home.
That's second Drake, and we're looking at our second Cloud Soul of the series.
And once again, it's on a team that would love a Cloud Soul. There is
You've got the
nothing.
Victor again. You've got the Rek'Sai again. You've got the Udyr. It's gonna bring you so much momentum,
Well,
all that out of combat movement speed.
even more than that, just the Inferno trigger. Being able to stick on top of people while churning out the damage and healing is so valuable for the Samira.
Oh, beautiful stun by Way Awesome Kevin, pushing this fight into his favor. Captain Holden dropping so low, forced to flash out, but the Ghost is going to give him the movement speed to get back in there. Way Awesome Kevin's going to walk under tower and pick up Captain Holding. That's a solo kill in the top.
Gorgeous job by Way Awesome Kevin, and really underscores the point about exactly how powerful this Udyr is in just about any lane.
I am so proud of what I just saw by Way Awesome Kevin there, making it look easy as he just sits on top of Yasuo that entire fight.
And did a great job to get the kill, and now says, alright, I've unlocked myself, I'll go ahead and take the Rift Herald as well.
And taking this away from Belveth, as I mentioned earlier, is a big thing. You stop her from getting her Void Remora. You stop her from reaching that level 2 on her ultimate. And now they're pushing into the jungle here. If not for anything else, Vision. As Etherealist is moved up and he's clearing Vision control as well.
Yeah, great job by just about everybody on this Shenendoah squad. Look at the vision control, or the vision scores rather, early. Already 17 for Way Awesome Kevin, 10 for the Rek'Sai.
Rubius with the dive. They find Crichton alone and they're going to get the kill onto him. That tower doing a lot of damage, but Nerubius is going to walk out of it just fine.
Didn't get the Void Coral though. That's a little bit unfortunate for Nerubius here. Gonna go back for it and
Oh!
pay for
He
it.
tries to go back for it, but Etherealist is there. The Dawning Shadow comes out to try and help keep Nerubius alive. Nerubius with a beautiful W to reduce the damage from the tower, but Rick LaRolle was there as well. Secures that kill.
I think that was very greedy of Nerubius to go back for such a deep Void Coral. They didn't have
I
any
agree.
vision.
Looks like they stopped the back on Fun Phoenix. The teleport by Sliason's going to come out just to bring that pressure back into the bot lane. And Sliason now has his Leandries.
Does have the entries. However, the Immortal Shield Bow from Creighton is going to continue to make it hard to kill, especially when she has the extra gold from a first turret take here, courtesy of the Rift Herald.
That was a great Rift Herald. It gets you your priority in this bot side. Ethereal is forced to flash, and Arubius is way up close. Misses the knockup
The
though, but it looks
TPs!
like they're going to force onto it. The TPs have come down, as we mentioned, the TPs as 5, and they get the kill onto Crichton.
Yeah, that is an expensive single kill though, both Landrin and Captain Holden burning their teleports for that.
Very true. It did cost them a lot, so now they have to find a way to make this even more worth it. As we see, Slyson is doing a lot of pressure down in that bot lane. Meanwhile, Rick LaRolle might have found himself a little out of position as Landrin landed that slow. The bomb's going to sit on top. Will it be enough? And it is!
Yes!
Etherealist now out of position, nowhere to go, gets hit with the bomb. Fun Phoenix is going to get that kill.
And that's exactly what they needed to do to make that double teleport worth it. Take that 5-man stack, roam around the map, and get a couple of extra kills. Now the question is, will they be able to get any further pressure off of it, or will they just kind of reset here?
I think now is the time you take your resets, you spend all that gold that you now are sitting on, and you try to continue this momentum. You manage to get quite a bit out of that, and you have to push it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Unfortunately, for the side of the performance enhanced Ducks here, though, a lot of that kill gold is on the Senna, who's
It is,
going to be a little bit slower to ramp up here than, say, the Belveth or the Zillion.
and
So they're going to have to
Dragon
work
has
around that.
just spawned, so it looks like the pressure is going to be coming in. As you see, they are controlling vision here, or at least trying to. Etherealist adding pressure there. Nerubius is trying to find his way in. The ward has come out, but it is going to be spotted. They're now going to go in onto Etherealist. The Dawning Shadow comes out. Nerubius going to secure the kill, going for the ultimate there, but finds himself deep into three people. Meanwhile, Way Awesome Kevin trying to retreat here, but Crichton goes in with the flash. The Inferno comes out. The knock up by Captain Holding into the last breath. Landrin's going to fall by the flash by Sincere. Captain Holden forced to retreat. Nowhere to go. Double kill. Sincere support.
And a gorgeous, gorgeous gravity field there to cut off the avenue of escape. There was no way for Captain Holden to see that in the bush, so he walked in, saw it, and then had to turn around, and by the time he turned around, it was far, far too late.
Can we just talk about that being a 17-minute ace?
This is
They
a game.
they pick up the dragon. They're gonna go into the jungle now. They're gonna start farming. You have a little bit of vision control in this river. You have a little bit of vision control in the bot side. Sincere Support's gonna start making his way top lane to take Captain Holden on, which I think is a great call. You're 3-0 right now. You stand a better chance now than you did last time you faced him.
Yeah, absolutely. The victor has 2 augments at this point, so we'll be able to fight on even terms here. Well, unless Captain Holden manages the outplay, no, the
Oh
Flash Tornado
no!
misses.
The Flash Tornado misses, but they go and get it anyway with the help of Nerubius. Way Awesome Kevin comes in with the teleport. He's now stuck in a 2v2 with Etherealist joining as well. And now the entire side is going to be here. They managed to pick up the kill onto Nerubius and are on the back foot, are trying to retreat out of this. Captain Holden's managed to get hit by the anchor, Rick LaRolle falling onto the side. Ethereal is dropping very low. Captain Holden has the Zillion ult on top of him, but he doesn't even need it.
No, he didn't die, and that might have been a downside for him because the Chrono Shift is such a powerful ability that it could have given him more health than he had when the Chrono Shift wore off.
Captain Holden getting him perhaps a little too aggressive here. They're not going to find anything onto him. He's going to get out there, and they're forced to retreat. Shenendoah is backing off, getting recalls.
Yeah, and this is going to be a Rift Herald secure here for the side of Performance Enhanced Ducks, unless Sincere Support manages to throw a wrench in the works. Does have the Chaos Storm available. The Rek'Sai is on her way as well, but no, the Smite will take it for Nerubius.
Nerubius, this is exactly what we were talking about with the Rift Herald, getting him the level 2 stack on his ultimate. Now we're going to see Void Remora coming into this game, and let's see how hard they're able to push off the back of the Void Remora. The first wave isn't going to be too much, but once the full wave comes in, you're getting 5, 6 extra minions for free, and you have the Rift Herald pushing. It is such a dangerous game now for Shenendoah.
Yeah, and the side of the Puds sending all 5 members here, leaving the Udyr alone in the side lane, really want to take advantage of this point of power here. Do get the second charge off, but with Rick LaRolle on the backside, doesn't look like
Ooh.
the Puds are comfortable continuing to push out.
Nerubius is having a little bit of a hard time on this pick, as we see. Finding those knock-up opportunities is a little bit harder to do, especially with how thin that knock-up is. It's a very small skill shot in comparison to a lot of the other knock-ups in the game.
Yeah, which will make it harder to combo with Captain Holden's last breath here.
It's definitely going to be a difficult thing to do, but as we see, they are doing it beautifully. And they manage to bring themselves right back into this game. The gold lead isn't anywhere near as detrimental as it was, say, 4 minutes ago.
No, but Captain Holden in trouble. Didn't realize Etherealist was there. The depth charge comes out, and Captain Holden trying his best. Gets the last breath onto 3 members, but it
Oh,
will not matter. The shutdown going over to Kevin.
that was a very well played game there by Etherealist. He just waited off to the side. But meanwhile, Sincere Support's going to find himself in a dangerous situation. The Void Remora are going to come out, and he's forced to pop the Ghost. He's going to dance around this alcove for a bit. Alcove gaming, but he is going to get hit with the Zillion Bomb. Pops the Zanyas. The Zillion ult's going to come out. The Chrono Shift keeping Nerubius alive.
However, crucially, that fight was in the top side. And what's spawning in 40 seconds is Cloud Soul on the bottom side, which means that Shenandoah has complete control over this area and will likely be able to claim this Cloud Soul unless the Puds manage to put up a last-ditch defense here.
Yeah, and that was so detrimental for Sincere Support. He popped the Flash, he popped the Ghost, he popped the Chaos Storm, and he got nothing in return for it. So now coming into this Cloud Soul fight, it's going to be even more dangerous. But Way Awesome Kevin might have found his way in. Captain Holden's looking for some way into this fight onto Crichton, and he might have found it. The Encore comes out, only hits Etherealist. The Dawning Shadow comes out. The last breath to knock up Way Awesome Kevin. Landron's going to manage to steal that kill, and they're going to continue to push this. And this is what we talked about. Sincere Support was dead.
Yeah, with Sincere Support dead, and without Way Awesome Kevin to provide all the tank stats here, Nerubius and crew managed to delay the inevitable and keep the Cloud Soul from becoming an issue. At least for the next 5 minutes, and it looks like they're going to run straight for Baron here, perhaps. This is a
It
bold decision.
This, if they manage to get this will be very reminiscent of game one, where they grabbed the early Baron and they pushed incredibly hard with it, and they managed to secure a 6,000 gold lead off that single Baron power play.
Teleport coming in, Etherealist with the depth charge, knocks up 3. Blue team
And
does
it
get the
looks the
smite.
last breath comes out. Crichton's going to fall there in the back line, but meanwhile, Captain Holden's going to manage to pick up a kill there. They're on to Sincere Support, who managed to get there just a little bit too late. Double
Nobody
kill.
is dead.
They're going to push for it. That was a 4 for 0. Silicon's going to back, but he has the teleport. It's very likely that he teleports right back in for some pressure, which is exactly what he does. Same with Captain Holden. And they're going to continue to push this incredibly hard. They have the Baron minions. They have the Void Remora. And 4 death timers are still there. They're going to try to end this game.
Creighton and Etherealist are up, but Way Awesome Kevin cannot hold this forever. Nerubi is taking a bunch of damage, though. Has to be careful because he is the Void Remora right now. Without him, they don't have nearly as much pressure.
And they're continuing to sit back and make sure they're spawning more and more of these Void Remora. There is easily 10 of them right now. That is so much extra Baron empowered units here. Way Awesome Kevin's doing his best on the back line there, on the Landrin, but it's not going to be able to do enough. And they're threatening the second one already. They're sitting on top of it.
Yeah, the entirety of Shenendoah had to back away to heal in the fountain, and that gave the Ducks the performance enhanced Ducks enough time. Here comes Holden with a huge last breath.
And they're going deep into it. Crichton's going to go in with the ultimate. He's going to try and do his best here. He manages to find 2 down. Way
Three
awesome,
down,
Kevin.
4 down. It's just Nerubius left.
Nerubius.
Can the
And he
Bel'Veth find
can't
it?
really find it.
What a Nexus defense from the side of Shenendoah. That looked like it was going to be the game there, but just a little bit too aggressive after Shenendoah went back to heal from the fountain. Shenendoah
If
had a whole lot more sustain there, and it paid off.
if they manage to somehow take that Nexus with all 5 up on the side of performance enhanced Ducks, no, Shenandoah. Shenandoah is a red side, this side. My bad. Uh, if they managed to take the Nexus with all 5 of Shenandoah up, that would have been a serious upset.
Yeah, however, not so lucky for the side of the Puds. Gonna have to kind of regroup here. Next big fight is going to be a minute and 40 seconds away when the next Cloud Soul chance spawns.
Now, you got to think about this because this is an open Nexus on the side of Shenandoah. While you are sitting there and maybe threatening this dragon, they might look to backdoor. You know, they have a pink ward sitting down in that base, but it's not going to cover the entirety of base, especially with 3 teleports on the side of Ducks.
Well, all the teleports are down right now. Sliason will be the first to come up, but he's not exactly a fast Nexus pusher. If you're gonna send anyone, it
Very
has
true.
to be Holden.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. It's got to be Hold'em that goes in for this Nexus, which is why they are going to continue to stick as 4, as 5. And right now it looks like Victor is starting to make his way down there.
Yeah, Landrin, the slowest to rotate over, does have the chrono shift, but he might get caught out here as he's rotating directly into the entirety of Shenandoah.
Definitely, he's found himself just a little bit out of position. Now he's not going to be able to find his way back with the team. A massive encore comes out there. The Dawning Shadow going to fall very shortly after. Nerubius and Captain Holding playing the front line for the team. Rick LaRolle might have found himself in stopwatches for a little bit of time, and he's going to duck underneath. He's
Perfect
going to
chrono shift.
flash. That chrono shift saved Holden's life there.
And look at these health bars from the side of Shenandoah. With a Senna and a Seraphine, the side of the PUDs can heal forever, which means that they have complete control over this Drake now, and will be able to delay the Cloud Soul once again. So
Beautiful play.
this win condition from Shenandoah just keeps seeming further and further away.
It really does, especially when you notice that at this point in the game, Senna has now scaled very handsomely into this game. Bel'Veth has scaled very handsomely into the game. Way Awesome Kevin has found a way into the team.
I
As he
don't think
gets
he
knocked
wanted
up, the
to.
last breath comes out, the Zillion stun comes out. Way Awesome Kevin, perhaps with the biggest death possible at this time.
Yeah, I don't think he found a way into the team of the Puds as much as he found a way into the grave. There were 5
That
members of Blue Side there, and nobody was able to get in to support Kevin.
You definitely can't die at such a crucial point in the game there, especially as your team's front line. Getting picked out like that is detrimental, and now eyes are on Baron.
Eyes are on Baron. However, for the side of Shenandoah, that inhibitor just respawned. That is a huge breath of fresh air because it means that there will not be that enduring pressure in the mid lane. They'll be able to branch out and actually contest this Baron.
Good timing on that inhibitor to come up, and Way Awesome Kevin's death timer also comes up in time. Sincere's going to get that back and start heading Baron side as well, and now it is a standoff.
Teleports used here. One final back from a couple of members of the Puds here to get a couple more items before the big fight. With the Mortal Reminder completed, with a couple more components for Sliason, they are just a bit more powerful. The question is, will it be enough?
That is the ultimate question right now as they are looking around. They managed to pop the Edge of Night
Here
off
comes the
of
encore.
Rek'Sai, and the encore comes out. Sincere Support dropping incredibly low, forced to stopwatch that, forced to pop the Ghost to run away. The flash by Captain Holding managed to secure the kill. They are trying their best to come out now and return it. Captain Holding's going to fall to Rick LaRolle. Meanwhile, the Zillion in the back forced the chrono shift himself, but little to nowhere to go. Manages to stun just to run out. Rick LaRolle is dropping very low, but not before he
Inferno
manages to get the
trigger.
kill onto Larubius. Inferno trigger comes out, picks up the kill onto Landrin, and Senna with the perfect auto attack managing to finish that off. And that's a 3 for 3.
Well, it's a 3 for 3 for now, but look at Etherealist. Etherealist
Oh,
might just die here. The shield coming out, but he's so low. One good
and they're
auto
going to
attack from Fun Phoenix. There it
continue.
goes.
They're going to continue this fight. Fun Phoenix is going to fall as well. Now it is just Sliason versus Wow Awesome Kevin. And Kevin has all the momentum here. He's going to chase after this. The Ghost is active. He manages to catch up to Sliason. Sliason nowhere to go. And that is going to be that. Captain Holden respawned in time for it not to be an ace, but that was the unofficial ace.
Yeah, a 5 for 4 there, and nobody gets to take the Baron. We just get to everybody reset and try again in 30 seconds.
And that is exactly what it looks like we are going to do. Way Awesome Kevin's going to clear out some vision up there. Oh, he's going
Oh,
to start it.
he's starting and he's burning through that pretty fast. The Belveth not coming up very quickly. It will only be 3 members as Sliason and Fun Phoenix died so late.
This is
So the Puds
dangerous
have to
with
be
Baron
careful.
debuff. And they find that this is happening. Captain Holden's going to try and get some stacks going for his wall there. And the wall comes out, the chrono shift keeping him alive, but nowhere to go.
Here's Fun
Nerubius
Phoenix.
comes in to try and save. Kryatin manages to pick up the kill on Captain Holden, the shutdown onto Way Awesome, and the snipe over the wall onto Landrin. Momentum shift again as Shenendoah is on the front foot.
Can we get these teams to be consistent? I feel like every fight, someone just forgets how to play the game.
Captain Holden was way out of position there, found himself in a very dangerous situation. Baron picked up by Shenandoah.
And, Celio, those death timers are such that Shenendoah will have complete control over this dragon pit and likely be able to burst it down before Nerubius can really respond. We're finally going to see that Cloud Soul that Shenendoah has been teased by for the past 15 minutes.
They always tried to put up a fight for that Cloud Soul. They wanted it so bad, and after such a dangerous fight, have found their way to possibly taking it here. It looks like the contest is going to be here, but is it going to be enough? They are burning through this very fast. Dragon's down to half HP while they're looking. The Encore finds nobody.
The flash over the wall is
Nerubius has
stolen!
stolen the dragon! The Dawning Shadow comes out. The Chrono Shift comes out as well, but it looks like the fight's going to be going in onto Landrin. Landrin does fall to Way Awesome, and they're going to continue this fight. It looks like on the bot side there, Sincere Support has popped the Ghost and wanted it, but doesn't find too much extra. The steal.
Celio, what is this game?
Somebody forgot to press smite there.
Yeah, Rick LaRolle with the chilling smite up has to be smacking his head against the desk, but the game is far from over. They still have Baron, and they're going to start pushing in here. Etherealist has the engage, but a huge last
The
breath out of 2
last
members.
breath. Nerubius is taken out of Etherealist there. Meanwhile, he has fallen as well. This has been a crazy back and forth game. Oh my
over
god!
The wall. Fun Phoenix
Sincere.
falls. It's just Sliason left now. Can he hold? Landrin is up. They might have enough members to survive this.
The Baron empowered minions
ridiculous.
are still adding pressure, but it looks like the Encore is going to come out just to make sure they're okay. But Landrin used the Chrono Shift as well. They are no Encore, no Chrono Shift. They have to push these towers here, and that's exactly what they're doing.
18 seconds until the next member comes up, but Sincere Support's going to die. They can't end the game because Sincere is dead.
Oh my god, we're looking at possibly a 40-minute game here.
What is this? Two Nexus defenses. Oh my gosh.
This is too much for my heart, guys. This has been the most back and forth game I think I have seen in years.
And we have gone so far that we're starting to see full builds coming out. Udyr just a few hundred gold from being at 6 items. The Victor not far behind. The Samira there as well. These fights are going to get so crazy, Celio.
There's going to be a lot of damage coming out, and it's going to be very bursty. It looks like they want this inhibitor as fast as possible while Sincere support is down, but Etherealist managed to land a beautiful hook. The Dawning Shadow is going to come out here. The
As the
Encore as
Chrono
well.
shift.
Nerubius is going to fall. The Infernal Trigger comes out. Rick LaRolle is going to sit on top of Nerubius. Nowhere for him to go. The Quadra Kill comes out for Crichton. That is the second Quadra Kill
No.
of the
Fun
season.
Phoenix, what are you
Fun
doing? He's
Phoenix.
looking for the sneak.
Is it possible he's able to get the sneak? He's
He's
going to
going
start
for it.
pushing in now. This is the base race as Fun Phoenix
Someone
is
backs. We
pushing.
see the TP.
The
They're going to try
TP
and
comes
stop this.
out.
Can Fun
They're
Phoenix get it?
Fun Phoenix is doing his best, but that's way awesome, Kevin. He's probably the strongest member. There is no back door there by Fun Phoenix, and it looks the GGs are called. That is the game. Shenendoah takes the momentum from game 2, brings it into game 3, and that's GG.
Celio, what did we just watch? The most insane last 15 minutes of a game that I have ever casted.
I want to give props to both of these teams. Both of them played amazingly and on the backs of such crucial fights. This was one of the biggest, just most. I I'm speechless.
I am as well. There's nothing that can be said other than that game was incredible from start to finish.
I agree with you 100%. GG to both of these teams. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Neither of these teams should feel bad about their performances today. A couple of mistakes is what decided the entire series.
Absolutely. On the edge of a knife there. Well played by both teams. Some real standout players. Captain Holden did a great job. Way awesome Kevin in the top lane. Really, really showing up.
Way awesome, Kevin, I have to say. MVP of this series. Played incredibly well in game 1. Game 2 held his own even when he was being dived by 3 people. Still managed to pull a respectable KD at the end of that game. And then game 3 proves to be the strongest player on the team, keeping Captain Holden as shut down as possible and being a nuisance in every fight. Found himself the last one alive in 2 or 3 fights.
Yeah. Looks like we are going to get an interview with Way Awesome Kevin, the top laner for Shenendoah. Way Awesome Kevin, welcome to the desk. Congratulations on a great win and on holding down the top lane for your team all throughout that match.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be on the desk with you. It's so good. That was a fun match
Now,
all
I have
around.
to say, you are definitely the MVP of this series, even in game 1 where you found yourself, struggling a little bit in that top lane. What was your communications going from game 1 to game 2?
Uh, First things first, we told each other, all right, shake it off. It happens, but like let's sit down, lock in, let's get into it. We like shout outs to the team because we all just fell in sync the moment game 2 started. We all agreed we're going into this with the right mental, with the correct attitude, and we want this win. We're not done yet.
And you definitely pulled that win out. I have to say that game 3 was looking a little dicey there.
Oh, absolutely. The Baron call was definitely a little shaky, but thankfully we managed to come back and not fall right then and there. But again, shout outs to the team because even at that moment when it's all against you, they were determined to walk away with a win.
Of course. Now tell me, how does it feel that you were going to be going up against Captain Holden's Yasuo, which was such a powerhouse pick in game one?
Uh, I have a close friend of mine who plays a lot of Yasuo, and he's told me that I really need like learn the matchup, and your life becomes a whole lot easier. So I saw that, and I saw it a little bit as a blessing. I know what happened the first game was a little scary, but I was ready. I was determined.
All right.
Determined you were, I have to say. You played that matchup incredibly well. In fact, you managed to solo kill Captain Holden in lane. Tell me what was running through your mind when you managed to solo kill him.
I was feeling good. I told the team. I said, "Hey, I've got the momentum swinging. Let's see what else we can do off of this." And at that point, we managed to get a little bit of a snowball going. We felt good. I felt good. I was ready. I was determined and ready. That's all there is to it.
Speaking of team communications, tell us what was going through comms during that Nexus defense.
Uh, originally, a lot of the teammates were not fully aware of what Belveth's minions, how strong they were. And so while I was sitting there alive as they were on respawn, they were baffled at the fact that Belveth had such a strong push. And so a little bit of a morale drop. But once we found, I mean, shout out to the support because he had nasty hooks and got a really good one to save the game. Um, but yeah, it suddenly the momentum. We went from really worried to amped, excited. It was great.
I have to
Still shaking
say,
my hands.
it was it was a little bit scary there as we saw both of your Nexus towers fall with the open inhibitor, and they were adding a lot of pressure there. But my last question for you is, right at the end of the game, you all were pushing his four up mid, and then you see Senna going for that back door. What were you all thinking?
I the 80 carry was ready. Like immediately hit back the moment Senna was on vision, and I was like, I got teleport. This is mine. It in top lane you deal with a lot of split pushers, and man, it's a different mentality when somebody's trying to backdoor. So the moment I saw it, I'm like, this one's mine. We're winning this game. I don't care. Like, get out of here.
And then, is there anything that you would like to say to, uh, Performance Unenhanced Ducks today about your games in general?
Yes, they were shout outs to them because it was very well played all games. Like, don't take away from what the loss was because, man alive, we were on the ropes. We weren't sitting there feeling super confident. You definitely took the wind out of us. And frankly, if we get the opportunity to go up against you again at any point, I'm looking forward to it. It'll be fun. And shout outs to the team.
I better see some scrims coming out between the two of you now because this was the most nail biter of a game that I think I've seen in years.
Amazing. Glad to hear it.
Well,
And we'd like to thank you for joining us on the caster desk. Aulz, is there anything else that you want to let them know?
no, I think that's everything. Thank you for joining us, Kevin. We appreciate you joining us. We are. Oh, apparently we do have a question from the back of production house. How do you feel about playing Spectre tomorrow?
Playing Spectre tomorrow?
Y'all are playing Spectre in week number 2 on Sunday.
Yeah, number one coming out of the PR ranking. I mean, after this momentum, we're feeling hyped. I'm feeling good. Our 80 carry popped off the moment that game ended. Man alive, we are ready to rock and roll. I'm excited. Let's get into it.
And
Oh,
they are a very scary team. As we saw in week one, they won both of their games commandingly. They were able to end both of those games before 30 minutes.
Yeah, scary business, but all the same, I'm ready. I'd say bring them on.
Uh,
That's what we like to hear.
It'll be a fun match for us tomorrow. However, for now, we are going to step aside for about an hour. For those of you not in the know, the second match of this evening has been pushed back to 6:30 to give us a little bit of a break before or between this match and our normally scheduled programs. When we come back in about an hour, we will have two more games for you this evening. First up at 6:30, we've got the Iron Chefs facing off against Imagine Cloud. And as soon as that match is over, or at 9 p.m., whichever is later, we have the Fantastic Four and Zerathai taking on Maria's Dungeon. So, if you want to step away, make sure you tune back in at 6:30 Eastern Standard Time, because we will have all the action right here. However, for now, I have been Alzeranor. For myself, for Celio, and everyone else here, thank you for watching, and we'll be back this evening.
You're always stuck in
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Hope y'all had a lovely intermission, got some food, got some drinks, and got some relaxation. We are back, and back with a banger. We have Iron Chefs facing off against Imagine Cloud. Both of these teams lost week one. Iron Chefs lost to the potential winners of this tournament, Spectre, who looked darn good against them, and Imagine Cloud fell to Fantastic Four and Zerathai. Both these teams are looking for a statement win to prove that they deserve to be in the conversation for who gets to play in the finals of this season. For those of you who are just joining us, I am your host, Aulz. I am joined on the casting desk by Celio.
How's it going? It's great to be back. I'm glad we got that small break, and I got a nice cup of water. I got a nice little snack. How about yourself?
Yeah, I did the same. Got to eat some chips, have a fresh Coke. I'll be nice and wired for the game.
You always love to hear that. And what a game it is looking to be. As we were mentioning before we went live, both of these teams have something to prove coming into week two. They both went 0-1 in week one, and they both lost pretty decisively, I would say. So week two is where they need to start getting their momentum, and they need to start pushing through these barriers to establish themselves in the power rankings.
Absolutely. For those of you with eagle eyes, you may notice that a pick was missed. Iron Chef's blue one picked Zaya. So
Ooh,
that is the
Zaya.
missing pick here.
Zaya has always been a relatively safe pick due to her ultimate, not to mention the damage she can pump out and pull back with her feathers. But I love the Seraphine Victor picks.
Yeah, we did see the victor come out from JS Method in game 2 of last week's match. So if he knows how to play it, he should know how to play against it, right?
You would most definitely hope so. And when you have something like Seraphine as well on that team, the Encore, just the raw amount of CC, you always got to play a little bit scared. And here you got those Zaya Rakan combo. And the Cassiopeia has been picked out to face off against the Victor.
Well, not necessarily. We could see a return to the Kleptomancy meta with Cassiopeia going top lane.
That would be interesting. If that happened, I wouldn't know what to say. I haven't seen that in a very long time.
Well, since Kleptomancy, right?
Exactly, yeah, about 2 years.
I was a Kleptomancy abuser when that came out. Played a lot of Kennen.
You and me both. I was a Ezreal player at the time, so
Mm.
I found my way to finding a lot of gold very fast. But we do see the Ornn band here, which breaks my heart. Ornn, gonna miss you this game, buddy. But it was a smart ban.
Yeah, into the Renekton not having the unbreakable or unstoppable of the Bellows Breath to eat through the Ruthless Predator means that Just Relish here for Imagine Cloud will have a bit more CC. Uh,
And the Shen ban, it looks like they're targeting the top laner with these bans.
yeah, and that is reasonable. 100T Dippy for Iron Chef, who is playing in the top lane this evening, is the lowest ranked player on the map at Gold 3. However, Just Relish is only Gold 2. So I'm a little bit curious whether it's worth all of this pressure here from Imagine Cloud.
I would have to say that it has to be worth some pressure to be putting on Dippy here, especially because even though your rank may be low, you found your way onto these teams. And that just proves that you know what you're doing. You wouldn't be here unless you knew. So I feel like it was a good idea to kind of target him, force him onto something he's a little bit uncomfortable with, and maybe force his play to become a little bit worse by proxy.
Fair. Well, we're getting shifted into an interesting pick here. Leona Seraphine bot lane.
I have not seen a combo like this before. I am interested to see what happens, but you gotta think about it. It's a low damage bot lane. There's not a whole lot of raw damage that's gonna come out of that. It's gonna be a little bit pokey, a little bit engagey. It's a weird combination.
Especially into a Zyrakan, which does have pretty good lockdown and burst. So the Seraphine has to play very carefully here if she doesn't want to be fodder for Prince Su and the Cool Crab in the bot lane of Iron Chef.
And now there is one pick left for Imagine Cloud, and this is Egoless Nirvana. Now, last week he managed to pull himself the first quadra kill of the entire season on Viego. It's going to be something to watch out for. Maybe he pulls out the Viego, maybe he goes to Hecarim. He's hovering the Zed. This is
This
this is
is a lot of
crazy.
left turns, isn't it?
I am and it gets locked in.
Okay.
This is a team comp that I have honestly never seen. I've never seen these five picks together, I think, in my life.
I I would tend to agree. I mean, I don't think I have ever seen this bot lane duo be run in a competitive game, or even in a normal game where someone wasn't hard trolling. So it'll be interesting to see what the plan is for Duelist and Dr. Dad here in the bot lane.
They have to know a secret that we don't know, and they're going to be putting it to work on the Rift here. And against Cool Crab and Prince Zoo, they do communicate pretty well together. And so I'm curious to see how these two on the Zyra Khan manage to deal with this Seraphine Leona that's gonna be a little all over the place in this lane.
Absolutely. And I feel like Iron Chef is going to have a whole lot more pressure early from the jungle. The Zed, I feel like, isn't going to be quite as efficient with his ganks as the J4. Although I may be wrong there, I haven't seen many Zed jungles recently.
That jungle is something that you see a lot more in the higher ranks in the diamond and plat kind of area. Uh, it can be very good, but it is very feast or famine. It is one of those things that you really need to secure your lead early. If you're not getting those 2 or 3 kills before the 10-minute mark, you're going to find yourself struggling as the game goes on.
Well, that does fit with the playstyle of Egoless Nirvana. He does tend to play a lot of early game champions who want to snowball across the map. So it will
I
be.
agree with you, but when you have the Viego still open, when you have the Hecarim still open, why choose the Zed?
Comfort? I
True.
can't think it particularly works better with this team comp. I don't see the Zed doing anything that a Hecarim wouldn't in terms of damage, and I see the Hecarim offering more in terms of CC. Ditto with the Viego. So I think it has to be Comfort here.
And this is while we're sitting here saying this, Egoless Nirvana is in his mind playing it out and trying to find the perfect way to prove us wrong here.
Watch, we're gonna get 5D chest. It's Victor jungle, Zed mid.
It's a Seraphine jungle, Leona top.
Yeah. Renekton
It,
Zed bot lane. I can see it now.
I mean, Renekton Zed does beat Zyra Khan. I mean, am I wrong?
Ah, I feel like across every region, across every season, that matchup has been played maybe once.
And that is a big maybe.
Jokes aside, we do see the Zed confirmed for Egoless Nirvana in the jungle here. So, no fun surprises. Just the Zed, as expected, going into the hands of the early game jungler here. Calabina will be forced to try and match, to try and keep Egoless Nirvana from spiraling out of control here.
Now, you also got to keep your eyes on this mid lane. JS Method versus Brewer. Both of these players pretty good on the champions that they have laid out in front of them. It's going to be a really close bout in this mid lane where one or two mistakes is going to determine the snowballing of the entire lane. And I'm excited to see how both Calabina and Egoless Nirvana play around this mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And JS Method showed that he was vulnerable last week against Spectre. Played a little bit too aggressive a couple of times, got caught out for it, had some deaths that really put his team in a hole. So it'll be interesting to see if Egoless Nirvana can take advantage of that here.
I'm excited to see how this game lays out, especially because, as we mentioned, both of these teams want this momentum. They want this first victory, and they want to be able to do it in quick and decisive fashion.
Absolutely. Well, we are going to step aside for just a couple of minutes here to let these teams load onto the Rift. But when we come back, game number 1 of the second match of this triple header this evening, Iron Chefs taking on Imagine Cloud. Don't go anywhere, folks. We will be right back. One. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome onto the Rift. The teams have loaded in, they have purchased their items, and they are going to spread out onto the fields of justice. I don't think that's the name anymore, but I've been around for so long that it's gonna be the name to me.
Nah, man, they're loading onto Ascension. Ah, I miss that game mode. Not as much as I miss Dune bots, though.
you know, I liked what was it, Nexus Blitz. Wish
Now
they'd
that
bring
was a
that
good
back.
game mode.
Uh,
Everybody likes Earth too much, though.
yeah, and Riot Games is a music company nowadays, so there's no reason for them to bring it back.
I mean, they just sign Lil Nas X?
Yeah, he's the new president of League of Legends.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, that ward. It didn't land in the bush.
That's unfortunate.
Oh,
Well,
that is the most difficult spot to ward in the entire game.
it's rough, but it is something you can learn with a little bit of practice.
Tragic.
Well, as egoless Nirvana bemoans his fate, let's take a look at summoner spells and rune choices here. Triple Conqueror on the top side for the Iron Chefs, with Dippy choosing to run Ignite TP.
Yeah, that is Ignite Ghost.
Yes, I
Ignite Ghost is a choice of summoner spells here. It's a little bit scary, especially against the Renekton, because you know Renekton has that shield break. And so not having that escape is a pretty scary thought.
yeah, I guess Dippy thinks that he will be able to punish very aggressively, to run down Relish, toss the Ignite on, and really be able to win these fights hard here.
And now last week, what we saw from Relish was a lot of Aatrox. He really liked playing that Aatrox. He played it in all of the games that happened, and he played pretty well on it. So I'm surprised to see him on the Renekton. It seems that over the last few days he's feeling a little more comfortable on this Renekton. Um, Even though Renekton really hasn't seen too much love lately.
Hasn't seen a bunch of love, but from a couple of folks I know who are Bruiser players, Renekton feels pretty okay right now. Is very early game focused, so you do have to win the early game if you want to be relevant late.
Oh,
And that's one way to
and
win the early game. Jeez Louise, where did his health bar go?
just as I mentioned before, Renekton has that shield break. Mordekaiser set up the shield, Renekton broke it down, and Egoless Nirvana came in with the entire combo. And there goes Dippy.
Yeah, he just had a dip, man. Not a whole lot to say there.
And now you are already, on the back foot because, as we mentioned, Egoless Nirvana gets this early game kill. He gets the first blood, sub 4 minutes, and now you gotta be careful because you don't know where he is on the map.
Yeah, looked like Nirvana and Relish were even looking for another dive there. Both of them were sitting in that tri-bush, but chose not to pull the trigger on it because Calabina was there to defend his top laner.
Yeah, and in that last fight where Dippy died, he also popped Ghost. So Dippy is just really far on the back foot here now. And there is the name of the game right now is, can Relish keep Dippy down?
Yeah,
Oh, meanwhile in this bot side, Swift Duel is falling incredibly low. The Ignite is ticking onto him.
the
Dr.
shield will
Dad
be
is just gonna
enough.
walk out. Yeah. The shield was just enough. Now junglers are both on this bot side. Ooh, Brewer falling very low in that mid lane due to the poison ticking there. And every lane is going to look to reset right now.
I do want to note as well that in the top lane, despite Dippy having died, he still has a CS lead that he's slowly working up here. This wave will crash and give a little bit back to the Renekton, but Dippy has done a good job of continuing to exert pressure here.
Very true. Dippy does have that CS lead, and with the boots right now, he's keeping himself relatively safe in lane.
Both junglers
Meanwhile,
here in the mid lane.
Calabina has found himself in the mid lane. It looks like this engage is going to come down to grounded by JS Method, doing a whole lot to keep that engage from going any further.
Yeah, Miasma is such a powerful tool into the Zed, into the Renekton as well when it comes time for team fights. So the placement of that by JS Method is going to be invaluable here. Regank.
Beautiful stun by Gruer. Calabina's on the back foot. The flash is going to come in. Eagleist Nirvana. Both kills are on him right now. Meanwhile, in the top lane, just Relish falling a little bit low due to that little skirmish.
Well, I said I didn't expect a whole lot out of the jungle Zed early. I have been proven wrong with a vengeance here.
I gotta say, Eagleist Nirvana, as I mentioned, was gonna find a way to shut us up, and he's doing a great job at it. Meanwhile, Relish gets pulled in, takes the advantage. Dippy dropping insanely low, forced to retreat.
Does have
He
the level
just hit
6 here.
level 6 though, and he manages to pop the ulti. Beautiful auto attack flash by Relish to stay alive and get the kill.
Great job by Relish there. Good outplay. The shield break proving oh so valuable in keeping Dippy from getting that health regen or even just the damage soak from that shield.
And you gotta remember, Dippy picked Mordekaiser into Renekton here.
Yeah, he knew that this was coming. He thought he could win this lane, and I suppose thought that the Ghost Ignite would be a great way to do that. Does not seem to be having such a good time so far. 0-2.
Eagleist Nirvana, though, is feeling incredibly good right now. He is up almost 1,000 gold, about 850 gold right now. He is up over Calabina. Meanwhile, this engage is going to come down, and Dr. Dad is forced to flash out. As I mentioned before, there's a lack of damage in the bot lane here by Imagine Cloud.
Yeah, despite the aggression from Cool Crab and Prince Zoo, there's not a whole lot that can be done to respond. It's unfortunate there, but they will need Egoless Nirvana at some point to punish this Zyra Khan.
Definitely, and as we mentioned it looks like both teams finally have their eyes set on this dragon as they both start rotating and start hanging around the dragon pit. Method's gonna have priority on rotating first. Ooh, they decide against it, but Dippy is gonna have to deal with this Renekton in the top lane, who is getting very aggressive as game goes on.
Yeah, very aggressive, and the plated steel cap's not gonna do a ton for this Mordekaiser, especially not into a pickaxe and a vamp scepter already.
Yeah, at that point, I think the buy should have been Bramble Vest. Try and stop some of the healing that Relish is going to generate with this, Vampiric Scepter and his Meek. So you got to be thinking that Bramble Vest might have been the opportune buy here.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Dippy plays this out, if he can make the choice of the tabbies work. It's obviously good in the context of the game as a whole, into the Victor as well. Or not the Victor, the Zed. But
Meanwhile, the ward battles are finally coming out here, and the blast cone gets popped. That's a major utility that was just taken off of the map, and Dragon is being started.
this will be a 4-on-4 though, a 4-on-5 as the Renekton's roaming down. Dippy nowhere close, not even thinking about moving.
JS Method a little bit out of position. Two ultis get popped onto him. JS Method finds his way onto Swift Duelist. Cool Crab is going to pick Swift Duelist up here over. And Nirvana falls as well. That was beautiful. Dr. Dad going to fall very shortly after. Just Relish has now found his way into this fight, managing to pick up a return kill onto Prince Zoo.
But that was huge for Iron Chefs. They managed to get 2 kills onto Cool Crab and a kill onto JS Method.
They managed to shut down Eagleist Nirvana there, and Cool Crab played it beautifully. Right after he got that attack off, the Zed was swinging, and he flashed over the wall to cancel the Zed auto and to let Dragon kill Eagleist Nirvana.
We do see the Drake take there by Calabino, was fighting with just Relish over it. But Smite is a good securing tool there. Made sure that there was a no contest.
It's hard to beat out that 900 true damage on the dragon.
I believe it was
Maybe if you were
450 on that one,
Callista.
but
Oh, it very well could have been. Maybe if you were Callista or Cho'Gath or Nunu, you could have put up a decent fight to stop that. Otherwise, it's tough.
absolutely. Valiant effort by Just Relish, and does mean that it takes Calabina longer to get on the map. So we might see the gank here in the mid lane. However, the bot lane's going to have some action as well.
JS Method is falling really low in the mid lane as Eagoless Nirvana has found his way in. JS Method playing it extremely well. Brewer is going to manage to take him out though. JS Method finding himself a little out of position in these fights.
Yeah, and this is what we saw in week 1 as well. Not respecting the ganks. Just it seems to play with a complete disregard for where the jungler is on the map. And
Yeah.
this marks one of a few times already this season that we've seen him get punished pretty hard for it.
Yeah, JS Method is definitely going to need to focus on getting some more vision control down. At that point, when before the gank went off, he still had a ward in pocket ready to go, and he chose not to place
Oh
it, and that
boy.
was the deciding factor. But meanwhile, it looks like Eagoless Nirvana has found his way bot lane. They're going to pick up Prince Zoo off the back of the Encore. Eagoless Nirvana, 3-1.
Yeah, they had no idea that Egoless Nirvana was there. A perfect job lane ganking there. Snuck into the bush. Prince Zoo greeting with his vision wards. Didn't place another one in that front bush when Dr. Dad cleared away the first one. And paid for it with his life. That would have been a good engage otherwise. Got the good charm. Got some more CC with the dash knock up. But just not enough to counteract the Zed, obviously.
It was a very, very nice timing for Zed to become moving down to that bot lane. It waited in that bush for just a second, and that was all it took before Prince Zoo thought, I'm safe to engage this.
Looks like we might have some
Meanwhile,
more fights in the mid lane. Both junglers hovering there. But it looks like Zed has turned his sights instead onto Zippy. Or Dippy? Dippy. I'll get
I
there.
think I think Zippy is the dragon in TFT.
Ah, I got you.
Listen, I like TFT. I think it's a fantastic game. um, you know, I've played a lot of TFT now. Maybe a little too much. I'm getting off topic. We don't talk about TFT when we're in the middle of such a amazing game right now. We're about 1,000 gold up now on the backs of Imagine Cloud. They are doing very good here. And Dippy is doing a great job at pulling back and farming under tower. He's staying within about 10 CS.
Yeah, only down about 700 gold right now. Doing a pretty good job of trying to stabilize that top lane. Unfortunately for him, the rest of the map not staying so stable, which has allowed Egoless Nirvana to pick up that Rift Herald.
And I love Egoless Nirvana's first buy here. He decided to go with the Umbral Glaive. He's going to control more and more vision throughout this game.
Well, first he's going to
Meanwhile,
control JS Method.
Method's going to fall really low as Egoless Nirvana explodes him with the Death Mark. Calabina's here, but Calabina's going to take a little bit of damage and just manage to keep that turret alive for a little bit longer.
And not a whole lot that Calabina was there, or could do from being there. Just a step behind Egoless Nirvana at every turn.
And this is why Zed has one of the highest ban rates of most mid laners. Even though he's being played in the jungle right now, but his raw damage that he is pumping out here without a mythic item is
Ooh.
so dangerous. But Prince Zoo has popped the ultimate and found his way in onto Swift Duelist. And the Encore comes out, but it won't be enough as Prince Zoo manages to pick that kill up. Dr. Dad's dragging this fight out as Brewer arrives. Cool Crab is going to fall very quickly. Eagleist Nirvana picking up Prince Zoo. And you've always got to be thinking to yourself about this bot lane. Every time you go in, Egoless Nirvana is there.
Looks like we're going to have a steal attempt from Calabina here. Goes over the wall, does not find it. Very late Flag and Dragon. He's going to find death for that, I think.
And that's exactly what he's going to find as Just Relish is flashed over the wall after him. But Eagleless Nirvana decides that's my kill. I'm going to queue for it, and then I'm going to turn my attention to mid lane.
Do have to acknowledge as well how easy it is for this particular Zed build to snowball out of control. The Umbral Glaive, a full item that's available
Oh!
so very cheaply, but if you go in that far, you're going
Oh!
to die.
He got the death mark out, and then JS Method dropped a pool under her feet, waited for Zed to land, and flashed out. That was beautifully played by JS Method, managing to secure a 750 gold shutdown.
Yeah, now the question comes, can JS Method use that gold to help his team wrest control of this game back?
You know, when you're playing Cassiopeia, Cassiopeia is one of the most volatile laners in the game because no matter how far you put that champion back, it feels like she does so much damage. And having owned nothing but this Everfrost at the time of that engage, she was pumping out insane amounts of damage.
Yeah, now has the Archangels, which will turn into a Seraph's Embrace in just 2 casts.
Right now, if you're Method, you gotta feel pretty good about this game. Even Cool Crab is doing okay. It's only a 2,000 overall gold difference. It's basically negligible as both teams are preparing to enter this mid game, and we're gonna see a lot more fighting breaking out come this mid game.
Yeah, so let's walk through how we can expect the mid game to look, right? So Ice, Imagine Cloud here has 2 very early game champions in the Renekton and the Zed. How do they pivot those early game champs into power for the victor as they move later on into this game?
So I think Renekton needs to begin to start building a little more bruiser-ish. I think Zed's main job is to get onto that backline. You want to get onto JS Method. You want to get onto Cool Crab and at least take one of them out. Meanwhile, you want Renekton to be able to handle the overall damage that's going to come from Dippy, Calabina, and Prince Zoo, who is eventually going to dash onto that backline and lay out so much CC. But we have an engage breaking out.
Dippy's gonna be the sacrifice here. Pulls Just Relish into the Death Realm, knowing that he will never get out alive. Or perhaps not. The Death Realm falls apart at the perfect time, and the Ghost gets him out.
Sorry about that. My voice decided to give out on me there. But Brewer is going to find this engage on a JS Method. Perfect timing on turning around on that ult, but the Chaos Storm is not going to be enough damage.
Yeah, good job by JS Method, both with the Petrifying Gaze and the
Uh-oh.
Miasma, but it may not matter as Eagle's Nirvana very deep will find the kill. Calabina trying to track him down, gets flashed away from, the Cataclysm comes out, and it might just be enough. The Shadow just a frame too late.
Oh, that was so very close there, and that was a great job by Calabina being able to be in the right place at the right time and being able to turn that detrimental loss into a very nice trade.
Unfortunately, it does still slow down the Cassio because this is time that she's not on the map, time that she's not farming, time that the victor gets to continue to grow.
And this Victor is beginning to scale a little bit out of control with 7 kill participation and 162 farm. This Victor is full on his hex core.
Sure is. That means that Chaos Storm is going to be more powerful alongside every basic ability, so Victor has turned on.
Victor is at his peak right now, and with the Shadow Flame pickup as well as full boots here, this next dragon fight is going to start determining this mid game in full.
Yeah, Dippy very slow to rotate down. The entire rest of the map is already here, including the Renekton of Just Relish sitting in the back of the pit on a ward, actually. Uh,
And little does he know he was on that ward. They managed to drop a pink ward here, and it is Infernal Soul, by the way, so that's going to be very, very dangerous.
yeah, there is a
Meanwhile,
Zed behind here, so Iron Chefs has to be very careful, keep track of Egoless.
Dippy is taking a lot of damage before this fight begins. You need to be very careful. All this poke is coming
Flash
out, but
forward from
Calabina
Calabina.
is going to find his way in with the Demacia. The Encore is going to drop as well as Prince Zu goes down. Cassiopeia is very soon to follow. Dippy is doing a little bit of damage to Swift Duelist here, but it's not going to be enough. Triple kill Brewer.
And a disastrous fight from Iron Chefs. Overplayed their hand a little bit hard trying to find the engage there with Calabina. I don't think there was much reason for the Flash Cataclysm, even if he was going to trap 3 members, just because of what Swift Duelist is capable of with the Encore.
And now Imagine Cloud has turned their sights to Baron. This
Yeah.
is going to be a very powerful Baron power play, especially while being 4,500 gold ahead.
We do see what looks to be a response here. The Zaya Rakan roaming up. JS Method popping the TP to try and get here in time. Will not manage it though. Can Cool Crab
Swift
pick someone off
Duelist
on the
is out of
backside?
position. Cool Crab manages to pick up Swift Duelist in the background there. I apologize. That was actually JS Method who landed that final blow. And Brewer is running away as fast as possible.
But that's just 1 kill. There's still 4 members with Baron. And Swift Duelist on the Seraphine is not exactly the most threatening of those Baron members.
Eagleist Nirvana manages to drop the death mark on a Prince Zu there, but is all alone and will find himself being shut down. That's another Baron down. Dr. Dad gets knocked up here by the flag and drag. Dippy manages to pull in Brewer, and that's another kill on the Dr. Dad.
Yeah, disastrous for Imagine Cloud. Pushing a little bit too hard. Egoless Nirvana pulled the same thing that Calabina did. Went a little bit too hard in pursuit of the kill. And paid
He
for it with
found
his life.
himself 1v4. Once he went in and landed out of that death mark, it was such a dangerous place to be. He got flag and dragged. He got miasma'd, and then Cool Crab was pumping out as much damage as possible.
Yeah, at 3, 1, and 4 with 2 completed items, the Zaya has quietly built up a bit of a presence for herself here.
I agree with you completely, but you still have to keep your eyes on Brewer in this mid lane. 6-0-6 at probably the biggest rank differential in this entire game.
Yeah, JS Method neither this week nor last week has been quite playing up to the potential that we thought we would see from him. And Brewer looking like he is playing on fire. 950 gold bounty on his head at the moment. Whoever gets that is going to be very happy and very quickly rocketed to a new item.
Right, that is correct. And right now, in the name of these fights, you got to keep your eye on Brewer because Brewer is going to be the member that pumps out the most damage from that team. But the question is, even if you get onto Brewer, how are you able to take him down throughout this team of powerhouses right now on the side of Imagine Cloud?
Yeah, it's a rough ask with just Relish holding on to the Frozen Fist and the Bork with Egoless Nirvana, who, even though he's fallen off a bit, is still a big threat at 3 completed items and boots. It is hard to get onto Brewer and stay onto Brewer. It
And
seems
it
like they're
looks
going to base race a little bit here, though, with JS
Yeah,
Method
I
in the
was
top
gonna
lane.
say, Method is doing a lot of damage in this top lane and has managed to secure yet another objective bounty. And this forces Imagine Cloud to back off and kind of deal with this.
Oh, backs are canceled here. This buys more
And
time for Method to get back.
this fight looks like it is starting to break out just a little bit as a lot of poke is coming down, a lot of vision control. Calabina flag and drags, but nowhere to go, gets blown up by Brewer. Meanwhile, Eagleist Nirvana pumping out a ton of damage. The death mark comes out onto Dippy. Will it be enough? It will not be.
Dippy by the skin of his teeth staying alive. However, Egoless Nirvana and the rest of Imagine Cloud are going to be able to clear out some of these camps from Iron Chefs and prep for this next Drake, which will be spawning in 45 seconds. Drop some vision before they reset.
Right now, what is your way of stemming the bleeding if you are Iron Chefs right now?
Well, you have to start pulling apart Imagine Cloud. This is a team that works well in the Death Ball, with the Seraphine over top, with the Zed sowing Chaos, with the Chaos field over top of everything. So if you can do what JS Method was doing there for a bit and start pulling members elsewhere onto the map, that's when you can start finding your win condition with these picks.
It looks like the ghost is going to come out by Dippy. I'm not sure if there's too much that he's going to manage to be able to do with it, though,
No,
as they
does
just
scare away
seem to be
Duelist.
dancing. Egoless Nirvana is beginning to push up just a little bit. A lot of damage comes out onto Dippy again. JS Method also taking quite a bit here.
Method with a very early miasma. That's a big cooldown here that needs to be used precisely. So Iron Chefs has to be very careful here.
This fight is going to break out any minute. Both teams are dancing around and trying to find it. The miasma comes out yet again.
I'm not sure how I feel about this usage of miasma repeatedly just for zoning here. I feel like there are better zoning tools for the side of Iron Chefs that aren't critical cooldowns to lock down members of Cloud.
There is so much poke coming out by Imagine Cloud that it's almost to the point where this fight is over before it began. Prince Zoo forced to be on the very back foot here, and that's your main engage.
Well, there goes the Chaos Storm,
And
though.
there is the encore. Brewer's going to fall legendary as they pick up yet another kill onto Dippy.
So with that pick, that will be the Drake taken yet again. Third Drake for this team of Imagine Cloud, on track for Soul with the next spawn. However, only getting one kill with how low those health bars are is almost a win for Iron Chefs here.
I don't mean to jinx this, but this is almost a perfect game by both Brewer and Relish, who are both sitting on 0 deaths.
Yeah, we're gonna strike that one from the record because that sounds like Caster Curse if I ever heard it.
I'm excited to
Speaking
see it
of,
happen.
Just Relish, maybe a little bit pincered here. There is a Cassio. The miasma
Oh, I
comes
just
out.
had to say something as Just Relish finally falls to JS Method.
Caster Curse.
I said it and it happened in 20 seconds. I'm sorry, Just Relish. You're gonna have to forgive me just this once.
Yeah, now the question for Iron Chefs is, do they manage to find a pick onto Brewer, or does the Caster Curse only land onto one person at a time?
Alright, it looks like Baron is going to be the next objective on the map. There are towers being pinged. Objective bounties are still up for the side of
Cool Crab going
Iron
in
Chef
here.
here, but Swift Duel is falling scary low. The flash comes out as well. Dippy's gonna manage to secure that kill, falling very shortly after is Dr. Dead. Now Baron is in their sights.
Baron.
Everybody is starting to make their way up, and vision is
Oh
being cleared. But
no!
Egoless Nirvana finding Prince Zoo, managing to land the death mark. He's going to have to flash out just to try and stay alive.
Put into
He's
the death route
dancing
though.
around his clones very well against Dippy here, but Dippy is going to secure the kill. JS Method is dealing quite a bit of damage to Just Relish. It seems like he is a little bit on the back foot here, while Brewer is pumping out a lot of poke damage. Question is, do they turn? They do. Calabina is going to fall very shortly after, but Cool Crab does manage to get a kill there. Dippy is trying to zone Brewer off here, but Brewer is scary, and he's single-handedly pushing them back. He flashes aggressively. That's 2 that he manages to kill, stay alive with the stopwatch.
And great play by Brewer, keeping this team of Iron Chefs off the Baron. JS Method could have burned that down with the Twin Fangs, but because Brewer was there and putting out the unending poke, it was impossible for him to focus on the worm.
Brewer is doing a fantastic job at taking this lead that he has and adding pressure throughout the whole map.
Absolutely. Almost full build already, by the way. Just has to complete that Zanya's Hourglass, and he will have capped out.
He's doing great as well by taking the blue buff, keeping himself constantly topped off on mana. He's not going to have any issues with mana in these fights.
No, and if the team of Imagine Cloud keeps positioning correctly like they have been so far, he's not going to have any issues with health either.
And from last week, this is a whole new side of Brewer that we've seen. Last week we saw him play things like the Galio and still manage to land those 5-man taunts. This time around he's taking more of a carry position on the team, and it seems that this is exactly what he needed to ignite the flame.
Yeah, he's looking very good right now at 11-0-6. However, the rest of the supporting cast is kind of lacking at this point, so there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders to continue to be the man out in front for this Imagine Cloud squad.
I agree with you. If Brewer manages to get caught out or falls in any of these fights, that's going to sadly be the entire team of Imagine Cloud kind of breaking apart and falling through. The flag and drag by Calabina comes out. Eagleist Nirvana does manage to give him a little bit of poke and gets out safely for it.
Yeah, with 20 seconds until this Infernal Soul spawns, Iron Chefs has to take a fight here.
And this is looking very reminiscent of the last two dragon fights as we see Imagine Cloud playing it back safely and dishing out as much poke as possible while not even looking to start the dragon. They don't really want to do it. They're waiting to do as much poke damage as possible, clear as much vision as possible. Uh, the Bomby Cinder starting the dragon there.
This is interesting. They're leaving Calabina to attempt to steal while the rest of the team goes for the base race here.
Oh,
The
he
stun chain
missed.
comes out.
He missed the flag and drag. And now they're going to try and rush this base. They're going to try and go for the inhibitor. This is a very, very smart play here. They knew they weren't going to win the dragon fight. They decided to give Soul over and take map pressure in the mid lane.
I don't know that I love this choice by Iron Chefs just because of the power of the Infernal Soul, especially on this hyper-fed Victor.
I agree with you. This gives Victor more one-shot potential than ever before. Oh, and we might see it put to work already as JS Method again. It finds himself caught out. Nowhere to go. Picked up by Eagleist Nirvana.
Yep, and that will just about secure the Baron here for Imagine Cloud. Mordekaiser is the only one in the area. Not sure that he has enough power to stop this. We do, in fact, see the red team confirm the Baron.
You have to ask yourself on the backs of Iron Chefs here. They retreated through the topside jungle and nobody placed a single ward. They didn't even hit the vision plant.
It's a bit baffling. I mean, look at the vision score on the supports, right? Prince Zoo down only about half of what Dr. Dad has put down. 51 to 97 right now.
This has been a vision difference of a game for the last, I'd say, about 10 minutes. While Imagine Cloud knows everything and everywhere that Iron Chefs are doing and going, Iron Chefs can't say the same thing.
No, there's not a single ward in the jungle outside of one pink directly outside a base gate for the side of Iron Chefs right now.
And there's 3 sweepers on that team, but they still are losing this vision war something fierce.
Yeah, it's impossible to play the game when you can't figure out where anyone is. Once
And it
again,
looks like the last remaining ward on the map for Iron Chefs will fall.
Yeah, so their vision now limited to just what their minions can see. Once again, we see this goal to split push here for the side of Iron Chefs. An unnecessary flash from Calabina wouldn't quite have been hit by that encore. But the
And
Cassiopeia choosing not to be here for this fight means that the inhibitor's fallen and the Nexus turrets aren't going to stand for very long, it looks like.
all five are up, and Cool Crab just gets blown up by Brewer as this fight breaks out. All of them are falling faster than I can even mention. That is an ace and a perfect game by Brewer. That is a 21 KD at the end of this game.
Wild performance by Imagine Cloud after a disappointing loss on Thursday where they didn't look great in either game, came out and said they needed to prove themselves, and prove themselves they have.
That game was decisive by the side of Imagine Cloud. This is a whole different team than we saw in week one. They've definitely hashed out some of their problems. They've worked with their coach and they've come in on a whole new leg. And Brewer in particular, I have to mention the growth of this player from week one to week two. I never would have seen something like that from Brewer in week one, but in week two, he's really just shining and bloomed quite a bit as a player.
Yeah, looked great in that game. Does raise the question, though, of what does Iron Chefs do for game number two? Because this was a team that, even though they lost the second game against Spectre, managed to look pretty okay in it. Looked like they could stand up to Spectre. And then this game, they didn't look like they could have stood up to 5 Iron players.
Oh,
I mean, they were making mistakes left, right, and center.
I have to agree with you. They did have a really, really tough time in that game. But I think if you're Iron Chefs right now, you shake that game off. That game didn't happen. And instead of going for these extra extravagant team comps, I think you play comfort. You play what you know well, and you try to build the best possible team comp out of what you know more than anything else.
Very fair. Well, we'll have to see what Iron Chefs change, if anything. We're going to step aside for just a couple of minutes, let these guys get into draft. But when we come back, Iron Chefs look to pull this back, and Imagine Cloud looks to close the door. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are heading into draft number 2 here in game number 2 of match number 2. We have Imagine Cloud taking over the blue side while the Iron Chefs are on the red. Iron Chefs suffered a decisive defeat at the hands of Cloud in game 1. They've got a lot to turn around here, wouldn't you say, Celio?
I definitely would, and Imagine Cloud is banning out this Tryndamere. As you and I mentioned before, there's a lot of games of Tryndamere played on JS Method.
Yeah, I can't help but think that he wouldn't be taking that into the mid lane, though. Would you think?
I've seen crazier things.
Okay, you make a fair point.
And we see the Seraphine being hovered again. Seraphine, as we see in this series, at least, this season, either has a 100% pick or ban rate.
Yeah, and Swift Duelist did a good job in game number 1 of making sure those Encores all counted.
Ooh,
So,
the Irelia. Irelia Amumu. Now this is a whole nother team comp that is coming out of Iron Chefs.
this feels reminiscent of week 1 against Spectre, where Iron Chefs had a real rough week 1, or game 1, and then decided to just turn on the crazy pills, picked a completely different team comp, and ended up being fairly competitive with Spectre. It'll be interesting to see if they can actually, take those crazy pills and turn it into a win here.
I mentioned that I think Iron Chefs needs to fall back and play comfort picks, and it looks like that's exactly what they're doing with this team comp.
Looks like we might see that Seraphine being a support here, going over to Dr. Dad instead. The Misfortune has been really powerful over the past couple of patches, even with some of the hot fixes. So it'll be interesting to see how Iron Chefs responds to that.
Misfortune, as we all know, in this patch has recently been buffed in a multitude of ways, and has found herself as one of the highest win rate AD carries at a 53.1%.
I will not be surprised if we see some nerfs coming out here in the near future for Misfortune, but as it is for now, looking to ride the wave is Imagine Cloud.
I like the Talia ban. Talia has been a very strong mid laner and jungler in a lot of situations. So I'm excited to see what Brewer is playing here, especially while this Seraphine could still go mid lane.
Well,
And there's the Vex ban.
we do get one positive here. You get your Ornn.
Hopefully. Oh, wait,
No,
right. Ornn
not
was.
hopefully. It's already there.
Listen, I gotta restart. Hold on one second. Hello, everybody. I am Celio here, and I am going to make sure that I say the wrong thing over and over again. Anyway. The Samira ban here does come through. Samira does block the Ornn Ox. So that was a pretty decent ban. But I don't know. You know what? Don't call it out. Don't say it. Don't say it.
I wasn't gonna say anything.
Don't you all love when you have those days where your brain just kind of goes kaput for like 10 minutes?
That just sounds like Tuesday.
The Aatrox is being hovered here with the Renekton picked up.
That could
Is
be a
this
Renekton
possible?
mid.
It could be. Because the Irelia and the Ornn, yeah. Okay. Lilia. I am excited to see what Egoless Nirvana would do on Lilia.
Yeah, this would be very nice for the Imagine Cloud team that they have drafted. Not a whole lot of AP damage so far, so the burning nature of Lilia, or Karthus, or Evelynn, or technically Nidalee, I suppose.
Nidalee has been locked.
That's a choice. I don't disagree with it as being a good AP carry threat from the jungle. However, it's so reliant on those spears hitting, especially in the early game, that Egoless Nirvana is going to have to be on point.
This really is going to push Egoless Nirvana to the edge. He's going to have to land those skill shots. He's going to have to go for those big and wild outplay moments that Nidalee is so good at with. And the Leona comes in to round off these teams. So it looks like it's going to be, Nidalee jungle, probably Renekton in the mid side with Aatrox top. And it looks like that is going to be an Irelia mid and an Ornn top.
Now, I see a problem for Iron Chefs here. Can you tell
What
me
would
what the
that
problem is
problem?
going to be?
Let's see. There's a whole lot of CC by Iron Chefs here. What would that problem be?
I see a pretty significant lack of AP threat.
That is very true.
Amumu exists, yes. However, I don't know that I expect him to go AP here, which means that Renekton and Aatrox can feel free to build a couple of armor items and become incredibly tanky in the face of an Iron Chef squad that one would think on paper would deal a lot of damage between Irelia and Sivir.
I have to say, Iron Chefs must be feeling a very serious level of confidence to go with such a lack of AP and instead be 100% ready with this Irelia. Irelia is known for those powerful outplays, staying alive when she really shouldn't be, and being hypermobile. So I kind of am left thinking to myself, will this Irelia go as far as trying to push this to be a 27-minute game?
Yeah, we'll have to see. There is a lot of pressure on the mid laner of Iron Chefs to perform up to the level that people have expected of him.
That's true. JS Method has come in here and he must feel like he has the weight of the world on his shoulders, especially being behind in momentum here going into game 2. Especially falling to Imagine Clouds, who decisively beat you. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I
It's going to
mean,
be tough.
to go onto a mechanically intensive champ like Aurelia, the only upside for it for JS Method here is that Aurelia has a little bit of an easier time getting out of bad gank situations.
That's very true. A pretty easy stun, not to mention the health regeneration off each of the Qs and the massive damage reduction thanks to the Blade Swirl.
So we'll have to see if this champion is maybe a little bit more comfortable for JS Method, who has a disregard for the fear of ganks.
I'm excited to see how this game 2 looks.
Yeah, looks like it is shaping up to be a lot of fun. We have some good lanes here that are going to bring us some good action and some nice early junglers that are going to make sure that these lanes get snowballed out of control. Anything else jump out at you that you want to commentate on before we step aside?
No, sir.
Alrighty. Well, with that, we are going to step aside for just a couple of minutes to let these guys load onto the Rift. However, when we come back, game number 2, can Iron Chefs pull out a victory and send us to game 3? Or will Imagine Cloud put their foot down and say that they're not out of this competition yet? We'll have the answers right here. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back onto the Rift. The teams have loaded in and started to purchase items, so we will be heading out onto the Rift now. We have both teams. Well, it looked like we were going to have perhaps some interesting play here early on from Imagine Cloud with a 5-man in the bot lane, but they all split off and decided to head back to the normal 5-man fan.
Now, I had mentioned to you before game one started that Aatrox was something Just Relish is very comfortable on, and we see it pulled out in this game. I see an interesting first purchase here by the Ornn, who decided to start with a tier.
Yeah, this isn't a particularly bad pickup from the Ornn. Obviously, the Fimbulwinter is a powerful item, helping tanks to be even tankier. Getting it early means that he can stack it up real easy, and should he need any other starting items, he can just build it himself right in lane.
Ornn passive, such a beautiful thing, being able to constantly build yourself items, and as I've mentioned in the past, he's able to get his team so far ahead by upgrading mythic items to their optimal form.
Yeah, does require getting pretty late in the game, but is worth about 1,000 gold per upgrade, so will be valuable when we get to that point.
Right now, both lanes are playing neutral, trying to find the small leads that they can. I expect this to be the overall case for about the next 4 to 5 minutes. I believe our first actual full bread of engage is going to be done around the 6 minute mark.
Yeah, I would tend to agree, although I think that both these junglers do have a chance of looking for a gank at level 3.
I have to say that out of everything that Egoless Nirvana has picked, this Nidalee is standing out a little bit more because this is going to push his mechanical level to the absolute max. He's played the Viego, he's played the Hecarim, he's played all the other champions that really give himself those early game ganks and advantages, except for the Nidalee.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how he does on this. Looking for a gank now in the mid lane with no minions there. He would have a clean angle on a spear here. Waited just a bit too long though.
And now he's spending an absurd amount of time here, but it looks like this engage is going to come out. He does not manage to land the spear as the minion tanks it.
No, but he did force the flash out of JS Method defensively. So not
And
the worst trade in the world.
a lot of damage comes down in that top side though, as Just Relish really does quite a bit to Ornn.
Yeah, however, on the other hand, the Brittle passive means that Just Relish takes a fair bit himself. We're going to see
Oh,
some big fighting on the top
meanwhile,
side.
yeah, this fight seems to be breaking out in the top side between Calabina, but
Ooh,
he's going to use the bandage toss and flash out.
that was a good little play there to slip past Egoless Nirvana and get the flash out safely.
A lot of damage coming down by Method onto Brewer, and Method loves to play these top laners in the mid lane. He likes to take these very aggressive trades.
Yeah, is very low on mana though, so he has to be just a bit
Ooh,
careful. Dippy's going to get pulled
just
back by the chains, so Relish might find the kill here. The flash
forced
away
a
by Dippy.
flash. That was very close.
Yeah,
Very well
absolutely.
played by the side of Just Relish, though.
Absolutely. And gotta wonder what Dippy was thinking, because as a reminder, those chains are very easy to break if you just walk to the side.
Very much so. When you try to take the long path and just walk straight backwards, you're almost guaranteed to be pulled back in.
Which is exactly what happened to Dippy and why he's now flashless. Does have a couple of cloth armors, so we'll be able to take some more punishment from this Aatrox moving forward, though.
The double cloth armor buy is a very good pickup because that means that he's rushing that bramble vest. That is the core item when going against Aatrox. You cut all of his healing down and you make it a much more even fight. And without that sustainability, Aatrox falls a little underwhelming.
Yeah, and this Aatrox is kind of the power point right now. Outside of the flashes that have been burned by Egoless Nirvana, every lane for the Iron Chefs is up on their counterparts.
Very much so, and I am starting to question this Renekton in the mid lane. Uh, while Renekton does tend to do pretty decent against Irelia, I feel like Brewer has a lot more experience on those mages, on the champions that are able to play a little bit further back and pump out damage through abilities.
Yeah, I would tend to agree based on how he's playing this lane so far. Looks like the team of Imagine Cloud is putting a lot of resources into him, though. We see Dr. Dad sitting here in this bush for a very long time. Not sure if he's quite in range to be soaking EXP, or if he's just there as a gank potential.
Just Relish is going to look for this engage onto Dippy and manages to half health him.
Once again, Dippy tried to walk the long way out of the chains using the charge, but got the charge cancelled by one of the three Aatrox slams.
Relish is playing those Aatrox Qs very beautifully. I love to see it. And he manages to stop Dippy from buying. The World Ender comes out, and that's first blood to Relish. 6.5 minutes in, and he solo kills.
And that was a great look from Relish there. Saw that the Ornn was stuck in place, immediately said, sure, I'll go in on that, and found himself a free kill and first blood.
That was very, very well played by Relish. But meanwhile, Calabina has managed to find this entrance onto Swift Duelist. Swift Duelist forced to flash. Prince Zoo's managing to come in here. The cleanse, the flash are down. Swift Duelist is running away, but now Brewer is down here in this bot lane. Brewer is going to manage to pick up the kill onto Calabina. They're now going to turn their attention to Cool Crab, who manages to flash out. Dr. Dad falling insanely low. They're turning everything onto Prince Zoo. Managed to get him, but Sivir has managed to take down Seraphine. Meanwhile, JS Method has now found his way into this fight, turning his attention to Swift Duelist. That is a double kill for Cool Crab, and now their attention's onto Brewer. They've turned this fight around, and that is a triple kill for Cool Crab.
Yeah, Cool Crab out of nowhere now has 3 kills and 1,700 gold in his pocket. That's going to be a big buy when he goes back. JS Method not able to pick up any kills and very late on the rotation compared to Brewer, but without his help, Cool Crab would not have been able to pick up a majority of those. So
I
very
have to
valuable play
say,
there.
that was so beautifully played by the entire side of Iron Chefs. Even on the back foot there, they managed to play and position very well, but as I am saying that, they are getting engaged on in the bot lane, but they do manage to walk out of that as well.
Yeah, Prince Zoo taking a lot of poke there by just kind of going up a little too far and getting hit by the Seraphine root. The Sivir definitely needed to reset. Now has all the components completed.
And we just saw there very briefly a little bit of that lack of play on Renekton. He dashed out one time instead of hitting a minion and getting the double dash.
Yeah, and that's something that you just learn with experience and a bit of muscle memory on the crocodile here. So it's not entirely surprising if this isn't something that Brewer is super comfortable on. Turret shots coming out onto Dad and Duelist.
Looks
But
like a lot of damage is just going to be pumped out around this map right now. Both of our junglers are farming up their jungle and looking for a play. Meanwhile, the ping is coming down in the top side. Just Relish is looking for that engage onto Dippy, and it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. Calabina manages to show up, but is this going to be enough? They're sitting on top of Relish. Relish slowly bleeding out, but here's Egoless Nirvana missing the spear onto Dippy. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, there's yet another fight breaking out. Calabina manages to pick up the kill onto Relish. Egoless Nirvana is going to fall very, very shortly after. And in the bot side, Dr. Dad goes down. That's 3 kills just going down.
and it baffles me that Egoless Nirvana didn't manage to find Dippy. I have to imagine that it was a Curse of the Sad Mummy that came out and locked Egoless Nirvana in place there. But outside of that, just madness here all across the map. Fights breaking out left, right, and center. And Iron Chef's looking like a team again, which is nice to see.
Imagine Cloud have fallen themselves onto the back foot, and you are right. It is very nice to see this team come together and now manage to find their strong feet in this.
Yeah, this is a little bit concerning though if this becomes a pattern moving into the rest of the season. Iron Chef's unable to perform game number 1. Because when they face off against a strong team like Spectre again, they could find themselves in trouble if they can't win 2 games in a row. Of course,
Agreed.
I'm saying that as if this game's on lock. It's only 6-3, but they certainly feel a lot more in control here than they did before.
Definitely, and they're playing the map a lot better than they did in the first game. Now, I do have to mention still the overall lack of vision.
Yeah, right now, well, Iron Chefs have more wards on the map than Imagine Cloud at the moment. That doesn't mean a whole lot given how little is on the map overall, but they do at least have Drake warded.
Yes, but you also have to keep in mind these Nidalee traps do grant vision on whatever target they hit. Meanwhile, Calabina has found himself maybe a little too far in. He's going to drop insanely low. Irelia is going to manage to get out the ultimates, is focusing Egoless Nirvana while the Ignite manages to pick that up. Now the attention is turned on to Brewer as the Encore gets dropped by Dr. Dad. Double kill goes down to JS Method. Meanwhile, Cool Crab in the backline has managed to solo kill Swift Duelist. Now, Just Relish is pushing up on Prince Zoo, trying to find his way into this kill. Drops the flash as well. They're going to head over to the Blast Cone. Stops for a minute.
And
And
he's
is
not going to be able
now
to get out.
1 HP with nowhere to go. Dr. Dad finds him.
Yeah, unfortunate that Dr. Dad found him though, because this means that Seraphine is now 3-2-1 and is building support Seraphine. She's got the Bandle Glass already, which means she's going for the Moonstone Renewer.
Yeah, I have to say, if I was Dr. Dad, I would have played that a little bit slower and wait to give that kill over to Just Relish.
Calabina is looking for the steal here, goes in and
And
steals
he
the
gets
Drake!
it!
Uses
He
the Curse of the
gets
Sad Mummy
it!
as well. Will be able to get away here, perhaps. The root comes down, though. Here comes Irelia. Can Irelia turn this fight around? Misses the stun, so Imagine Cloud will get out scot-free, but will lose the Drake.
This is a very, very back and forth game, though. We have to mention that steal by Calabina. That was so beautifully timed.
Yeah, absolutely perfect. Not even a moment for Egoless Nirvana to smite earlier. Do get
And
the charge
now
off, though, which will be a nice amount of gold in the pockets of that Nidalee.
I agree. And right now, Cool Crab is your strongest player. You know, it's a Sivir with Berserker Greaves and the Kraken Slayer online and ready at 13 minutes. You kind of got to play
Solar
around this.
Eclipse comes out.
Meanwhile, the Solar Eclipse isn't going to find too much shortly after. Right now, if you're Sivir, you really got to pop those ricochets and get those off in lane. Meanwhile, the ultimate's going to come out. Swift Duelist dropping insanely low. It looks like they might be looking for a dive here. Misfortune drops the bullet time. The Encore comes out right after. Seraphine's going to fall, and same with Swift Duelist. And they get out!
And look who's here to play bodyguard. It's JS Method. Gets a good stun onto Brewer. Has the mark, will go in, misses
Oh
the ultimate, but here
no!
comes Calabina. Calabina over the wall, gets the bandage toss onto Brewer, will get the second toss onto Egoless Nirvana as well. Everyone is so low, but the shutdown going over with the boomerang blade. This Nidalee not having a great time. Now Brewer trying to find something onto the Sivir, but the Relentless Predator is blocked by the spell shield, so Cool Crab picks up another. Now legendary at 9-0.
They are 9-0 before 15 minutes. This is terrifying.
And Cool Crab sitting on 2,500 gold. He's going to back and he's going to buy his second item at 14 minutes. This is insanity.
This is going to be a very, very steep uphill game for Imagine Cloud now. They've put themselves in a very dangerous situation. While it may only be a 2k gold lead, that 2k gold and more is sitting on Cool Crab, who is almost double the overall gold of Swift Duelist.
Yeah, doing a gorgeous job on the Sivir right now. Has the fully completed Kraken, has the Lord Dominic's regards, so he will be able to cut through these tanks. Calabina, though, might be in trouble. There are 3 members of Imagine Cloud on their way. Stun comes up. Here comes the Ornhorn. Dippy? We're gonna pretend we didn't see that, I think.
Yeah, that didn't happen. Let's divert our attention to this to JS Method, who is farming up that bot lane. He's pretty deep into that bot lane right now. Cool Crab is gonna pop the ultimate, even though he's
Exhaust comes out.
1v2. The exhaust gets cleansed by Swift Duelist, but it's not enough.
Great job by Cool Crab, just running down. Looks like he's going for
And
more.
he's diving, and he
Perfect
spell shield.
cleanse.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Well,
Cool Crab!
this Sivir is not coming out ever again. Eagleist
Oh,
Nirvana
and
may have bitten off more than he can chew.
Palutena! Oh
Oh
my
my
goodness!
gosh.
Oh my! The timing on that bandage toss was perfect. Now Brewer finds himself in a 1v1 with JS Method. It looks like it's going to be a very close one. The damage wall is going to come out, and it's not going to be enough for Brewer as JS Method manages to find the solo kill in the bot side.
And beautiful play by Iron Chefs across the map. Again, it looks like a completely different team from game 1.
This team has found their ground, they found their footing. And after game 1, you had mentioned before that is it possible that they only find their footing in game 2 to game 3? And I think that is because they don't have too much experience against these teams. They're finding their footing in the first game and trying to get an idea of how they play, and then they build the perfect counter around it.
Yeah, although the downside is now, Cool Crab is never getting Sivir in this league again.
Never.
We can just put a pin in that one.
That is never going to happen again.
Second Rift Herald will go down in favor of Imagine Cloud. Looks like Iron Chefs are more than happy to give that up for the Earth Drake, though. We'll be on track for a 28-minute soul.
Earth Drake is going to provide so much survivability for this team, especially for your melees who are going to go deep into that team. You have Dippy, who's going to greatly benefit from Mountain Drake. You have Calabina, who's going to greatly be increased by this Mountain Drake. JS Method, it gives him survivability and tankiness. And Cool Crab even gets to be able to possibly survive this Nidalee off the back of Mountain Drake.
Yeah, this is an incredibly valuable soul, arguably the best they could have gotten here.
I would definitely say so. The only thing that I would say might benefit this team even slightly more would be Infernal, which we saw last game.
Yeah, but Infernal does not save you from a Nidalee.
True, but at that point, it's who does more damage.
This is very true.
And right now, when you are 11-0 in 18 minutes and you're 2.5 items deep,
On
I
the hunt
think you
popped
might do a
here.
little more. Yes, Brewer is very out of position, but this is three ultimates that they used on Brewer.
Yeah, Cool Crab and Prince Zoo kind of death squatting here. Will use everything, but with how Cool Crab has been playing, I'm not so sure how much that matters. He has been out of his mind here. Ultimate coming out of Aurelia as well on the top side of the map, trying to run down just Relish. The damage out is incredible. Calabina is going to pick it up with a bandage toss, perhaps. Has to use the Curse of the Sad Mummy, but the burn from Despair.
Oh!
No, Relish flashes out.
Oh, and it looks like he might be looking for just a little bit more as the bullet time comes out. They do manage to find the kill on Calabina as Just Relish manages to go in just deep enough. The double kill, Eagleless Nirvana.
Yeah, they will sacrifice the inhibitor turret here, though. Is
And
that a
you have
worthwhile
to
trade
think,
for a couple kills?
I think absolutely not. I think the full team rotation to top lane there was questionable.
And unfortunately for Imagine Cloud, they didn't get the most important target there, who is Cool Crab, sitting on 1,000 gold shutdown, 11-0-3, will be at 3 items when he next backs. That is a terrifying, terrifying Sivir. Misfortune doesn't even have her second item close to complete.
Yeah, the name of the game right now is Sivir, who is up 4,000 gold right now.
We might need another steal though. Baron down to about 6,000 health. Here comes the team of Iron Chefs. Cool Crab with the on the hunt manages to block the knock from Aatrox, but here comes Gruer. A
Oh,
huge shutdown onto the Sivir. JS Method is very deep alongside Prince Zu. Here comes the call of the Forge God, but it's too little, too late. Can Calabina help to turn this fight around? There are no damage members. There's only tanks left, and that's going to be a rout of Iron Chefs.
that is unbelievable. Once Cool Crab fell, the rest of the team came crumbling very shortly after. Now, this is one of the downsides of having all of your gold stacked on one player.
And the other half of that was after taking the inhibitor turret, the Sivir did not have time to back. So she was sitting on the gold for Infinity Edge. It was not complete during that fight.
And that would have been a game changer. It would have bumped out so much more crit damage. And now the Baron power play goes over to Imagine Cloud. Is it possible that we see a comeback starting to form off the back of this?
Yeah, it's entirely possible. It will depend on how Imagine Cloud chooses to take advantage of this boon that they have been given.
Definitely, it seems like one mistake ended up costing them quite a bit there. Now let's see how Imagine Cloud decides to rotate and set up with this Baron power play.
Gruer potentially in trouble here. Gets stunned up by JS Method. Prince Zu is here as well, but the
The
E
teleport seems to be
misses.
coming out here from Just Relish, and now this is looking to be a fight as the ultimate gets popped. They know it's a 3v2 with Cool Crab there, who does an absurd amount of damage. Cool Crab dropping Just Relish in just a few auto attacks. This is now breaking out to be a team fight. The Lunar Eclipse comes out. Bullet Time is going to come out as well as the Encore. Double kill Cool Crab.
And Cool Crab is still
And
alive on the back of this fight.
Cool Crab is still alive, just barely. It looks like this team's going to look to back off as Dragon spawns in the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, are there any honey fruits available to top up these health bars? Looks like the answer is going to be no, so they will have to take this fight a little bit low. But without the ultimates available from Swift Duelist and Dr. Dad, they should be fairly safe to do this if they just pull out the Drake.
Yeah, and with 3 or 4 members of this team at damn near full health, you got to be scared looking to try and contest this. They try to scout it out with the Nidalee Spear, knows that it's not in place and is being done, but they choose to let it go.
Yep, that is a third Drake taken here for the side of Iron Chefs. One more in 5 minutes will make Earth Soul. And that could make it harder for Gruer to do what he did just 2 minutes ago.
And Gruer is showing himself right now very similar to that Galio last week. Very almost exactly the same scoreline at this exact point. Currently 2-7.
However, it's not the scoreline that necessarily matters, it's whether you can perform in the moment of truth. He already did it in one fight this game. Can he do it again?
It's going to be tough, especially knowing that they are going to protect this Sivir. They're going to really stand in front of this and try not to let Gruer onto that back line. That team fight that happened before was just Relish coming around the side and forcing Cool Crab to move up into that team with a beautiful pincer attack. It's just a matter of can they do it again.
Disappointing Baron power play for the side of Imagine Cloud. I think they actually lost gold on that one.
They made in total they made 1,300 gold.
Which is less than
Not
the
a
value
whole
of the
lot.
Baron take, because that's worth 1,500.
Correct. They made very little gold off of this Baron power play, instead used it to try and defend, but even still lost out in those fights.
Yeah, Iron Chef's doing a good job of keeping the pressure up here, not letting up on the gas even after the mistake. We're starting to see second and third items coming out here from both teams. Is there anything surprising here to you?
Let's take a look. I personally don't know how I feel about the Iron Spike whip on Aurelia. Uh, I've seen a lot of Irelias that prefer to go like Divine Sunderer because it gives you that bonus burst damage there.
Sure.
Uh, but aside from that, I'm loving the amount of Thorn Mails I'm seeing, knowing that they're going against a damn near full AD comp with just Seraphine and Nidalee being AP on that team.
I do have one thing that jumps out at me that I do not particularly like in this case, and that's Swift Duelist going Bloodthirster item number 2.
You know, I have been doing some research into Misfortune lately as I've been playing a little bit of AD carry. And for some reason, a lot of people seem to like this Bloodthirster second item, but I don't. It feels overall weaker of a pick.
Yeah, there are other items that are just as gold efficient or better, and with the amount of anti-heal on the side of Iron Chefs here, it doesn't offer the value it's supposed to in terms of keeping you alive.
Definitely, I would have looked to go for something like a Lord Dominic second instead, especially because you're up against such a tanky team comp. You want to be able to deal that percent health damage. You want to be able to make sure you're pulling out ahead here.
Absolutely. We do see Iron Chefs beginning to take control over this barren area, have completely cut off the river for Imagine Cloud, and now JS Method around the side uses the
And
ultimate and
here
finds
is
two.
here's the engage. Call of the Forge God manages to knock some people up. Bullet Time's gonna come out, not doing all that much damage, but Brewer is gonna manage to take out JS Method. Swift Duelist is gonna fall in the background to Calabina. Prince Zoo and Calabina have now found their way onto Brewer, and that is going to be the double kill. But more important than that, Cool Crab managing to force the ace here.
And with that ace, with 30 seconds on the death timers of all but Dr. Dad, this is almost definitely going to be game.
You know, I had mentioned with the pick of the Irelia, do they think they can make this a 27-minute game? Here we are, 27 minutes, and it looks like it is going to be GG.
Yeah, forget Caster Curse, you Caster blessed him there. Prince Zoo falling very low, but it will not matter. Cool Crab free firing on the Nexus will take it down. Gets that plus 50 to end this match.
That is going to be GG.
Well, a completely different Iron Chefs than what we saw in Game 1, Celio. How much of a mentality shift must that have been for that team?
Right now, I think a lot of those fights were called out by Cool Crab deciding on when to engage and when not to. Cool Crab definitely had such an advantage that when he was in position, these fights broke out and went exactly the way he wanted them to go. He only died once that entire game, and that was at the hands of Brewer towards Baron Pit.
Yeah, a gorgeous, gorgeous game by the AD carry of Iron Chefs. We'll have to see if he can recapture that in game number 3 here. We're going to step aside for just a couple of minutes here to let these teams regroup before our final draft of this particular match. So we will be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to draft number 3 of match number 2 here on a lovely, lovely Saturday night here at BTL. Imagine Cloud, after having lost game number 2, chose to take blue side once again. Little bit surprising there that they chose not to take the red side where they had so much success in game number 1.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Now, one thing that I want to point out is the bans. Do we see bans change on the side of Imagine Cloud going into this next game?
If we don't see a Sivir ban, I believe Cloud wants to lose. Unless they're going to pick it up for Duelist.
Oh, well, there's the Annie ban, so let's see if that is going to be a first pick Sivir or if they're going to choose to give this up. Meanwhile, we see the Elise ban. Elise, very popular of a ban against Egoless Nirvana. He has a lot of experience on the champion. We see the Zillion ban against Brewer. Again, a very high percent win rate and very comfortable on that champion. And then the Victor ban as well, trying to target Brewer, keep Brewer from really getting onto those champions he's comfortable with to steamroll this. Uh, and we see the hover on Seraphine again, who is, again, a 100% pick or ban in this tournament, or in
I
this league.
I hate this. I feel like this is Cloud consigning themselves to a loss because there's no way that Sivir does not get picked up in first rotation red side here.
Let's see if you are right as they lock in the Yone. A interesting pick, and they pick the Amumu as well, so Sivir is not picked up right away by Iron Chefs. This is very interesting.
Color me baffled then.
I agree with you. I think it was a priority pick on the side of Iron Chefs, and you need to be able to lock down those picks, especially against Swift Duelist, who basically knows every AD carry in the game.
Yeah, we'll see. And here it is, picked up by Imagine Cloud. A missed opportunity for Iron Chefs after a stellar game number 2 for Cool Crab.
This is a major, major missed opportunity. I agree with you 100%.
We'll have to see what they choose to put Cool Crab on here. The Misfortune is technically available.
Oh, Echo. Now this could be a flex pick. This could also be Egoless Nirvana wanting this Echo.
Yeah, it could also be technically either of the solo laners here.
Oh.
Echo was a standby in the top lane for a few seasons, and I still see it once in a while.
And hello to my favorite champion to exist in League of Legends. That is a Twitch pickup.
Hey, hold up. I thought your favorite champion was Ornn.
He's not one of he's one of my favorites, but my all-time number 1 seed is Twitch. And the reason why is because of his quotes. Come on, man. Twitch is funny.
This is true, unless he picks the, what is it? The not medieval, the, like, fantasy Twitch, whose voice is pitched up 12
Twitch
degrees and it's
Swiftfoot.
awful.
Yes, that is Twitch Swiftfoot. And I hate that skin as well. But fun fact, it is the only skin I have for Twitch because I refuse to spend money on Riot Games.
That is valid. Well,
and now for the rest of these bans, Aatrox banned away from Just Relish, and the Zed banned away from Egoless Nirvana.
So
Meanwhile,
Iron Chefs thinks this Echo's going in mid or top.
Definitely so. Meanwhile, we have the Yuumi and Renata Glass bans, but that's not going to mean too much when Lulu is the optimal pick for Twitch.
Is this just a missed opportunity by Cloud, or were they more scared of Yuumi Renata here?
You know, I have to mention Renata Glask is overall one of the most powerful supports in the game, with easily the most game-changing ultimate in the game. And when you're going against Echo, who buffs his auto attacks, Sivir, who does a ton of auto attack damage, you have to keep in mind that this Renata Glask could ruin everything that we're building here.
That's fair.
And we see the set picked up by Just Relish. I have not seen him on this set yet.
Hey, we could technically have a jungle set here.
Oh, nope, that is a Jungle Lee Sin, which means that Brewer is going to be on that Echo.
All right. Well, that is the team comp set for Imagine Cloud. How do you feel about it?
I feel pretty good with that team comp. It actually puts Brewer on a carry potential, and you have Sivir Seraphine in the bot lane, one of the most powerful team comps. But on the other side of things, you have Twitch and Lulu, who are single handedly one of the most team fight dominant champions in the game. Then you have a Mumu with Curse of the Sad Mummy. You have Yone, who's able to pump out a ton of damage. And to top it all off, it's Ornn again. So the Call of the Forge God is going to come out and be even more team fight damage.
Now, does Iron Chefs fall into the same potential pitfall that they had in game number 2, where they have a focus on AD? Or does the Twitch and the Yone, who both have fairly mixed damage, even that out a bit?
I think it's very dependent on what the Twitch build is going to be. No matter what, he's going to take lethal tempo. So we're not going to know which Twitch this is going to be until he finally purchases that first item. Normally, Twitches like to go with the Dorn's Ring at the start just for the mana regen. So it's going to be one of those things that I'm excited to see which way this Twitch goes. If he goes AP, then you have stacking true damage that you have to worry about. But if he goes AD, then you have to worry about the entire rat.
Yeah, and obviously the Yone of JS Method, after a masterclass on the Aurelia, looking pretty good throughout game number 2, having another diving assassin bruiser here in the mid lane should be a good look for this player.
JS Method seems to have found himself most comfortable on these melee mid laners. He likes the Yone, he played very well on the Aurelia, so it's going to be one of these things where if this Yone pops off, there's nothing on the side of Imagine Cloud that can stop it.
Yeah, at best, they can buy some time with a well-placed face breaker or a kick of the... Or is it just dragon kick? Or is it kick of
Yeah,
the dragon?
Dragon Kick.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this game looks. Both teams are very powerful and both teams follow the meta pretty well this patch. So I am really excited to see what this game turns out being. This one's going to be another nail biter.
Yeah, we'll have a lot of fun with this. We are going to step aside for just a couple of minutes here to let these teams load onto the Rift, but when we come back, game number 3 to decide which of these two teams stays 0-2 and which one walks out with their first win in BTL. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
Crazy.
Yeah, I can imagine. That's bonkers for a silver gold player.
Yeah, honestly, I managed to generate a lot of gold, but
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on to the Rift for the deciding game between these two teams. We have Imagine Cloud on the blue side and Iron Chefs on the red. Imagine Cloud came out with a decisive game 1 victory while playing on the red side, but the Iron Chefs came back swinging, and on the back of the Cool Crab Sivir took home the win in game number 2. We are now approaching game number 3, and it is anyone's match.
it definitely is. It looks like we have a whole bunch of safe picks here, a whole bunch of picks that people feel comfortable on. You know, we saw Calabina on this Amumu last game. A little bit of poke damage going to come down, not too much going to come from it. But we saw Calabina on the Samumu last game. A lot of fantastic Curse of the Sad Mummies. We saw Dippy on this Orn last game. He did a lot of great Call of the Forge Gods. So I'm really excited to see what happens this game, especially because Brewer and the entire side of Imagine Cloud, for the most part, are on different champions.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this game plays out. Looks like we're going to have fairly standard starts, but Egoless Nirvana will be working towards the bot side here.
I think I like that idea, especially because if you look at your bot lane, you have Sivir Seraphine, and they have Twitch Lulu. If the more you shut down Twitch, the more you shut down Lulu, the better off your team is going to be throughout this entire competition.
However, that means that you have to execute, because if you die a couple of extra times to that Twitch, that just accelerates him.
Ooh, Just Relish getting a lot of damage down onto Dippy early. Just Relish loves these level 1, level 2 fights.
Yeah, they seem to work out pretty well for him. However, last game he wasn't able to transition that momentum into anything meaningful in the late game.
I agree with you completely, and right now we are once again in this early game neutral stance. So if you are on the side of Imagine Cloud right now, after just coming off of a hard loss against this team, what are you kind of looking to do differently this game?
I mean, the win condition from game 2 was Cool Crab. So your job, if you are anyone on Imagine Cloud, is to make sure Cool Crab hates his life by the time he gets out of this match. You send 3 members to gank him. You dive him. You push members deep into the jungle so that you can catch him in transitions. If he gets off the ground here, you know you're in trouble. So that's what Imagine Cloud has to do.
I agree with you completely, and it looks like this first fight is going to break out towards the mid lane as Eagleist Nirvana gets onto JS Method, but it looks like JS Method is going to turn this. The flash may be a little bit questionable, but now Eagleist Nirvana and Brewer are both in very dangerous territory. Brewer is going to get a little bit of damage down, forced to flash himself, and now they are in enemy territory.
Yeah,
This is
deep
going to
behind
be
enemy lines.
interesting, and it looks like they're both trying to find something here. Brewer manages to get in
Calabina!
onto Calabina. Calabina's dropping insanely low. First blood goes to JS Method, though, who manages to pick up that kill onto Egoless Nirvana. Now, that is not what you want.
No, and Calabina managing to escape to the top turret without dying. So the Yone got out ahead. The Lee Sin burned a lot of time. 2 flashes down. And that's gold in the pockets of Iron Chef. And with JS Method having performed well on this Assault Bruiser last game, this isn't what you want to see to start this game off.
You know right now that Brewer and Egoless Nirvana are both banging their head against the wall trying to figure out why this play went as tough as it did. Meanwhile, Cool Crab is looking for any little bit of engage he can get in the bot lane. Twitch loves those early game fights, contrary to popular belief.
Yeah, struggling a little bit right now on CS, but with the mana situation of both of these people being so low for Imagine Cloud, this might be the chance.
Double exhaust. Egoless Nirvana manages to get down there. He manages to land that Q, forces Cool Crab to flash. Prince Zoo is going to have to flash shortly after. Both of them manage to live, but that is the exhaust, both flashes, and the ignite down on the side of Cool Crab and Prince Zoo in the spot lane.
Yeah, that was expensive, but crucially, they didn't die. So
That is
they lose a bunch of health. They have to play very carefully, but they didn't give gold over to Swift Duelist. So this is something that they can come back from still.
definitely so, and especially on Twitch, whose the name of the game is those team fights. I gotta say, just turned on my AC. It feels great.
Alabina looking for a gank here will be spotted out by the ward if he goes over the wall. But Cool Crab in that ambush form is ready for something should it come to pass.
And now we're gonna see how long it's gonna take Calabina to do this. You know, he's got camps up right now on the map, and he's diverting a lot of time and attention down to the spot side. Meanwhile, JS Method and Brewer are having a little bit of a scuffle in the mid lane. Not too much gonna come from Calabina entering the bot lane.
No, not a whole bunch, but it did take Sivir's flash, and it did buy space for Cool Crab to farm for a bit.
That is very true. Right now, you know, Cool Crab is down 11 CS. That's about 300 gold.
Yeah, additionally, Swift Duelist has the coal, so that will be some extra gold in this Sivir's pocket in about 50 minions.
Coal is one of those items that is very back and forth. You know, it can be very fantastic on a couple of champions, but on the others, it's like, why do you even look at coal? But with Sivir in particular, it's one of those things that delays her. I wouldn't say really delay, as it is, you get an item that pays for itself in the long run. But meanwhile, Dippy and Relish are going to have a little bit of a scuffle in the top lane. The Brittle proc is going to come out. Just Relish dropping insanely low. They fall into Just Relish's minions and they manage to get out okay. Now
Yeah,
we're going to start to reset to neutral.
Dippy struggling a bit in this top lane. 20 minions down already at 7.5 minutes. Not a good look for this top lane, but Dippy on the Mega Tank should be able to continue absorbing pressure even if he's a little bit gold poor.
And that's just one of the things with Ornn is he always executes this pressure. Ooh, beautiful ultimate by Yone. Manages to buy himself to safety. Meanwhile, Calabina's on the back lane, forcing the flash out of Egoless Nirvana.
Beautiful counter engage by the side of Iron Chefs, making sure that they got some good value out of that on the end of that fight.
Brewer is feeling a little bit of confidence this game. He managed to buy that Dark Seal. You know how good the Dark Seal can end up proving itself to be.
Absolutely. Iron Chefs are going ahead and starting this Drake. The Lee Sin is in the area. Doesn't have Smite for a couple of seconds more, so this is Calabina's Drake to lose. However, Lee Sin has the 900 Smite. Calabina only has 450. It will not matter. Calabina gets the Smite and
The
doesn't
rat
manage to
tat
trigger the
tat.
Curse of the Sad Mummy.
The rat attack came out over by the Twitch deal, pumped a lot of damage in from very far away there. Now Brewer has managed to regroup with the team, but it is just a little bit too late.
And that is another kill for the Yone.
It really is, and Yone getting these power spikes in the early game is very tough. It is very similar and very reminiscent to Yasuo. Meanwhile, Dippy with a beautiful flash in the top lane. This is coming down to the very edge of it in the top lane.
Yeah, but look at that CS. Almost doubled already. Just Relish really, really outperforming in this laning phase so far.
Just Relish is doing a fantastic job at farming. Not only is he out farming the Ornn, he's got the most farm in the game right now.
Which is utterly incredible considering how well Method and Swift Duelists have been doing at keeping up their farm.
It is It's astounding, really. Just Relish is doing a fantastic job.
Exhaust
Meanwhile,
comes out.
Cool Crab comes right out of the ambush, managing to pick up the solo on the Swift Duelist. Call of the Forge God comes out in the top lane. Not too much comes out from that.
JS Method forced a flash from Dr. Dad in the bot lane.
Ooh.
Good job roaming down there behind that bot turret to make sure that there was nothing that Dr. Dad could do to stick around. Dippy needs to realize that he can't really stick around here, though, as the Lee Sin is right behind him, and with his half health bar, he's very, very vulnerable to a dive.
Especially because he does not have Call of the Forge God. He used it very recently, and here's Egoless Nirvana now going to show himself. Dippy is in a very, very precarious situation. Just Relish tanking the tower. The punch comes out to kill him, and Just Relish is going to manage to live. Ooh,
Yeah,
meanwhile, in this mid lane, JS Method forces Gruer to ult.
yeah, very good job by the top lane of Imagine Cloud and by the jungler and wait, I already said that. And by the mid lane of Iron Chef. I'll get there eventually. It's a day that ends in Y. Um, to get gains on in their relative fights. However, a little bit better for Imagine Cloud because they got the kill.
Definitely so. Now it looks like bot lane is doing pretty decently well. You have to keep your eye on this Twitch. Twitch is one of those champions where if you stay within 10 to 15 CS of your opponent, you're doing more than God's work out here.
Yeah, currently just 3 CS down, although it will balloon up to perhaps 6 as these last few get taken. Still well within that strike zone. And Cool Crab has already shown that he can hard carry from this bot lane role.
That is correct. And on a champion such as Twitch, that is so scary, especially the later the game goes. You have to divert so much attention to Twitch the later the game goes on. As we start to look towards mid game, is where you're going to see these team fights break out and where Twitch is going to possibly be a menace.
Absolutely. And you don't realize it in game, perhaps, but the effective tax on a team from the vision control that you need to counter Twitch is incredible. The
The
number of
curse
pink
of the
wards that you
sad
need.
mummy. In this mid lane, Gruer fell extremely low. He was forced to flash out of that, but Eagleist Nirvana is the one who's going to take the death for it. He's 1 in 3, and this is perhaps the worst I have seen him play yet.
He may be 1 in 3, but he has also had a good effect across the map. So these deaths have not been in vain.
That is true, but right now Yone is sitting at 3 and 0.
Yeah, Yone doing a great job. The other thing I want to call attention to
The
is the fact that
rat-tat-tat.
I'll hold.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, no, no. I was waiting for Cool Crab to try and get some kills there. The expunge not quite in range for Swift Duelist, unfortunately. Otherwise, that Sivir would have been gone.
That was very, very scary. Once the rat-tat-tat came out, they managed to drop the exhaust onto Twitch, which was just what they needed. Otherwise, that would have been a kill for Twitch.
Yeah, what I was going to say was this CS difference in the top lane is continuing to balloon, now up to 64. Ornn can't even approach the wave.
Relish is doing a fantastic job in that top side. But that is another dragon going down. It looks like we're going to be looking at our third Cloud Soul of the day.
Yeah, Cloud Soul pretty good for this particular team. The Yone being able to reposition, the Lulu with it on the Wild Growth, the Twitch after the Ratatat being able to reposition and chase down. It's a powerful, powerful Drake.
I'm excited to see what they're able to do with it, and that is if they manage to get it. Now they are 2 Drakes away.
Yeah, we're
But
sitting at about a 23-minute
ooh,
soul timer here.
JS Method might be in a pretty dangerous situation here as he finds himself caught deep by Egoless Nirvana, and that is a shutdown to Swift Duelist. As we mentioned, the Sivir has the ability to ramp up, and it looks like they're looking for more as they find their way onto Calabina. Dr. Dad with the flash does not manage to land the snare, but Egoless Nirvana is not ready to let this one go. Curse of the Sad Mummy comes out. Is he going to land the Q? He does not! But Swift Duelist does, and that is a kill. Now Brewer has found himself onto Prince Zoo. And Prince Zoo is going to manage to walk out of that fight.
Cool
But
Crab, hello.
Cool Crab is waiting and plays it nicely as he manages to just casually half health them. Ooh, Eagleist Nirvana manages to land the Q, finds himself deep. The Encore comes out. Cool Crab nowhere to go. Eagleist perhaps a little too far now, but does manage to get out safely.
These health bars are oh so low. If JS Method can get in there using the patented Yone engage from 3 screens away, this could be a triple. Yone
It's
doesn't
very
seem quite
possible.
there. Here it comes.
He was looking for it. He did manage to get the ignite down. Will it be enough? It will!
450 gold shutdown in the pocket of that Yone, salvaging just a little bit. A disastrous fight for Iron Chefs.
This is really a very close game. Even though it is 3,000 gold in the favor of Imagine Cloud, these fights are going any which way, and now Egoless Nirvana has found himself out of position, manages to just barely get away. Dr. Dad fell extremely low. JS Method now forced to flash away. Nowhere really to go. Now he has managed to find his way out, and just Relish decides to let it go as he is outnumbered.
Yeah, nice attempt there by the side of Iron Chefs to find Egoless Nirvana. Unfortunately, Lee Sin is very, very slippery and is able to get out just fine.
And now it looks like the bot lane turret is going to fall at the hands of Brewer. That is the second turret to have fallen this game. And mainly that is making up the gold difference plus the CS difference in top.
Yeah, the CS difference in top accounting for a 1,500 gold lead right now. Dippy
That is
does not get to play the
crazy.
game.
Dippy does not. I mean, Set has always been a very powerful pick, one of the strongest brawlers in the game. Loves to duel, loves to find himself in those 1v3 team fights as well. Dippy is doing as much as he can, but he's found himself at a 2-level deficit already.
Yeah, Facebreaker comes out, lands the stun, but it looks like we have another fight going on in the bot river, and Prince
Right,
Zoo not
you
in good
are.
shape. A
The curse of the
huge
sad
four-man curse.
mummy. Meanwhile, the Encore came out as well. Eagleist Nirvana now finds himself in a little bit of a precarious situation. The Rat-Tat-Tat comes out, and they manage to pick up one kill on the Calabina, following very shortly after is Cool Crab, who is going to fall to Brewer as well.
I have checked. We do have confirmation that it was reverted to spray and pray, by the way.
Spray and pray. My
Mm-hmm.
bad.
It was
That's just me showing how old I am with League of Legends.
Yeah, it was Spray and Pray originally, then they swapped it to Rat-a-tat-tat, and now it's back to Spray and Pray because that was always the better name.
I agree with you. It definitely was. Is it also expunge or is it still contaminate?
That's a good question.
It is contaminate.
Oof. Well, I am incorrect on that one then.
Man, Twitch has gone through so many ability renames.
It's wild because the names were fine when they started. They just decided that it needed to be updated and re-updated and de-updated, and now
You
nobody knows
know,
what's going on.
it's one of these games now that is still looking either way. There's a 5,000 gold lead for the side of Imagine Cloud, and it looks like a fight's gonna be breaking out here in the mid lane any minute now. Just
Ambush is
Relish has
triggered.
found himself down here.
Look at how far away Dippy is, though. If they start this fight, it's going to be a 4v5 at the start, even with the range of that call of the Forge God.
They managed to drop the pink ward in there. Now they know that Just Relish is down here as well. It is now looking for a 5v5 20 minutes in for this
Call of the
dragon. Call
Forge
of the
God
Forge
comes.
God is going to come in, finds nobody. Facebreaker comes out, and it looks like this fight is going deep. JS Method has found himself in a very bad situation. Brewer manages to fall on a rampage there. Just Relish lives, and now they are on the back foot. They go and it looks like they're going to choose to give this dragon up.
No, they're going to send Calabina to attempt a steal. However, the W of Echo is more than enough to zone away this Amumu, who's actually going to fall here at the hands of Gruer. Gruer now unstoppable at 5-0-1. Flash forced out of Dippy as Egoless Nirvana is chasing down this Ornn. Swift Duelist on his back will
Ooh,
provide some extra damage. Not needed as Egoless Nirvana under the turret secures the ram.
what a fantastic play both by Egoless Nirvana and Gruer. Gruer managing to get the solo kill onto Calabina was massive. He didn't bust any summoner spells. He was able to keep up just basically off his abilities alone and force the Curse of the Sad Mummy out of Amumu.
Yeah, and with all those kills, they secure a Baron here. And
And
this
the
feels like it's
Baron
starting to
power play.
tilt.
We are now at an 8,000 gold lead.
Scales are tilting in favor of Imagine Cloud. What can Iron Chefs do to turn this game back in their favor?
Right now, it's a matter of getting Twitch online. The faster that you can get Twitch with experience and gold, the better off Twitch is going to be. So you have to turtle throughout this Baron power play. Don't give them too much gold around the map, and then look to funnel into Twitch. Give him as much CS as possible right now. Get him that 3-4 item power spike that he so desperately craves.
Currently sitting at an item and a half, looking for something with the ambush here, but not able to find an angle. Prince Zoo standing on top of him kind of gave away the name of the game there.
Yeah, and I understand that, as Lulu, you want to be able to buff up that Twitch, you want to be able to give him what he needs, but instead, what you really should be doing is looking to put that whimsy and that help picks onto Twitch, and then walk away from him and let him go for that engage.
Speaking of engages here, Gruer and Egoless Nirvana looking to find this top turret will do so. With the teleport coming in as well from Relish, looks like the fight will continue.
The TP is now coming down from Dippy as this top side is looking like a fight will break out pretty shortly. Calabina gets hit with the Lee Sin Sonic Wave, is going to start to back off here. JS Method is sitting on half health. I don't know if this is the fight you're really looking for.
Dippy,
But
what are you doing there?
Dippy decides to go in for this fight, and the Facebreaker comes out. And now they are neck deep. The Encore comes out as well. Calabina is going to find the first kill on the Dr. Dad. HP bars are so low. Eagleist Nirvana forced to flash. Swift Duelist is full HP walking into this fight. Everything is looking good for Duelist right now. The exhaust comes out. JS Method somehow manages to get away. Dippy falls to Eagleist Nirvana. Cool Crab is there, and now the Spray and Pray comes out. And Cool Crab gets the follow up kill there, but Just Relish is not ready to let this one go. He finds JS Method, punches him in the face for the kill.
And we have to call attention to the enormous Haymaker. 850 true damage onto 3 separate members of Iron Chefs there coming out of Just Relish.
That Haymaker was a decisive factor in that fight.
Cut through Zoo, Calabina, and Dippy like they were all so much butter.
Oh, Cool Crab, maybe a little bit out of position, managed to actually kite his way into a safe spot. And Calabina finds the kill on the Swift Duelist. Now it's Brewer on the back line. He's
Brewer
trying
has
to
no
find
chrono
his way
break.
out of this fight. No chrono break available to him. Dodges the bandage toss. He's going to make it out okay. Meanwhile, Just Relish in the top lane, trying to turn this fight around from no HP. He might do it. Dippy manages to kill him for his first kill of the game.
Good look for Dippy there. Calabina doesn't manage to steal his blue buff back, though.
That's right, Brewer did manage to steal that away from him. It
Hey,
is a tough game for Calabina right now.
hey, Celio, you know what time it is?
What time is that?
It's Drake fight time.
It is Drake fight time, as Dragon will be spawning in 25 seconds. Are you ready for this?
Given how this game is going, I don't know that I'm ready for anything.
It is a tough game right now, a 10,000 gold lead. They furthered their gold lead by an additional 2,000 gold on that Baron power play.
Not the most extreme Baron power play we've ever seen, but certainly acceptable. Cool Crab and JS Method need to start rotating over to this Drake, which has just spawned. The Amumu is a little bit behind, so Iron Chefs are going to be on the back foot here, should they choose to even go for this Drake.
Now, I think that they should look to honestly give this dragon up. You're behind a lot of gold right now. You have objective bounties all across this map. It might be a better idea to start getting some more gold in your pocket.
I don't disagree. There are plenty of things out there that would be valuable here. A second Drake for the side of Imagine Cloud isn't going to kill anyone. Brewer looks like he's going to start the engage here.
The
A
Encore
huge...
comes out. Call of the Forge God comes out. He's unable to move to hit that Ox Calabina, dropping incredibly low. Manages to be safe for just a minute longer. JS Method turns around, manages to pick up a kill. And now it looks like this fight is just about over as Imagine Cloud 3-for-1.
Yeah, again, a huge Seraphine ult. And also, Twitch, despite free firing for the vast majority of that fight, was doing next to no damage.
I have to say Twitch's targeting there was a little bit on the weaker side. When you have the Kraken Slayer and you have the Blade of the Ruin King, you really want to play front to back, especially because when you pop that spray and pray, all of your shots penetrate and they attack anybody else behind that. So playing front to back and playing to circle around that Twitch is what you really want to do there. But as I had mentioned before, they should have given that up. They should have looked for these objective bounties around the map, and they should have looked to try and close some of this gold lead.
Yeah, the gold lead staying steady at 10,000 right now. I didn't even notice. Brewer has been holding on to a Mage Eyes.
That is true, and he's 22 stacks deep on it.
That is a pretty big Mage Eyes.
Right now, Brewer has the ability to one-shot Cool Crab. He's got the ability to one-shot Prince Zoo, and on a good day, he's got the ability to one-shot JS Method as well. As I had mentioned, though, they are starting to finally take down some of these objective bounties.
Yeah, one turret here will offer 250 gold across the board. That's just 50 gold a person, but it's still better than nothing.
And now the focus is shifted towards Baron's side. We see both teams are playing around the mid to top side and are fighting for vision control.
Yeah, Cool Crab and Swift Duelist trading wave clears in the mid lane, but here comes Brewer
And
with the engage.
yup, here we go. Brewer has found his way into this fight. Calabina dropped insanely low. That is now a 25 stacked Echo on this Magi's.
Yeah, and that's gonna be a problem. It was already a problem, but it's gonna be even more of a problem, because as this Echo gets bigger, the Chrono Break continues to get stronger, so it becomes more and more impossible for the Echo to die. Which means that this Mage Eyes, short of a disastrous fight for Brewer, is never going to get reset.
Yeah, I think this is the first Magi's I've seen of the league so far. And if not the first, it is the first I've seen reach fully stacked. Now, JS Method has found himself way out of position, falls to Brewer as well. Brewer might have wanted to give that kill over to the Sivir just to share a little bit of the love, but at this point, you are so far ahead, you can't control your damage.
Hey, Celio, one point though. 5 item echo.
Yeah, 5 item echo. You are 100% correct on that.
He at this point is the major carry. He will continue to be a enormous damage threat with the Rapidons, with the Proto Belt, with the Nashers. He can cut through anyone here. Swift Duelist, if he wants to win, is happy playing second fiddle.
I have to agree, and this is probably the first time we've seen Egoless Nirvana take a more supportive position for the rest of his team.
And it's nice to see because that shows that he can play other roles in the team comp, which is not something that we had seen from him up to this point.
And, when I looked at Egoless Nirvana, there's one thing that he's kept in his back pocket here for a while, and that is his ability to play Jarvan. Jarvan is actually not only his highest win rate champion, but his highest played champion.
And yet we
I
have not seen it here in BTL.
Not yet, and I'm very excited to see when he pulls that out and if it's going to be a game changer down the line. But in this game, they are still up 11,000 gold.
Yeah, up 11, have the Baron for another minute here, looking to push through this mid lane and potentially the top lane at the same time to force an end here.
And Brewer has the ability to. Ooh, it looks like this fight is going to break out. The Call of the Forge God is going to come out as well as the Spray and Pray. Brewer has managed to pick up the kill onto Cool Crab. JS Method going to fall very shortly after to Just Relish, and Eagoless Nirvana manages to take out. Ooh, my goodness. Did you see that Lulu pop?
I saw a Lulu and then I stopped seeing a Lulu. I stopped sawing a Lulu.
My goodness. That is two perfect games by Brewer.
Well, I think we have our MVP.
I would agree with you 100%.
Um, well, let's see. Do we want to take a look at getting Brewer in here briefly?
Yeah, we can look to do that. Ask, one or two questions.
Yeah, let's ping him here. While I'm doing that, you want to break down what all went down and how Imagine Cloud pulled that off?
Definitely. Imagine Cloud in the early game there was having a little bit of a tough time aside from Just Relish, who managed to establish a major gold lead over CS. As the game continued, Egoless Nirvana provided a lot of map pressure. As you see, with 14 assists, he was able to give over quite a bit of kills. As we saw the team fights starting to break out, we saw Echo very deep onto that back line. Echo was always on top of the Lulu and the Twitch. Meanwhile, Yone and Ornn had to play on the more aggressive side. While the Curse of the Sad Mummy managed to hit, 3 or 4 members at a time, that was not enough to stop the overall damage that pushed this game as fast as it did and as deep as it did. Then you had Brewer just taking the rest of the game and kind of running with it.
Yeah, speaking of Brewer, looks like he's ready to chat with us, so we'll hop down and take a quick conversation with him.
Sounds like a plan.
Well, joining us now is the mid laner of Imagine Cloud, our very own Brewer. Congratulations on your win and some outstanding play in games 1 and 3.
Hey, thank you, thank you. It was a fun series. It was pretty close. Games 1 and 3 went pretty well. Game 2, not so much, but that's just credit to Iron Chefs. They played a good series for sure.
Yeah, did y'all have any concerns after how game 2 went that you might be in a little bit too deep for game number 3?
No, because we came into the series with respect for them. I mean, they're a good team, so I wasn't 100% surprised. Game 2 wasn't exactly like our most comfortable draft. We haven't played some of those picks quite as much, so I felt confident game 3 that when I saw our draft, like I just knew we could carry it, we could win.
Now that is a good point. I want to bring up the games that you all had last week. What was the major momentum change from last week to this week? You seemed like
Mm-hmm.
a entirely different player this week.
Yeah, we got 0-2'd, and I know nobody on our team was happy about that performance. The first game, especially, I was really not happy with like my personal performance, so I was trying really hard to just focus on like improving that this week, which I was happy about. And then just as a team, like we sat down after that game, and it was only a couple days ago, but we kind of recognized what we thought were our weaknesses from that, and then kind of what we needed to change. And I just feel really happy. I feel like everybody came in with a reinvigorated game plan, and like this is the team that we can be. Like we can win these games pretty easily if we're all playing on all cylinders.
That is a very good point. And I would also like to ask you one more question, and that is how do you feel personally having not one, but two perfect KD games?
That definitely feels good. At the end of the day, as long as we win, I'm going to be happy. But to do it against one of the better mid laners in the whole tournament, a Masters player as well, so that definitely feels good. So I'm happy with the performance. But got just 1 week, so lots more games to be played.
Actually, I do have one last question for you on my behalf.
Sure.
The Magi's.
Yeah, that's not like ego or anything. I just think that's a really good item on Echo. He probably builds it better than about anybody in the game because it's just so hard to actually kill him if they don't have like a ton of direct CC. So I just felt confident that if I played respectfully with my R, that they would never actually be able to shut it down. And it scales so hard, obviously.
You definitely played around that Magi's incredibly well. There was a couple of nail biter times there where you were getting very, very close to death. In fact, there was one time you managed to only escape with 80 HP.
Yeah, it definitely got close at times. That's just credit to them. Like they played a really good game, like up until the end, I thought. And, just credit to them. But we're feeling good. Looking forward to next week already.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
We appreciate you coming out here to chat with us, and congratulations on your win. We're going to step aside for just a couple of minutes to let us catch our breath before the third match of this triple header, which is going to be Maria's Dungeon facing off against the Fantastic Four and Zerathai. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with more action right here. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the third match of the evening. This has been a wild triple header so far, and we are rounding it out with the Fantastic Four and Zerathai facing off against Maria's Dungeon. For those of you who haven't heard already, I am your host, Aulz. I am being joined on the desk by Celio. Hopefully you've
And
still got some voice left.
it has been a crazy day. Every single one of these matches have gone the entire length. I am really excited to see what this game looks like at the end of this. Now, I have had the pleasure of casting for both of these teams before, and I have to say, this is going to be one heck of a match.
Yeah, I have not had the chance to watch the Fantastic Four and Zerathai before. What can we expect here in this match?
The one thing that I think we're going to see more often than anything is either Ichobin on the Akali or Manly Male Mailman, or otherwise known as 4M, will be on the Hecarim, but the Hecarim just got banned out.
Yeah, pinching those champ pools just a little bit here, gonna force them on something a little bit less comfortable. Gonna put some pressure onto Zerathai here to be the support for FFZ.
It is definitely going to be one of those games. I had actually interviewed Chobin last week, or I believe it was on Thursday when they played. I actually got to interview with him, and he had a lot of enlightening details as to how this team works and communicates. And I think that their overall communication, especially from Drop the Chalupa, who even though likes to play those more enchanter-like supports, is a very vigilant member of the map. He's always got his eyes peeled on the map, and he's always making call-outs and keeping his team up to date on what's going on around them.
And the support's the perfect person for that because you can take your eyes off the lane for a few seconds and not necessarily be punished for it.
Meanwhile, Fishing Frenzy loves that Maokai, that new reworked Maokai that is damn near unkillable. Fishing Frenzy loves to play it, and Expo also found his way onto a lot of champions that you don't really see too much anymore. So I'm excited to see what Expo pulls out in particular. The next thing I want to mention is last week we saw It's Soul Lady as support playing the Seraphine and the Morgana. Now she's mid lane, and I'd love to see what she manages to pull out here.
Yeah, of course, Maria's Dungeon is pretty well known in BTL as being the place where free agents are brought in more often than not, so we are seeing a slightly different roster than what we saw in week 1. Soul Lady has moved to mid, and we have a new bot lane here with a Manified and Inviction taking care of bot and support respectively. So it'll be interesting to see how they handle that. By the way, that Maokai has been picked away from Fishing Frenzy. It's going to be going over to Cobra on FFZ.
That is a big steal from Fishing Frenzy. It is going to be interesting to see what he decides to play. Though the Sejuani is picked, it could end up being top, it could end up being jungle. But we also see the Sivir and Zilean picked up. Sivir, as we know, one of the most dominant AD carries in the league. And Misfortune, again, a very dominant AD carry. And then we have Trundle on the map. Trundle overall is a champion that a lot of people sleep on. He's able to go in, he's able to get deep, and not to mention the ultimate stealing stats away from champions.
Absolutely. We are going to see it in the jungle here. However, I do have a few folks, especially a caster that I run with a fair bit in another org, who lives and dies by Trundle top as
Ooh,
a split-pushing demon.
I understand that. I have seen Trundles on that split push, and it reminds me of old Shaco. If you remember back in 2012-ish, Shaco loved to pop the ulti and just split push in a lane.
Absolutely.
And as I mentioned, Chobin's Akali gets banned here.
Yeah, no fun for this mid laner. Rocking the T1 icon, wants to play like Faker, but without the assassin, what will he choose to play today?
That is a good question, but first pick will be going over to Maria's Dungeon on this second round of draft. So let us see what they decide to lock in here. You know, Zillion can be flexed from mid to support. Sejuani can be flexed from top and jungle. The only thing you're for sure is that this Sivir is your ADC.
And even then isn't necessarily certain because you could technically send Sivir into the mid lane.
The Braum pickup means that the Zillion will be mid lane.
And this does work well with the Sivir because she has the auto attack reset on the Ricochet. So you can immediately get 3 stacks of that Braum passive, but it requires Inviction and a Manified to be on the same page. And not
And you
knowing how
know,
many games these guys have played together, that might be a little bit difficult.
oh, that is a Swain pick. This is the first time that I've seen Swain in this league. I think this champion is fantastic in the meta right now. Whether it's mid lane, whether it's support, it doesn't really matter because it just does so much damage, has that survivability, and the ability to get deep into the enemy team.
Absolutely. We will see which way this Swain is going with the support pick. You know, that doesn't give as much clarity as I thought it would.
I am right there alongside you. But the last time that I saw Ashe picked up by this team, it wasn't Ashe support. So if I had to put my money anywhere, I'd say this is a Swain mid.
Alright, well, that does lead to the question. How are Drop the Chalupa's Enchanted Crystal Arrows?
Very, very good. Landed multiple cross map enchanted arrows in that game, as well as 2 particular enchanted arrows that saved multiple lives.
Okay. What in
And
the world is this?
the Syndra gets picked up. This is very weird. I would assume that that is a Sejuani jungle and maybe a Zillion top.
It could technically be a Braum top with a, like, the on-hit tank Braum build.
It looks like this was not a mistake as both teams are calling that they are ready.
Alright, well, we'll have to get into client draft and see where this is heading, because this is unusual here, Celio.
I agree. I don't really know what to say. I don't really know where anybody on that team is going now.
Well, let's leave Maria's aside for a second and take a look at FFC. How do you feel about this team comp in a vacuum?
That has got to be one of the best team compositions I've seen drafted today. It's got a brilliant mix of CC, damage, and the ability to not only disengage but engage as a whole.
It's also an
I
incredibly
think,
tanky group.
yeah, I think honestly this is one of the best team comps we've seen drafted today.
Now, you watched Zerathai on Thursday. How much confidence do you have in this team to be able to uh, perform on this team comp?
I think Zerathai as a whole, FFNZ, have played absolutely fantastically in week 1. It really came down to some very clutch maneuvers that I saw come out of Chobin. Uh, so I'm excited to see what happens here. I think that this game is going to go on to be a post 30-minute game. I do think that there is a possibility that Maria's Dungeon prolongs this game quite a bit and tries to find their footing throughout this game. But when you look at it, Swain is more mid to late game. Maokai is just about surviving in lane. Trundle loves to play that mid to late game. Misfortune likes that early game a little bit, but Ashe support is prioritizing in late game. So I think this team comp wants to drag the game out and see what happens the longer the game goes.
Celio, I'm watching this client draft and I'm just getting more confused.
You know, I'm right there with you. Uh, I think they're doing this on purpose now, just to mess with us. Or there is an entire secret meta that I have yet to find out about.
Well,
Uh,
Soul Lady does live in Korea, so it's possible that we are witnessing hidden Korea tech.
I gotta say, if I see a mid lane Braum not only win the game, but go extraordinarily positive, like if she's like 10 and like 6, okay, there you go. We got some swaps coming out. That makes a little bit more sense.
Okay, Syndra jungle.
Now that is interesting. Uh, Expo, I gotta wonder what made you call out Cinder Jungle here.
I
And
guess he's afraid of being invaded and wants to be able to just pick up the buff and move it somewhere else.
I gotta say, uh, if Maria's Dungeon wins this game, I have to pick their brain on this Cinder Jungle. This is a very interesting pick, and like I said, they got to know something we don't.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this works out. Can Maria's Dungeon use the off meta here to secure a win? Or will the Fantastic Four ride the shoulders of Zerathai to victory? We'll have the answers right here, so don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on to the Rift for match number 3, game number 1 here between Maria's Dungeon and FFZ.
You know, FFNZ did something very, very similar to this last time we saw them play as they 5-stack, and now the fight is breaking out already. Inviction dropping super low. First Blood goes to drop the Chalupa. Finally, Expo is going to manage to pick up the kill on Cobra, but it is going to be brought right back over as Zerathai does manage to take another kill. This fight is still going on for a little bit. Finally, they decide to back out.
Is this
My
Earth? Are we
goodness.
watching Earth?
I have no idea anymore. I don't know.
Like, I get that we've been casting for close to 7 hours at this point, and everything from this point on is a fever dream. But, like, that happened, right? I'm not crazy.
You know, FFNZ likes to go for the invades. They like to set up for cheeses. They like to look for those small advantages in the ways that you wouldn't see it coming. But this in particular was something else. That was a full level 1 team fight.
A full level 1 team fight with summoner spells burned across the board, 3 kills taken, just wildness every which way.
Definitely. And now we finally are able to reset to neutral. Every laner has finally found their way into their lanes. And as we mentioned before, it does look like Syndra is having a little bit of a tough time clearing this jungle out.
Yeah, the Syndra has just taken her blue buff, slowly working the way through Gromp, but not exactly the fastest clear, especially compared to something like the Trundle, which just mows through camps.
That is right, and now it's going to be a situation of Trundle is going to finish that clear first, so what does he do with it? Does he look to invade the Syndra and go for those early game fights, or does he look for map rotation and map dominance? Ooh, but it looks like Cobra is going to manage to land that down on the Fishing Frenzy. 4M is there. They get the slow on the Fishing Frenzy, and now it's going to be the fight. Now Fishing Frenzy not able to get that kill on the Cobra, so it is going to be another kill to 4M.
Great gank there, Fishing Frenzy just overextended, didn't have any vision down, and Cobra with the great dodge using the Twisted Advance on the Shatter.
Now, if you are Cobra and 4M, if I'm on that team, I'm communicating for both me and Maokai to go into the jungle. You know that
Absolutely.
Syndra's slow clear is going to catch up with her, and you can meet her on that red buff.
Yeah, Expo down under 100 health. Here comes 4M, steals away the red
Steals
buff, and
the
maybe
buff.
looking for more.
The flat. Oh! 4M with the flash bite kills her.
And this is the downside of the unusual jungle. Has 2 amp tomes and is stuck at home. Syndra, dying in the jungle, now has no buffs.
Now, this is a tough game because we are 4 minutes into this game and you're already behind 2,000 gold.
Yeah, can we hear 1 death per minute by Maria's Dungeon here?
I don't know.
Oh, Expo with the Scuttler steal.
Hey! Let's go, Team Expo! I'm sorry, this is just something I have not seen since the mid lane mage update. Back when Malzahar was the jungler, back when Syndra got a couple of buffs that made her a powerhouse in the game. So we may be here saying, you know, this is off meta and this hasn't been seen for a while, but at one point it was meta. And at one point it was something that you saw more often than not. So Expo might have a comfort pick in this that we just don't know about yet.
Ooh,
But
Manified.
ooh, Emanified dropping incredibly low there, but Stand Behind Me does manage to block out on the double up.
Yeah, even with that block on the double up though, look at the CS differences that are being created across the board. Ichobin bullying Soul Lady, and Manified and Inviction just not able to do anything. Health bar is very low. Here comes Expo, though.
This is very dangerous considering your laners are incredibly low, and Zerathai knows that, and he's looking to make something happen here. The cleanse comes out, does manage to pick up 1 kill. That is going to be a trade. Expo does manage to take out Zerathai.
Yeah, but look where that kill went. It went on the Jungle Syndra.
This jungle Syndra is 2-1 right now. That means that Syndra is going to be able to back relatively soon, if not now, and pick up that lost chapter.
Yeah, it does have about 900 gold in the bank at the moment, but
Cobra.
it's still a Jungle Syndra. So she's going to be hitting her breakpoints slower than the rest of these members. And as the prospective carry here with all of the kills on the side of Maria's, it's a little bit hard when your breakpoints are going to be late.
I
And when you're
agree
being
with you.
counter-jungled right in front of your nose.
I agree with you, and there is a pickup here by Syndra that some may deem questionable, but we have a Dark Seal picked up here. Now, this might be able to overall fix those late breakpoints with Syndra by giving her a bunch of raw additional ability power. But that is only if Expo does have his way into, getting that advantage and stacking up that Dark Seal.
I think the other thing that the Dark Seal does here is it offers cheap enhanced healing. As a Manified's going to
Oh, a
die here.
Manified! Drop the Chalupa does manage to pick up the kill on a Manified. Eviction, force the flash, does get the Q though to stay alive. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Fishing Frenzy and Cobra are going to be duking it out a little bit.
Anyway.
And not much is going to happen there.
Anyway, finishing my thought. The Dark Seal alongside the refill pot means that Expo will have some sorely needed sustain in the jungle. We saw in that first invade how the Syndra was down under 100 health just from her standard clear. With the Dark Seal, with the refill pots, that's a lot of extra health over the course of even just a single clear. So that'll be invaluable for the Syndra to stay alive if she gets invaded again.
Fishing Frenzy does fall to 1 HP, but Cobra is unable to make that dive happen. Does tank 2 tower shots for it. Fishing Frenzy, just out of fear of not knowing where 4M is, backs all the way up to the second tower before backing.
Yeah, no reason to be particularly afraid as 4M is on the bot side of the map, but with no way of knowing that, the Sejuani just has to cede a bunch of time and effort. And we actually see Maria's trying to take an early Drake here. The Trundle not going to recognize that this is happening, so this might be a free take.
Fishing Frenzy with a beautiful Arctic Assault does manage to stop Cobra from backing. Cobra has no mana here.
Does get away perfectly safe, though.
And somehow, some way, Maria's dungeon does just, snatch this dragon away. Now, they did have vision on that, so they just decided to let that one go.
This is one of the weirdest games from top to bottom I have ever seen, and it is poised to get weirder here as Chobin putting the hurt onto Soul Lady in the mid lane. The Zillion down under 1/3 health.
Ooh, beautiful knockback by Cobra there, forcing Fishing Frenzy to take 2 tower shots. And Fishing Frenzy is going to choose to leave off the back of that.
Yeah, it doesn't have the TP. The wave is in an unfavorable position, so this is probably the correct call here. Go ahead, back, buy a couple of items, including that tier, which will start to be able to stack up, and just kind of let the wave reset to normal here.
Meanwhile, Expo is getting through quite a bit of clear here, actually managing to stay even on farm with 4M for the most part.
Yeah, even on farm, not too far down in kills. However, 4M has done a good job of being all across the map. Drop the Chalupa roaming all the way up to the top side for this Rift Herald. Even with Syndra nowhere close, they figure they want all the hands they can get.
Now, I like the idea of bringing Drop the Chalupa up there just because you know that if anything happens, like for example, Fishing Frenzy decides to come down and put up a fight for this Rift Herald, you have that consistent slow, that consistent CC just based off her auto attacks.
Mm-hmm. Was important to note, though, that during that fight, Drop the Chalupa was not level 6 and did not have the Crystal Arrow.
That is true, but in that meantime, Zerathai did get quite a bit of solo experience. Expo tried his best to wait for the pink ward to be cleared before being spotted, but did fail on that as they did know that Expo was there. Now, 4M actually uses the subjugate and gets nothing out of it.
Here comes Expo.
Drop the Chalupa now in a very dangerous spot. Shut down, goes over to its Soul Lady. Now it's just Zerathai with nowhere to go as a Manified does pick him up as well.
Yeah, and with this, Maria's Dungeon is going to go ahead and start clearing their way through this bot turret, try and match the Rift Herald that's being dropped in mid lane. But Expo doing a good job, surprisingly present on the map as this Syndra. It's not going to save their mid turret, though, which has lost 4 plates from this Rift Herald aided push.
Now it looks like everybody is going to start to reset to neutral. It looks like 4M does want this dive in the top side.
Yeah,
And
Fishing
this-
Frenzy down under 400.
Cobra, though, tanking a lot of tower shots there. They are not able to find this. Cobra drops
Look for
even
the bola.
lower. The Glacial Assault misses, but Cobra does manage to pick up the solo kill there.
A great flash by Cobra to sidestep the ultimate from the Sejuani. Absolutely necessary, otherwise he would have been deadwood. But with that, Cobra manages to outplay.
That was tough because that dive actually was failed there for a while because Maokai accidentally took not 1, but 3 tower shots.
And that's a lot of damage on an early game Maokai with just the Bomby Cinder at that point, I think.
Yeah.
Did he have the
he
shield?
Had dropped, no, not at that moment. But he had dropped incredibly low to just about 1 shot. Fishing Frenzy saw that as the opportunity to go in. But once you miss that Glacial Prison, you have to back off.
Ultimate coming out from a Manified here.
Yep, On the Hunt comes out by E-Manified. They do manage to get the stun down on the Drop the Chalupa. Now E-Manified, forced to back off, does not make it out as Bullet Time does manage to kill. Inviction, forced to retreat now, but it's very, very far of a run there. Nowhere to go as Zerathai does manage to pick up that kill as well.
Yeah, the combination of Make It Rain and Chilling Smite on top of each other makes it so hard to run away, especially when the crunch comes out on top of everything else.
You know, I am a believer in having red smite over blue smite on Trundle, just because of those auto attacks. But in that situation, blue smite was 100% the right answer.
Absolutely. Although I do think Inviction would have been locked down either way. It meant that 4M could chase pretty freely there and not be concerned about falling behind.
Meanwhile, in this top lane, the Wet Noodle fight has broken out. Fishing Frenzy forced to tank a tower shot on the back of the knockback of Cobra, forced to run away here as the Arctic Assault will lead her to freedom.
I don't know, that Noodle looks pretty flimsy to me so far.
When that Noodle is 0-3, you are having a tough time.
This is very true. Fishing Frenzy is even in CS, but not enjoying just about anything else at this moment.
Yeah, this game is a little bit tough. You're already starting to fall behind in gold. You're at about the 15-minute mark. Now is about the time where mid-game starts to come in. Now you're starting to communicate and work as a team. Cobra does manage to tank another 2 tower shots. He's having a tough time with this top lane tower.
Yeah, and that is the unfortunate reality of this sapling toss, is that it tends to create delayed damage that you don't think about. And that's what what burned him there, as Chobin going in with the Demonic Ascension. The Enchanted Crystalero comes out to lock down Expo. Inviction is trying to buy time for its Soul Lady to get here, who does have the Chrono Shift available. Will use it onto Inviction as a Manified is the first to fall. Going deep under the turret is this FFZ team. M4 is not dead yet. Here comes the bullet time, knocking out Inviction. Expo, can he get the kill? Looks like the answer is going to be yes, but it's just dropped the Chalupa. So that's going to be a 2-for-1 and so much burned.
My gosh, when Zerathai managed to come in there with the bullet time, it was absolutely clutch. The Braum shield did manage to, stop a lot of the damage, but it was not enough, as the last two waves are what killed him.
Yeah, and that is unfortunate for Expo, who spent a solid minute and a half in that bush just spamming orbs to try and find a cheese kill onto Zerathai or Chalupa. But you can't cheese Chobin. He's a little tanky.
Chobin is a very, very strong player. As I mentioned last week, he was the MVP of the team. And when I spoke with him, he had a lot of confidence, even in a game where he knew he was going against a 9-0 jungler, he had a lot of confidence. And he actually managed to, on multiple occasions, kill somebody with 3,000 more gold than him.
Yeah, that's a player that is capable of punching above his weight for sure. With the state of the game, he doesn't really need to do so, as Zerathai seems more than capable of putting the team on his back for now.
Now,
However,
go ahead.
I was just going to say, however, with this Syndra continuing to tick up, nothing is guaranteed, as Zerathai can get assassinated if the Syndra pops out at the right moment.
Now, a little bit of lore on the backside of the Fantastic Four and Zerathai is that they like to scapegoat Zerathai. Overall, they like to make fun of and poke fun at Zerathai, and it is included in their team logo. But real quick, we have a fight breaking out here as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to come out, and it is going to manage to stun somebody, but it's not going to be enough. Manly Mailman drops incredibly low, forced to run, and right now E-Manified is in the position of his life as he manages to actually fall to Chobin. Chobin with that Leandries did manage to do it. Expo on the backside here, as well as Cobra managing to get onto that team deep. And the Chrono Shift does manage to come out to pick up on the Zerathai with the Q. Cobra now finds himself in the middle of the entire enemy team. Chobin forced to run. Is there anywhere to go? There is not, as Expo picks up yet another kill onto this player. Cobra now falling incredibly low, forced to flash under the tower. Nowhere to go as Expo picks up another kill. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes out trying to stop its Soul Lady, and does.
Yeah, that was a wild back and forth fight. The huge Chrono Shift to keep the damage threat there for Expo. Expo now 6-1-2 might be making us eat our words about the Syndra jungle, despite the early invasion that led to an early death.
Expo was a fantastic player last week in the match that he did have, and he showed more mechanical prowess than his enemies. And so it's very possible that he picks this because he's comfortable on it and knows he can perform. And as you said, makes us eat our words.
Yeah, Amanified playing very aggressively here is part of the pincer here as Maria's Dungeon moving in to try and take this third Drake of the game. Nobody in a particularly good spot to consider Cloud Soul a win condition here.
It looks like the dragon dance is about to happen as both teams start dancing around this and preparing for this dragon. It's going to be a little bit of a poke fest.
What is that
Inviction
blue buff
dropping to
doing?
half health. Blue buff a little bit deep there. Whenever there's a Syndra, the camps bug out, I swear.
Yeah, he didn't even pick up the blue buff. It just decided that it was going to aggro onto Ashe and sprint across the map.
This is an interesting game. Syndra is setting up those balls in a proper situation here. But the Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes out, subjugates soon to follow. Swain now finding himself deep into this team. Bullet Time does come out and manages to take down Eviction. Emanified forced to sprint out as Expo is now dropped. Meanwhile, on the backhand, Fishing Frenzy did manage to solo kill Chalupa. And its Soul Lady falls pretty shortly after at the hands of Cobra.
Yeah, and with just the Sejuani and a very low health Sivir left alive, there's no way that Maria's Dungeon can contest this. So, FFZ inching closer to a Cloud Soul,
Ever
which
so slowly.
could be helpful, but I struggle to see as a win condition on its own for this team.
Definitely not for this team. It has the out of combat movement speed and the small burst of movement speed when you ult. That'll help Maokai get in there, it'll help Trundle get in there, and more importantly, it gives Swain the optimal positioning with that Cloud Dragon. But, on the other hand, if Maria's Dungeon picks up this Cloud Soul, it is much different game for them. It gives them that movement speed on the back of on the hunt. Zillion already plays incredibly fast due to his E, is able to make sure that his team is moving around just that much faster, and it makes the immobile mage on Expo quite
Oh
mobile.
no, Fishing Frenzy!
Fishing Frenzy does manage to find Zerathai there, and with the help of Expo, it looks like this is going to be an engage. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow does come out and stops that engage before it happens.
Yeah, and both Summoner spells forced out of Zerathai there. So this will be a very, very defensive misfortune for the next few minutes.
You know, as I was mentioning earlier, FFNZ, they like to scapegoat Zerathai. Now, what happens if Zerathai is the MVP?
Uh, they're gonna send someone else just to talk bad about Zerathai.
I'm sure the chats will go crazy, especially at us for thinking he's the MVP. At the end of my meeting with Chobin, he left with one very particular message, and that was that Zerathai is the worst ADC in the league. That is Chobin's words, not mine.
And yet, Zerathai is Chobin's ADC.
Very true. So, it's one of these games where I know that Chobin won't forgive me if I give Zerathai MVP. But if Zerathai keeps playing like this, 100% he's our most valuable player. But as I say that, he gets engaged on by Fishing Frenzy. It looks like this fight is going to go one of two ways. But Zerathai pumping out a ton of damage. Ooh, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow just a hair off.
Good backstep by Fishing Frenzy to avoid diving into that. However, here comes the rest of FFZ. The Subjugate comes out from M4, but it's not enough. And Manified walking
now.
very forward. I do not like this from him, but
The Glacial Prison is perfect as it slows the entire team down. Cobra now managing to not only teleport in, but drops the ultimate. 4M getting in a dangerously low here. Expo does manage to pick up one of the kills, though, as the bullet time does manage to come out. No kills picked up this time around. Maokai is on this backside, but Expo is pumping out a ton of damage.
and has the red buff, so it's harder to chase this Syndra down. The burn to keep people away. And at the end of the day, the only person who dies there is Chobin.
That was a deep fight, not to mention everything that was used. Multiple ultimates were used, and both teams were committed to that fight. It's amazing to see that only one kill went down.
Yeah, just goes to show how deceptively tanky these champions are, especially when its Soul Lady can give someone a second shot at life.
And every time she ranks that ability up, that's more life that they come back with. And not to mention, it does scale with AP. So right now, every single person that she revives is getting roughly 1200 health to start again.
And that's a whole lot of health for someone like a Manified who only has 1800 to start with.
that is bringing them back with 2/3 of their HP. I mean, that is a game-changing ability. Meanwhile, we are going to start to play neutral. It looks like Maria's Dungeon is going to start grouping up to this mid lane. And, I have to say, for an entire roster swap almost from last week, this team is playing fantastically and with next to no hiccups.
Yeah, absolutely. They look fairly smooth. I mean, it's not perfect after all. The bot lane is struggling a little bit, sitting at 2, 9, and 16 combined, but still doing a fairly good job of looking like a coherent unit here, even if they are on the back foot moving into this 4th Drake of the game.
And you know what time it is.
It's Drake
As
fight
we
time.
start setting up for this Drake fight, the ultimates are going to come out. The stopwatch comes out by Chobin. Chobin is now 1v3, but the bullet time's going to come out and start to even that up as it is 1v1. Cobra is now dancing back and forth, zoning them off just a little bit as 4M manages to flash in onto E-Manified, and E-Manified's going to drop incredibly low here, but they can't quite secure it. Expo does manage to pick up that kill. Cobra now in a rough situation, pretty deep in there, does manage to fall, but Zerathai does get eviction in return.
However, with everyone dead there, other than that turret falling in the mid lane, nobody is going to be able to get anything out of this. And Manified and Soul Lady are both so low that they have to run away. Chalupa does have an ultimate available. Does she throw it here to try and zone for this Drake?
And this is the reason why people like MF or Bloodthirster on MF. MF went from less than half HP there to full HP all over again.
Merely stolen by the Boomerang Blade, but no such luck for a Manified. 31.5 minutes will be our timer for Cloud Soul for FFZ.
This is becoming a dangerous game. We're now at this 27-minute mark. This is about the average of which every game ended today. So this match is going in for the long haul. And when you have somebody like Expo who's 10-3 right now, and somebody like Zerathai who's 9-4, you know that one team fight can end the entire game.
Yeah, Celia, what happens when an unstoppable force meets an unstoppable force?
I guess we're about to find out now.
Sure looks that way.
But you always got to think about this outside the box as well. You still have Sivir, who is beautiful in these team fights. You still have Drop the Chalupa, whose enchanted crystal arrows, while they may not have landed too perfectly this game, have landed near perfectly in the past. You have Chobin, who does have this Zanya's online and ready to go. Any fight can go either way based off just about any of these players right now. Chobin does manage to find his way onto Expo and E-Manified. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes out. They do manage to get the stun on the E-Manified, but somehow Expo and E-Manified both walk out licking their wounds.
And with another successful kill for this roving death squad of Maria's, they win the battle, but they may have lost the war as Baron being started up by the rest of FFZ. Can Expo get over the wall and steal the flash steal? Expo stole the Baron!
It is stolen, and now you have FFNZ in a pretty precarious situation. The Chrono Shift does come out, but it will not be enough to keep Expo alive. Zerathai dropping incredibly low. Now Cobra is deep in this fight. Manages to get a ton of CC down onto E-Manified and the rest of the team. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow will be dodged out, which puts Cobra in a very scary spot as he will fall. And now the priority goes over to Maria's Dungeon. This is such a back and forth game.
And what a steal by Expo. Completely bold, completely confident. Flashing over the wall immediately after that toss. Just says, yes, I am ready to go. You cannot stop me. However, his team might be stopped.
Going to go in. Zerathai managing just barely not killing Oh my gosh, but he does manage to get the kill on Eviction. Emanified, barely living. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow, I did mention this multiple
The
times.
flash
It's
away
Soul Lady's forced
saves!
to flash. Zerathai manages to pick up yet another kill.
But with that, 2 more Barons go down for Maria's. It's just left on Soul Lady and a Manified now. How do they take advantage of what little they have left?
This game is such a back and forth game. Honestly, if you came to me and told me this was a game 3, that this was going to be the deciding factor on who wins this, I would believe you. But no, both of these teams in game 1 are coming out swinging. They both want this win so badly.
Now, I have noticed something a little bit odd, Celio, and I'd like to see what you think on it. Zillion chose to get the Chemtech Putrefier rather than the Morella Nomicon here.
So, Putrefier gives a ton of ability haste. And as you see, there's a fully stacked Tear of the Goddess here and a Leandries. That means Zillion is going full CDR this game. They want the Chrono Ship up as fast as possible. They want to multi-stack these time bombs with minimal use of rewind. And it's not the worst idea, especially with Zillion to stack CDR. And it's going to be exciting to see how Soul Lady really plays this out.
Very fair. We do see that Maria's dungeon has control over the Drake Pit. However, it doesn't look like FFC cares. They're just going to run it down mid lane and force Maria's to respond to them here.
And forcing them is exactly what they do, as now we start to enter a choke point, which is perfect for the bullet time by Zerathai. Chunks everybody. Its Soul Lady has nowhere to go. Zerathai becomes unstoppable now. Fishing Frenzy on the back line has nowhere to go and will fall to Cobra. Now Chobin is pushing with what little HP he has, does fall to Expo. Expo in a very dangerous situation misclicks on that ult hitting Cobra and will fall to 4M. Now, there is very little places for these two to go. They are trying their best to survive, and boy, are they praying. But with 4M coming around the side here, it becomes close. 4M will fall here. And Emanified is going insane, is managing to pick up every kill but Zerathai regens a little too much HP with the back of that Bloodthirster, and that is an ace going over to FFNZ.
And a great attempt from a Manified and Eviction trying to run the 2v4. Just didn't quite have enough. Thankfully for Maria's, it's a Cloud Soul. It's not great. They don't want to give up a Cloud Soul, but it's not the end of the world. What's more important is in 5 minutes and 45 seconds, that Elder Drake. Because if Zerathai gets that Elder Drake on a bullet time, if Ichobin gets the Elder Drake on a Demonic Ascension, if 4M gets it on a Subjugate, that's so much extra damage there that these team fights are going to become completely unwinnable. So that is the lose point for Maria's right now.
I agree with you 100%. And when you look at Zerathai right now, who is almost full build, is sitting on a Hex Drinker just to keep themselves alive just a little bit longer against Expo, you have to look at this and say Zerathai is our number one priority right now. As long
Absolutely.
as we kill Zerathai, we can actually stand a fight and win these fights. But you also have Chobin, you also have Chalupa, you also have 4M, who are going to pump out a lot of damage, a lot of CC, and it's hard to play these matches front to back.
Yeah, you almost think that Maria's needs a pick here to take someone off the map before they go for a big full team fight. And I don't
I
know who they
agree.
most want other than Zerathai.
And now FFNZ are preparing. 10 seconds left on this Baron. They are going to meet Maria's dungeon over here, already stacked up and ready. But it is a matter of what starts to happen here. Cobra is still pushing this bot lane with teleport available. Fishing Frenzy is going to try and stop that from happening, but this is just going to be a back and forth fight, really, until these teleports start to come out.
Look what we see
Meanwhile,
once again. Maria's peeling off of the neutral objective to try and get mid
ooh,
pressure. Perfect scatter of the week, though, to save the bullet time. Here comes Fishing Frenzy from the side. What can he do? The answer is die.
Fishing Frenzy does manage to fall there. Zerathai now in a very commanding situation as Eviction falls in 2 auto attacks. Now Emanified in a tough situation manages to flash out of the way of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. The the Chrono Shift manages to keep Expo alive. He then goes into the Zanyas, but when he's circled around by the other team, there is nowhere left to go. They are now pushing this mid inhib, and they are now threatening the game.
And it is
35 minutes.
just a Manified and Soul still alive. Can this Sivir hold out long enough for Fishing Frenzy and Eviction to come up in about 10 seconds? Looks like
I
the answer is
think
going to be
they will.
yes.
Yeah, they will be able to manage to stop this just a little while longer, but now you have to think about it. They have full priority for Baron here.
Yeah, and that's exactly where 4M, Drop the Chalupa, and Zerathai are all running. So we will see Baron started up here very likely.
They may opt out of doing Baron as they already see that everyone is pushed up in the mid lane. They did manage to clear those super minions pretty weak. At 36 minutes in the game, being able to clear those super minion waves isn't as difficult.
4.5 items completed for the Sivir as well. So
And
only a
Zerathai,
hair behind Zerathai here. The Sivir puts out a lot of damage for someone who's only 6 and 6.
the Zerathai has managed to become full build. Zerathai is fully online at this point in the game and is absolutely terrifying. It
Yeah,
looks like the
shredding
Baron
through this
is going to
Baron.
be started. And Cobra is so tanky that he's able to hold back the entire team just with his presence. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes out. The Chrono Shift is going to manage to keep them alive for just a minute longer. Bullet Time does come out. Nowhere for Sejuani to go. Does fall. Expo will fall very shortly after. And 4M is just on the entire backline. That is the ace, and that will be GG going over to FF&Z.
Alright, so Maria's Dungeon looked like they had a chance for a very good while in that game. When did it all fall apart?
It all fell at that last fight. If you notice, right as we're ending the game here, they had no vision on that Baron at all. They had no idea that that's what they were doing. So they didn't have the ability to rotate over there. The teleport came in late. The fight started late for them, and they ended up falling incredibly behind on the back of 2 picks there, which gave them the ability to run through the rest of the team.
Is that something that they can change moving into game 2 here?
I think so. You need to be able to focus on vision control. When you start to lose out on vision, especially on the last remaining objective on the map, you're in trouble.
Worth noting here before we shift over to game number 2, Zerathai outdamaged Expo by a whole 38 points of damage.
My goodness. Expo did pump out a lot of damage. Expo was definitely a powerhouse in that game and proved that throughout the rest of the team, he was the carry there.
Yeah, absolutely. On an unusual pick, stepped up and proved his worth as the jungler here for Maria's Dungeon. Unfortunately, not quite able to finish the job, though. Well, as these teams reset for game number 2, we will step aside for just a moment, but when we come back, can Maria's Dungeon keep their hopes alive, or will the Fantastic Four ride Zerathai to victory? We'll have the answer right here, so don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Draft for game number 2 here. We have Maria's Dungeon, who could not pull it together in game number 1. Zerathai and the rest of FFZ slammed their way through game number 1 and took home the victory. Now on red side, the question is if this team can pull it off again, or if Maria's will force us to a game number 3 and force my throat to not recover for the rest of this week.
And I have to say Maria's Dungeon definitely has made the right first ban, taking away MF from Zerathai, and now looking to take away Hecarim from 4M. These are very powerhouse bans, and I'm liking it so far.
Yeah, is there anything else that you think absolutely needs to be taken away from FFZ here?
Honestly, not really. These two picks are so powerful on FF and Z that these are their playmaker picks. Now, also, if I was Maria's Dungeon, I guess I would also look to take away the Ash from Chalupa, as Chalupa is known for those highlight reel enchanted crystal arrows.
Well, with one ban left, does the Ash get targeted here?
We will find out shortly, but it does look like the Kaisa ban away from Emanified. Emanified does like to play this Kaisa. It's one of his favorite 80 carries. And the Udyr ban. The Udyr has been a powerhouse pick this entire tournament. While he does not have a 100% pick and ban rate, he has an 80% win rate in this tournament.
Yeah, now this Kaisa I find interesting. Emanified was a little bit out of position repeatedly in game number 1, so I'm a little bit surprised that FFZ put effort into banning him out. Yes, the Kaisa with the ultimate has a bit more safety when playing out of position, but still that feels like something that would be easily punishable for FFZ.
Yes, but Emanified has worked his way up into this league. It is something where he is comfortable on the champion, and you do have to give respect to somebody when they are playing something that they are so incredibly comfortable on.
Speaking of comfort.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing as the Sejuani gets picked up again.
I don't know how I feel about this. Fishing Frenzy was not great, not awful on the Sejuani. I feel like taking something else here would have been more valuable, like perhaps saving that ban and picking the Maokai instead.
That is very, very possible. It would have been a good pick to have grabbed the Maokai. Fishing Frenzy struggled with it in the first week, but that was also because he was up against Messiah. Messiah, such a very strong top laner, and he picked Set into it, which is a very big counter pick into the Maokai. He rushed Blade of the Ruined King, and it was pretty tough. This time around, though, they decided to get rid of it, stop Cobra from getting onto it, but that does leave the Ash open, and drop the Chalupas right back on that Ash.
I think there's a theme so far here, Celio. Everybody loves blue.
That is true. Every single body loves blue, as we see a bunch of Freljordian champions get picked up here. The Anivia is something we have not seen yet. I'm very excited to see how this Anivia plays.
Yeah, that going over to its Soul Lady. Unfortunately, however, she is running on 200 ping, so it will be interesting to see how the walls come out, whether that has any effect on the location and the accuracy of those casts.
I'm sorry, let me take a double take here. Is that a Rel?
That is a Rel. We are bringing out the rarest of the champs.
Rel has a 0.3% play rate in the entirety of NA.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I think I see her once a split.
And now we have the Shen pickup. Shen is a comfort pick for Cobra. As we saw last time, they did try to target this Shen just a little bit, but at this point, Shen is on the map. There's so much more global survivability. Not to mention, he's probably going to take the teleport, which makes him even more global and oppressive than he was before.
Absolutely. Zerathis looks to be, well, FFZ, they've got their name a little bit wrong in the draft lol, uh, seems to be building for a pretty strong protect the somebody comp. They've just got to figure out that somebody.
And there's one ADC that comes to my mind when I think of Protect, and it is is it possible that we see Kog'Maw?
I went to Jinx, but Kog'Maw also works.
Kog'Maw does a lot of percent health damage, but you're right as well. I didn't even think about it. The Jinx hyper carry. Now we did see the Jinx from FFNZ before. They
No, the
do
Jinx
feel
is
comfortable.
banned. They banned it
Ooh,
themselves.
right you are, which leaves us guessing on this 80 carry, as four of them are banned. I think we might be seeing a Jhin or a Kog'Maw or possibly another Twitch.
Or a Vayne.
Ooh.
There's a lot of ADCs left up that work well in a protect the blank comp. But they might be giving Zerathai
Right.
counterpick here even.
This pick is going to come out and it's going to be Olaf.
So they are giving Zerathai counterpick here. How do you feel about that, Celio?
Zerathai played incredibly well in game 1. Now, going into game 2, the one thing you have to do when it comes to safe picking is probably pick Ezreal, right? You don't know anything that you're going up against, and you see how oppressive this comp is. I think Ezreal is your play if you're trying to be safe on the side of Maria's Dungeons. But instead, they opt for the Jhin. I mentioned Jhin earlier. Jhin is a powerhouse right now in the meta. He does a lot of damage and is incredibly fast for next to no reason.
Yeah, the ability to hit that force shot and then sprint across the map as we get a Rengar jungle hover here would really unleash Expo. No, it looks like they're going to swap over to the Graves. Similar idea, different execution.
I would have been so happy for that Rengar. I was going to be so hype. A Kali. So this is a Zillion Ash bot lane.
Okay. I don't know that I agree necessarily with a protect the Ash comp. So
Ash ADC, not something you see too much anymore.
I suppose they're going to be focusing all of those supportive spells onto the mid lane of Ichobin, trying to flip the provisional MVP status of Zerathai on its head.
And Akali is something that Chobin loves. I mentioned it before. Chobin did manage to kill somebody many leagues ahead of him with this Akali, and it is something that I think Maria's Dungeon needs to be very careful over. I think it was a major oversight to leave this Akali open.
Yeah, we'll have to see if Ichobin can do as well against its Soul Lady as he did on Thursday.
I have to say, this is definitely going to be a game to watch. We're going into game 2. Game 2s have been the momentum switch of the entire day.
Absolutely. It would be nice to have a, 2-game series. Just, for the sake of we've been casting for 8 hours now. However, I do think I would give a slight edge to Maria's Dungeon in this game.
I would agree with you. There's a lot of CC and a lot of wave clear that comes out from that team. Not to mention the pick potential on the back of Anivia and Rel. You also have the Jhin snipe. The question is, though, if Graves is going to be able to pump out enough damage while Jhin is in sniper stance.
I mean, I feel like the answer to that is almost guaranteed to be yes, as long as Expo positions well. And Expo's positioning throughout the first couple of weeks has been solid.
Wait a minute. Chobin picked Zillion here.
I think that has to be about to be swapped.
It's gotta be. They gotta be pulling a prank on me.
Well, we did see the Syndra get swapped around a whole lot in game number 1 here. So it wouldn't entirely surprise me to see FFZ retaliating with some swap arounds of their own.
I don't know if Zerathai plays Akali though. It would be fun though. I have to say, it would be an interesting game.
Clearly what we should see is a Shen in the mid lane and a Kali jungle. Give it to 4M, let him carry.
Of course, you gotta give. I want to see 4M on Zillion jungle right now.
True. Come out swinging against the Syndra for the title of most ridiculous jungle to actually function.
Where's my Teemo jungle? Where's my Bard jungle?
Uh,
I need to have. I need to be able to see these things go professional.
yeah, you can just watch my solo queue games, man. It's not that hard.
Nah, man. Whenever I watch your solo queue games, I see things like a Nivea jungle. I'm okay.
Oh boy. Well, anything else you want to call attention to here before we step aside for just a moment?
No, sir.
Alrighty, well, in that case, we are going to step aside. When we come back, these teams load onto the Rift for game number 2. Can Maria's turn this series around? Or will FFZ prove themselves to be on top? We'll have the answers right here, so don't go anywhere. On. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on to the Rift in what might be our last game of the night. Maria's Dungeon on the blue side trying their best to stay alive and avoid being relegated to 0 and 2. Meanwhile, FFZ looking for the surprise coming out 2 and 0 here potentially in play in BTL.
Is this going to be a playback of game one? They all 5 are stacked up in this bot side, and they are looking to start slowly moving up this river.
Yeah, first one in danger is going to be Zerathai here.
Zerathai finds himself in a precarious situation, is forced to full retreat as he witnesses the entire enemy team there.
Hey, Celio.
Yeah.
Do you notice anything wrong? There is one thing very wrong right now.
Rel has no items.
There we go. Has Rel noticed?
I am not 100% sure here, and as she laughs for the producers here, laughs for us, she's still going.
She does
and
not
has it
know.
back. Oh no!
Well, this is going to be very awkward for Amanified when the Rel tries to go to execute a minion and takes it instead.
Let's hope that in some part of us, Inviction is watching the stream and hears that she has no items.
Yeah, only 3 minutes behind.
Oh yeah. My dumbass.
It's been a day. It's okay.
I don't know what to say here. This is the most crucial mistake you can make in League of Legends. She's missing out on so much gold by not having that item. She's not able to share minions with the Jhin. She's not getting that passive gold gen that the item gives you, nor is she getting the stats for anything.
Yeah, real unfortunate. The question is, will FFZ be able to punish here?
Feeding Frenzy and Cobra are going to go a little bit back and forth in this top lane. Meanwhile, Emanified gets hit up by the double Zillion Bomb, already down to half health, forced to pop a potion. He did start Boots and Pots, by the way.
Yeah, means that this Jhin can move around a whole lot faster and will be very hard to poke out, but it also means that he doesn't have as many of the combat stats, but it does not matter.
Falls here. Zerathai is looking for the return kill on the Emanified, and it does look like he's going to get that return kill. Inviction now does have a little bit of an advantage over Zerathai, stutters a little bit, so he's going to choose to let that go. Meanwhile, topside, oh, never mind. Expo has found his way onto Zerathai. Zerathai dropping incredibly low. One more auto will do it as Expo flashes for it. Now, Chobin is looking for a little bit of an engage in the mid lane. It's Soul Lady dropping pretty low here. The Electrocute does come out. Meanwhile, 4M has made his way mid side. Fishing Frenzy also in a pretty rough spot here. Maybe up a level, but it is not sure how that's going to work. Agnivia has been popped now as 4M and Chobin are on top of this. 4M is going to manage to pick up that kill, and this is already 2 and 2. 1 kill per death in this game, or 1 kill per minute.
1 kill per death. That does tend to be how it works.
I don't know, man. You ask Broken Shard how he, executes quite often.
Yeah, true.
Now,
but the one lane that hasn't been touched up here in the top lane.
We are keeping our eyes in this top lane.
Here comes the Olaf, though.
Now is the time. The Arctic Assault has come out, which means the Flash is forced. Which is weird. I haven't seen a Sejuani take Flash in a little while. I'm wondering why not the Ignite. But in that situation, the Flash, of course, was big. Now Inviction is going to find their way onto Zerathai. Zerathai in a very rough spot here is going to choose to go ahead and let the kill go down.
And apparently Zerathai's team has said to him that he is not allowed to stay in the running for MVP. With 2 deaths already.
You know, my eyes immediately start looking to Chalupa. How is Chalupa going to stabilize in this lane and, you know, help Zerathai come back into this? You're already 1-2. You found yourself at a almost 20 CS disadvantage, and you know we're just starting this game. Now 4M is going to get into this fight. Emanified does walk out of position here, falls to Chobin.
And here
Inviction
comes the
and
Akali.
Inviction and Expo forced to back off here as 4M is doing the dragon. It looks like first drag is going to go down to the side of FF&Z.
And this Anivia needs to be a little bit careful that she doesn't walk too far up. Expo manages to get the
Stolen!
steal. Will die for it, but still slowing down the Drake take of this FFZ team means that that's one more win condition that won't be on the board for a while longer.
Expo managing to walk up and steal that dragon like nothing even happened. That was smooth. Now, Chobin 1-1, 1-0-1, looking for more in this game.
Yeah, looking for more. It's going to be a little bit difficult to get onto Soul Lady for a bit, though. Level 6 with just basic components will have to burn a fair bit to get onto the Anivia for now.
That is right, and while we are still in this early game, it can be anybody's game. 4M is up 2-0-1 right now, and is putting himself in a pretty good situation for the rest of this game. Olaf is one of those champions that you know once he gets rolling, it is incredibly hard to stop it.
Absolutely. Some nice gold advantages in mid and jungle for the side of Zerathai, but Cobra may find himself in trouble here. Has the flash available, might need to use it. The bullet doesn't quite, or the flail doesn't quite connect, so Cobra will be alright for now. Jump
Could you
scare Expo,
imagine
though.
if Sejuani had a gun? For the Freljord, bitch!
It's Rocky Balboa with a gun! He's shooting everyone!
That's just us having a little bit of fun after a long day. You all gotta give us a little bit of leeway here.
2-on-2 here in the top lane, mirroring the bot lane now as both junglers have been hanging out here for a goodly bit. Lots of damage going down
Ooh,
onto both
Chobin.
laners. The flash taunt,
A
though,
flash
onto
taunt.
Expo, but it will not matter as Expo gets the double kill and gets out alive.
And just like that, Maria's Dungeon is in a good spot in this game, giving themselves a little bit of an advantage, getting tower plating, and not to mention the shutdown onto 4M. This is now looking a little bit better for Maria's Dungeon than it did in game 1.
Absolutely, and that was a huge collateral damage by the Graves to get out of danger and put a world of hurt down onto both Cobra and 4M there.
The
Curtain call
bouncing
comes out.
grenade. Yeah, the curtain call comes out. Zerathai is dropping a little bit low. This 4-shot can be a difference maker. And he misses it.
Yeah, the 4-shot can be a difference maker. The difference is the difference between Ashe and Zillion, which he couldn't make up his mind between.
He didn't know
Hex
which one of
Flash
those
comes,
two
though.
players he wanted, but now Inviction has found his way into this fight. The Ignite is going to be dropped onto Chalupa. Chalupa is ticking incredibly low. The flash by Emanified is going to make sure Chalupa falls here. Now, Chobin has managed his way into the bot lane as well as Expo. Because of the presence of Expo, they are forced to kind of back off of this.
Yeah, and Zerathai is so low that this would be a 2v3 even if the Akali managed to engage. So Manly Mailman will just have to help clear out this wave and protect his ADC for just a little bit here.
And you know, at this point in the game, now you have to start getting wards down in more crucial areas. You have to make sure the river is warded at all times. You have to make sure that, you know, wherever you are on this map is covered in vision. But meanwhile, Expo does have the exhaust dropped onto him. 4M dropping pretty low. Emanified even lower.
Flash forward by Expo
Ooh.
secures the kill on to drop the Chalupa.
Zerathai
If there is a
now
deadly
forced to
flourish
retreat.
here, Zerathai could be in trouble. No collateral damage available, but with the wave being cut by Expo, this could be very dangerous for this ADC. The Akali
Ichoban
on
has
the
now
way.
made his
Shen ult
way to
coming
top.
down. Expo down under 100. And Akali gets one. It's Soul Lady into Agnivia form. Will not be able to get out. Zerathai gets that kill.
And just like that, another major momentum swap as two players fall and now gives freedom across this map. I don't know if you noticed, but Akali has that dark seal that we mentioned before.
Yeah, currently sitting at 5 stacks on it already at 2-0-2, even in CS in a range disadvantaged matchup. Ichobin looking pretty comfortable in this mid lane.
I agree with you, and you know, Cobra did have a beautiful stand united there. He was able to get down, he was able to help out his team, but now it looks like he might want a little more off of Fishing Frenzy. Decides to let it go, too many minions.
Too many minions, but Fishing Frenzy was completely out of mana there, so that could have been a fight that Shen could have continued to take and probably would have won. With
I
just a
agree.
flash available in terms of meaningful support for Fishing Frenzy, Cobra could have managed that rundown pretty easily.
I agree with you. I think that you easily could have moved with the Sejuani and broken the minion aggro, which would have almost guaranteed you that kill. Now we are looking to reset to neutral. All of our laners are back fighting for vision control and their CS respectively. And yeah, at this point in the game, it is anybody's game.
Yeah, all of a 200 gold lead at the moment. The Sejuani up 700, the Graves up 5. However, the Akali up 1700 at the moment. Far and away the strongest member on the map. Going to be a lot of pressure here on Ichobin to continue to carry, as Drop the
Ooh.
Chalupa had the Chrono Shift, but it did not matter. Here comes Chobin, though. Enchanted Crystallero comes out onto the Graves. The Jhin is already dead, and the Graves is soon to follow. Can Inviction get out? The entirety of the rest of Maria's is here. Here comes the Bola. It will hit the Akali, but it's a little bit too late for the Rel, who is falling. The Olaf trying to keep everyone away from Zerathai will succeed. Fishing Frenzy falls. It's just Soul Lady left. Will they continue? No, the ace will not be searched for. And a 4 for 2 in that extended fight.
You know, Chobin is fighting very hard for this MVP that we spoke about before. Last time he earned it just slightly on the Sakali, and he's looking to do it again this time.
Yeah, and that was a 4v5 because Cobra could not join the fight. So Chobin did a great job of taking 3 members out of that fight before falling himself.
You know, he managed to get that flash right in there onto the perfect execution, managed to pull himself throughout that fight, picked up the kill onto Expo, who is arguably one of the more important members of that team. And if I'm correct, the other kill he had gotten there was onto Emanified.
Yeah, absolutely. He assassinated both of those members when the fight started in earnest. And it looks like he's looking for a mana fight again here, creeping around the side of this minion wave. Won't quite find the angle for the shuriken toss.
The point is that he's looking for it. He knows he can kill Emanified here no matter who is around. This man is so good with the Sakali. He loves to go deep. He loves to take those 1v4s, and he always does manage to come out alive on that. And not to mention, he's got the Stand United on his back. If there ever is a situation that he feels he's not comfortable, he knows Shen's going to be right there to help him.
Yeah, and with the Shen, even if he doesn't get the Shen actually showing up with a Shadow Dash to help draw the pressure off, he still gets an enormous shield, right? And the shield is almost as valuable as the champion itself. But Chobin
Ooh,
may have
this
walked a little bit too far forward, will find himself on the receiving end of a Rel ult, and the receiving end of a whole lot of damage besides.
That was a very good engage, though they did use a lot to make sure that happened. Now it looks like 4M is dropping incredibly low. The Chrono Shift is going to tick on him, and it looks like Emanified knows this Jhin well, waits for the Chrono Break to go off, and then goes in himself. Now, Cobra up in this top lane is starting to drop really low at the hands of Fishing Frenzy, but in the bot side, this fight is not quite done yet. Right now, both teams are still kind of dancing around this dragon.
Yeah, it looks like the Graves is actually going to head to the top side and maybe think about trying to sneak this Rift Herald here.
Interesting decision.
No, instead it's going to be Fishing Frenzy starting it up. Doesn't look like that was intentional. Looks like it was just the Bomby Cinder that was doing that, though.
You gotta love Bomby Cinder. We see a lot of it just randomly starting camps this game. Or
Yeah,
this entire day.
and to a lesser extent, forcing turret aggro.
That's true. This was a big problem with Cobra in game 1.
And I believe we had it in the second series as well. Although my memory may be incorrect on that front.
I
Shobin looking
I
across the
believe we
wall.
did see that. But now it looks like the attention is turned towards this Infernal Drake. With Infernal Drake being the second dragon up, we know that this is not going to be Infernal Soul.
So what do we have left then? We have Earth Soul, we have Cloud Soul, again for like the 6th time today, or we have Ocean Soul.
I would love to see an Ocean Soul come out. We haven't seen it yet today, so I would love to see Ocean.
Which team do you think benefits more from an Ocean Soul here?
From an Ocean Soul, I
Interesting curtain call,
100%
by the
think
way.
I 100% think FFNZ benefits the most from Ocean Soul here, especially on the back of the Shen and the Olaf here. Not to mention, it gives that survivability to Chobin. Ooh,
Here comes
Expo has
Expo. The
now
Bola
found his
completely
way.
misses, but Inviction with a 2-man ultimate.
Ooh, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is not going to find its mark, as right now the fight is continuing, but everyone is dropping incredibly low. The Chrono Shift managing to keep Manly Mailman alive for just a moment longer, but he is going to fall. The Flash Auto Attack by Expo is going to manage to hit its mark, and we are seeing everyone on the side of FFNZ drop.
Yeah, a great deadly flourish there to lock down Cobra as he tried to get away.
Ooh! Soul Lady managing to land that blind Q. Shame she couldn't follow that up.
Hey,
It looks like
Celio,
black.
we have a
Yeah.
Cloud Soul again.
Oh goodness.
Alright, well, who does the Cloud Soul benefit?
Alright, so Cloud Soul definitely also benefits FFNZ here. It gives Cobra that movement speed upon landing on Stand United. It gives Manly Mailman that ability to get deeper on the back of Ragnarok. It gives Chobin the ability to position better within the Twilight Shroud. And it gives, as I mentioned before with the Zillion, it gives a lot of ability to get around those team fights. It adds a ton of out of combat movement speed and then a massive burst of movement speed when you use your ultimate. And in that situation, Anivia does not really benefit that much because it's Anivia. She has to stay within very close range of her own ultimate. uh, Emanified is forced to sit in Curtain Call. He's not going to get any bonuses from that. Expo is going to get knocked back, so maybe it'll push him a little bit better into position. Sejuani ulti, the Glacial Prison, it's okay for Sejuani, but the rest of that team really doesn't care for it besides Sejuani and Rel.
Yeah,
But we do have a pause here as it looks like the jungler has lagged
English is
out.
hard. Yes, we have
Yeah.
lag issues from both 4M and Amanified here, so we'll wait and see what goes on there. We may go to a quick break just to let these guys sort it out, but when we come back, the pause resolved and the game continues. Never mind, I suppose we will not go to a break.
Emanified is still working on his problems at the moment.
We will see here. I'll just hold on a couple of seconds before I send us to a break.
In the meantime, how do you think this game is going so far?
I I think that this game is going to hinge, and I've said this before, but this game is going to hinge on Chobin because right now, Emanified and Expo are both enormous. It's Soul Lady, Fishing Frenzy, and Eviction are in good spots, but they're not the threat to the team of FFZ right now. So Chobin has to be able to get in, assassinate Expo before he can get those grit stacks, and then take out a Manified before he can get his force shot off. If that happens, with Chobin going in and with all the CC available through the rest of FFZ, this game is winnable. Otherwise, having both a Manified and Expo fed is going to really shrink the window of opportunity for FFZ.
Now, one thing I do want to point out is we saw Zerathai go from 1 and 2 to 4 and 2.
This is true. The Ashe has come online. However, still just has a Kraken Slayer and boots. So it'll be a little while before the Ashe damage from that Hunter's Focus becomes genuinely problematic.
It looks like the game has been unpaused and we will be resuming here in just a few moments. Alright. And here we are back on the Rift. Our players are now back. Let's hope that our little bit of lag situation has been fixed.
Yeah, it would be nice. It's never nice, rather, to have to seed a team fight because you can't actually be there for it.
And I always want to give so much props to It's Soul Lady. She is playing from Korea on massive ping.
Yeah, that's always incredibly impressive here. The attempted Rift Scuttler take from Fishing Frenzy is just a donation to Manly Mailman.
Fishing Frenzy put up a fight on that, but it looks like it was not enough. The double bomb came out, stunned her in place. They managed to take that while she was watching and then let her walk away. And now it looks like the death bush has been set up. Look at the ward control on this top side.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. For those of you here on the stream, you can take a look at exactly what these members of FSZ
Ooh.
see as
Expo is
Expo
gonna
falls.
fall here to the hands of Cobra. Cobra found his way into that fight on a stand united onto Chobin.
Yeah, looks like Maria's Dungeon wants to find the re-engage here, but Cobra doing a good job of zoning the entire team away. Will protect his team as they take the Rift Herald. Meanwhile, Soul Lady, AFK split pushing on the bot side, might be able to get this turret with the next wave.
Baron will be spawning here within the next 50 seconds. Is there any chance we see a fast Baron like we saw earlier today?
I don't think so unless we see another pick onto Expo here. Because the threat of an Expo steal with a smite or a collateral damage is just too high at the moment.
Understandable, and after that first Dragon steal, Expo has got to be feeling himself right now.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, Cobra and Fishing Frenzy are really bashing heads up here.
Yeah, Cobra still doesn't have a completed item, only has the Merc Treads, so he's losing all these fights by virtue of Frozen Fist being a full item.
Cobra is going to manage to start CSing from safety there. And now it is vision control coming out on the side of Maria's Dungeons. They're going to come around and start clearing out all this vision.
Yeah, and this is desperately needed here for Maria's being able to clear out some of this vision, take the power away from FFZ to control who sees what and where on the map.
I love that Inviction and Fishing Frenzy were emoting back and forth to each other. It shows that spirits are still high. They still believe that, even after game one, they are doing okay here. They have really showed they've showed themselves in this game. Emanified is still in a very, very far ahead situation here. He has earned himself a 350 gold shutdown. So it's still very close, and these team fights are going to really define everything in the next 5 minutes.
And we have to give credit where credit is due. First game, Emanified's positioning was, for lack of a better word, incredibly poor. This game, he's playing behind his tankier people. He's following up on Eviction rather than trying to start fights himself, and it's showing in his scoreline. He looks so much better than he did in game number 1.
Definitely, and as one of the newer players coming in onto this team, I can't help but feel like the first game was nerves.
Yeah, it's entirely possible here. Completely new squad here. Wanted to make sure that he was up to the task and maybe tried a little bit too hard.
But this time around, he's really proving himself on the Jhin, and Jhin is in a very powerful spot right now, has one of the highest damage outputs of any other AD carry at the moment.
Yeah, and at 2 items and boots, he really can crank that damage.
I've just taken a look at the clock, and it looks like it's about that time for the dragon fight to break out. Inviction now with the flash ulti going incredibly deep. Expo manages to find the kill on the Zerathai. Now the Chrono Shift comes out before M with nowhere to go as Expo manages to pick up that kill as well.
Well, that is huge for Maria's, taking the jungler off the map immediately prior to this Cloud Drake. Gonna put them on track for a 27.5-minute Soul here. Again, it is just Cloud Soul, but it's still Soul.
It is Soul.
And it still puts them on track for the Elder fight 6 minutes afterwards. Fishing Frenzy, though, might find himself falling to Ichobin, who fails the Hextech Protobelt and is forced to burn the flash to get the kill.
But Chobin does manage to find that solo kill on the Fishing Frenzy. Fishing Frenzy right now, the only person who is hungry on that team. There's not a whole lot that's going to him. His gold right now is not as high as the rest of his team.
Yeah, has done a good job of bullying the Shen, but Shen, with the Stand United, still able to exist all across the map. Fishing Frenzy forced to use TPs and well-timed roams to get there means that even when he beats Cobra, he still kind of loses to Cobra.
Very true. Cobra is a very good player in overall throughout this entire tournament. I'm excited to see where Cobra starts to do going into this late game, as now we are starting to hit the 25-minute mark.
Yeah,
Just short of the 25-minute mark.
as we move here towards the mid to late game, how do you feel about these new assignments pairing mid laners with top laners in the 2 side lanes?
This is it's an idea. I have to say that. Right now, you still have 2 outer turrets up on the map, and yet
Chobin
you're
going in hard.
intensely
Flash away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but Chobin with the second half of the perfect execution will help find the Jhin. And that's a 700 gold shutdown going over to Cobra.
Yeah, that was a massive shutdown that just came out there, and now momentum is in your favor as they do find Fishing Frenzy here as well. Chobin is going to move in onto Fishing Frenzy as they do manage to pump out a lot of damage. The taunt does come out, gives Chobin some time to get there. Chobin is now going to try and pump out as much damage as possible. The bomb is just going to make sure that is secured, but Chobin is going to pick that up. All 5 around this tower leaves Inviction with nowhere to go as the double kill does come out for Chobin.
However, look elsewhere on the map. Graves has gotten the inner turret. Anivia is about to get another inner turret. FFZ might be able to get the Baron here, but they've lost so much across the map that this chase may not have been all worth it.
This is interesting. They are making a lot of use of the simple fact that, we lost on a couple of picks, but we can easily make that up by covering gold through towers. The
Enchanted Crystal Arrow
Crystal
completely whiffs.
And it looks like Chobin is going to fall down into the Chrono Shift. Now it looks like they are on the retreat as Expo is doing his best to try and stay alive here, but he is going to fall to Chobin. Shortly after is going to be Manly Mailman falling to the Anivia. Now, with Cobra a little bit out of position, and Menified is going to manage to pick up that kill. The Glacial Prison not going to land on anybody as they're forced to retreat. The volley just going to make sure that they are able to get out there.
Yeah, however, a a horrid fight, horribly unfortunate for FFZ, losing their priority over the Baron and losing any of the momentum that they had gotten from chasing down those kills in exchange for the mid and bot lane inner turrets.
That's right, and now you have to think about it. When you look over onto the side of Maria's dungeon, they still have two outer towers up. But
Yeah,
you look over towards FFNZ, and they only have one inner tower left remaining.
yeah, absolutely. Despite the presence that Chobin has had on the map, FFZ has not been able to translate it into anything concrete, which is really unfortunate for this FFZ squad.
They're still behind in gold, and literally the entirety of the gold that they are behind lies within these towers.
Absolutely. We do see these teams starting up for the Drake here. Yet another objective that FFZ has been unable to control. It looks like it's going to be ceded to FFZ because Maria's Dungeon is busy sprinting for the Baron.
That's right, with the dragon coming up, they knew that everyone was going to be on that bot side, and they're going to take advantage of that with the vision control they already have in the top side. Chobin now going to be caught out in a very rough situation, the Stand United and the Chrono Shift, just to try and keep him alive, but it's not going to be enough as he falls here. MM is down shortly after as well, and now it's just dropped the Chalupa, and he's got nowhere left to go. This is 4-4-0 and guaranteed to be Baron.
Yeah, and we've got to call attention to Inviction with this three-man Magnet Storm as Chobin was trying to come out of the Chrono Shift. Meant that nobody on the side of FFZ could cover for the Akali, and that's why she got bursted down so quickly as soon as she came out of that Chrono Shift.
That was a very beautiful Magnet Storm by Rel. It is very rare that you see Rel players in general, let alone a Rel player that is so decisive and able to do these things on their own. Very independent and able to make these calls.
Yeah, and with all of the wins across the map, Maria's Dungeon, as the Baron, takes an inhibitor and will be taking Cloud Soul here before they retreat to buy and restock.
Now, you do have Baron here. I understand that you're ahead so much gold, but this Baron is ticking and it is ticking fast. You need to be able to start grouping and making more plays out of this. If I was them, I'm sending 2 top, 3 bot, and I'm looking to spread the map here as much as possible.
Well, it actually looks like Maria's Dungeon wants to go ahead and end the game, sending a 1-4 for now. Or perhaps even a 5-row as Fishing Frenzy has rotated back towards the mid lane, chasing down Zerathai and the Zillion. Will find Zerathai. The Deadly Flourish connects, but Chrono Shift just in time. Zerathai, though, stunned up by Soul Lady as soon as he came out, will not be able to survive. Drop the Chalupa, trying to run from the Sejuani, will not manage it, and Chobin falls as well, failing to assassinate anyone in the back of that fight. Look at these health bars from Maria's Dungeon. It's like they haven't even been touched.
And this is definitely, yeah, as we see the GGs have been called, it looks like this is definitely going to be the end of the game here.
Yeah, one Nexus turret already falling. It's just the Shen and the Olaf. Well, no, it's just the Olaf for the next 15 seconds. The second Nexus turret will fall. The Manified can't quite get the kill. Expo will die, as does Inviction, but it will not matter.
We are going to a game 3.
Well, I hope your throat can take another game, Celio.
Yeah, I hope my brain can.
Well, what did Maria's Dungeon do differently in game number 2?
The name of the game was Expo and Inviction. These two players played out of their minds with some of these engages. You always found Expo walking in 1v3 and managing to survive. Not to mention this Rel managing multiple massive magnet storms all these engages, the CC. I don't know if you noticed, but they also had Glacial Augment, which kept everybody slowed and inside the Magnet Storm longer, inside the CC longer. It was a beautifully well done game on the backs of both Inviction and Expo, and that's not even to talk about Emanified, who had a massive change of heart from game one, where he was struggling with his positioning, going from having a very tough game to being the game. Always pumping out massive damage, always finding himself in the right place at the right time. Yeah, he had a couple of tough curtain calls, but that was it.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely different Maria's Dungeon team, and I know I've said that a lot, but we've had a lot of vast turnarounds from these teams today. We're going to step
As
aside for a couple of minutes to catch our breaths and let these guys get back into the lobby. But when we come back, game number 9 of the night. Who takes home the final win, and who takes home our throats? We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the final draft of the night. Please, please be the final draft of the night. Um, I am
Oh
your
yeah,
host.
don't you know? We're casting like 4 more games tonight.
Uh, I am your host, Aulz, as I have been all day. Celio has been sitting beside me on the desk, and we have for you the deciding game of the first half of Week 2 here at BTL between FFZ and Maria's Dungeon. FFZ stomped game number 1 on the back of Zerathai. However, Maria's Dungeon brought it back in game number 2, routing the Fantastic Four and bringing us here to our final match of the night.
I
What can we
am
expect
very
out here?
excited. You know, after looking at that last game, you got to be able to really think about this draft. I like the Kaisa ban still taking that away. I like the Udyr ban. Seraphine has actually not been 100% pick and ban now. Um, but she is banned this game. The Hecarim ban brought out again. The Misfortune ban brought out again. Now we see the Anivia pickup, and on FFZ we see the Sejuani pickup.
Yeah, the
Maria's
Sejuani being taken away from Fishing Frenzy here is an interesting choice.
and that forces Fishing Frenzy onto the Maokai. I'm surprised they didn't opt to ban this over the Zillion, just to make sure that you put him on something he's not very comfortable with. Uh, but we also see the Anivia coming back out on the side of its Soul Lady. She had a very good performance on this Anivia last game. So I'm excited to see what happens here. The hovering Mordekaiser tells me that yeah, this is a Sejuani jungle.
Well, don't say that too fast. We've seen a fair bit of Mordekaiser jungle recently.
That is very true. Mordekaiser has found himself into the jungle a lot lately with a bunch of recent buffs making him pretty decent in the jungle. Now
Eh,
the question is, what is going to be the next pick?
I feel like at this point you want to go ahead and hide Chobin and Zerathai so you take drop the Chalupa, but no, we're going to see the Aurelia going on to iChobin here.
Irelia, now this is a pick, especially with the Akali still being left open. You played incredibly well with the Akali in the last game, not to mention the entire last series. It makes me wonder why you're deciding to go with the Aurelia this game.
Well, the perk of the Aurelia here is that she is a little bit more sustain heavy. The Akali doesn't have a whole bunch of sustain built into her kit, so if she starts getting caught out, she will go down. Meanwhile, the Aurelia has that W as kind of a get out of jail free button.
And we see Invictus taking our compliments to heart as we see the Rel is picked up yet again.
Yeah, had some great Magnet Storms in game number 2. Will be on the Rel's shoulders once again to control these team fights. However, with an Anivia and a Maokai already, there is a lot of CC on this Maria's Dungeon squad.
Yes, and we see the Ash being banned out. Now this is to make sure that this doesn't go to either Zerathai or Chalupa. And we see the Renata Glask pick. Renata Glask is always been a champion that you got to keep your eye out for. As I mentioned previously, she has such a game-changing ult, buffing the attack speed during the time of Berserk to let you, beat up on your own allies. And now, this time around, we see FFZ adding some respect in their bans a little bit more so as we see the Jin and the Graves ban from last game, making sure both Expo and uh, Emanified don't get on those champions that they had such a good time with last game.
Yeah, and that does beg the question. Manify did such a good job of positioning on the Jin, but did a poor job of
Oh,
positioning on the Sivir. How will his Vayne's
oh,
positioning be?
the Vayne! This is a first for the league, correct? Nobody's played Vayne yet?
To my knowledge, no.
So a lot of eyes are going to be on Emanified right now, depending on his performance today, might set a path for the rest of this league.
Yeah, but again, will this be closer to his Jin or will it be closer to his Sivir?
Now that is the question, but we do see the hyper carry in Jinx being left open and snatched up by Zerathai here. Zerathai, last time I saw him on this, landed multiple Super Mega Death Rockets from nowhere. So I am excited to see what Zerathai is able to do here, and if he is equally as excited on this Jinx.
Yeah, absolutely. The other upshot of the Jinx is with her incredibly long range, she can fight the Vayne from behind her creeps, and Vayne has no way to get to her.
That is a Taric, ladies and gentlemen. Taric is a relatively niche pick, but with the ability to keep your entire team alive for 5 seconds, it is something that you really got to be careful of.
Yeah, this is a team that will love to dive with the Aurelia and the Sejuani and the Mordekaiser, so having that extra life will be valuable. However, counter extra life with extra life, Kindred is going to come out for Expo.
Now, Kindred is a pick. This is something that most people right now are batting their eyes at. They're not sure if this is going to work. Kindred has one of the lowest win rates in the entire game, sitting at, if I'm correct, it's 46%. Uh, it is very hard to get your stacks, especially in a situation like this where everybody's able to communicate. You can't really pick up your enemies, the enemy jungle camps, let alone whoever you're marking until team fights. So this is going to be a pretty rough pick, but he can make me eat my words very easily. I have seen Kindreds go crazy scores like 22-0.
Absolutely, and Kindred is one of those technically infinite scaling champions, which means that this Kindred will get stronger the longer the game goes on, even if she is behind, as long as she can pick up a mark or two.
That's right. Now, out of these team comps that we see here, it is anybody's game. Both teams have the proper amount of tanks, the proper amount of damage, and both teams have their hyper carries in position here.
I will say I do tend to lean slightly towards the Maria's Dungeon team, if only because they have more range. Right? The Maokai and the Rel will be sitting up at the front, but they are separated from the damage dealers, the Anivia, the Vayne, and the Kindred, who will be standing behind them. Meanwhile, FFZ has their damage dealers of the Mordekaiser and the Aurelia both standing in the fight, which makes them easier to control and burst down.
Now, I am actually opposite you. I think FFZ has the slight edge here, and the reason why I think that is because there's so many crucial targets for this Mordekaiser to ult, especially if he manages to take the Kindred. Now, whenever you ult Kindred, her ultimate does not travel with her to the Death Realm, meaning that it could just as easily be a free kill above other things. But that's not to mention if the Vayne gets low, Mordekaiser stealing that attack speed is going to set him on a rampage throughout the rest of the team.
That's all well and good, but there is the Mordekaiser tax. And once the Mordekaiser tax is paid, you don't have to pay it again. So it will put the Vayne and the Kindred a little bit behind in terms of their item curves. But once they have it, Cobra becomes a no threat.
That is true. This is going to be a game to look out for, and I'm excited to see this.
Yeah, anything else you want to bring to our attention before we step aside here?
Just that it's the last game of the night.
Alrighty. Well, let's not count our chickens before they hatch. With our luck, Ito will come in and be like, "Hey, you want to cast another one?" Anyway, jokes aside, we will step aside for just a couple of minutes here. When we come back, these two teams load onto the Rift to determine whether Maria's Dungeon or no, whether FFZ stays 2-0 or whether Maria's Dungeon can bring them both to 1-1. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on to the Rift for the final match of the evening. We have had a triple header of best of threes that have all gone to game 3. It has been non-stop excitement all the way through for everyone involved. And it looks like we're going to have some ships in the night here for both of these teams, as they both loaded in as 5 and decided to sprint together as a group to their respective sides.
You know, if there's one thing that I can say today, it has been that it has been a shift of momentum all day. We have seen decisive game ones, and once you enter game two, every team has changed, and it looks like an entirely different game.
Absolutely. You know, we have absolutely no idea which versions of these teams are going to show up. Are we going to see the Game 1 versions, or are we going to see the Game 2 versions, or are we going to see somewhere in between?
Now, looking at these team comps, both of you, or both me and you, have mentioned our respective ideas on who might be able to take this game. And so it's going to be a very close one. I think it's going to come down to one or two team fights at the end of the day. And it's going to be close.
Yeah, absolutely. This game is one of those that could be over in 15 minutes, or it could go all the way to an hour. We just have no way of knowing until we get to the end.
That's right. And now, as we see, every one of our laners are now in their respective lanes and are now going to be working on their CSing and poking at their opponent to establish lane dominance here.
And speaking of lane dominance, Cobra running down Fishing Frenzy, taking him under 300 health there at level 1. When that level 2 hits, we'll be able to continue punishing the Maokai right on this minion.
That was a very good level 1 engage. We saw Cobra going incredibly deep, incredibly fast, and Fishing Frenzy just doesn't have the damage to keep up with that.
No, and right now the sap magic not strong enough to sustain Fishing Frenzy through the sustained poke of Cobra. That was a bit too many sustains, but we'll get there.
Nah, man, you just gotta sustain it.
Yeah. Ay, ay, ay.
Meanwhile,
We have run out
a
of good
lot of
jokes.
yeah, at this point, I mean, we've been going on for what will end up being what, 9 hours?
Yeah, depending on the length of this game.
And
Cobra
that is a feat in itself.
Cobra has not hit a Death Grasp yet. If he had hit the first one, I think Fishing Frenzy would have died while still level 1 here. But with Fishing Frenzy going in completely out of mana, Cobra does have a small opportunity here. A little bit too close to that top turret and unable to finish.
Now you have to pay attention to these resourceless champions, champions like Mordekaiser, like Katarina, like Garen, where it doesn't cost them anything to cast their abilities. They have the ability to sit there and constantly dish out that harassment.
Absolutely. Cobra not doing a great job of landing those decimates on the Maokai right now, just because Maokai's playing nice and safe. So there will be nothing that 4M can do here in the potential dive. He'll just have to steal the Krugs and go ahead and head back home.
Yeah, I think at this point in the game, going for a dive is not necessarily the best thing, especially when the person you are looking to dive is 70% behind a full tower. But
Zerathai looking for
meanwhile, it
the
looks
engage
like
onto a
this
Manifod.
bot Inviction does manage to get the knock up there, drop the Chalupa, force the flash, but the next auto attack will come out, and that is first blood to the Ignite. Good job to Eviction, managing to pick up that first blood. Meanwhile, Expo has found himself in the mid lane onto Chobin. The red buff managing to keep him slowed down for a little bit, but they won't be able to find that kill.
Yeah, and it's Soul Lady inching away while still having her egg passive intact. A good save for her, and great luck that Expo was in the area.
Luckily, Expo was in the area, did just manage to fight off those Raptors, but now
Speaking of
he
Expo,
is he has found himself in a very dangerous situation, man. 4M is sticking to him very closely, forcing the flash, and they're going to let him go.
Yeah, does burn the flash of Expo though, so no cheeky joining of fights from across walls here, except for that Q hop, which has a significantly more limited range than the flash.
You know, I was very surprised to see that 4M let that go. They knew that Vayne was 1 HP in the bot lane, and they could have very well flashed after that and made that a kill.
I don't disagree, but I also think that FFZ has had troubles before with tunneling, so they may be trying to avoid that here.
That is very true. You know, you can take the flash and you can list that as a major victory and back out.
Cobra continuing to
Now,
force Fishing Frenzy to run out of mana here.
Fishing Frenzy has had a habit of these games of dropping very far behind in CS. So
It's
we need
pretty
to
even
make
so far now.
that is true. And let's hope that he can manage to stay that way. But with the low amount of mana that he's at, it does tend to get a little bit tough.
Death Realm comes
Ooh, the
out.
Death
Cobra
Realm.
going under the turret, but gets hit by the Twisted Advance, forced to flash away from the turret,
Oh
and the
no!
turret shot gets lost into the Death Realm. Cobra survives by sheer luck.
That was sheer luck. I agree with you completely. The Death Realm left, and so did the tower. Oh, it looks
Soul
like its
Lady.
Soul Lady is going to be engaged on here, is going to be forced into Agnivia, but Irelia's got that passive up. That is so much extra damage and auto attack. Its Soul Lady gets solo killed in the mid lane.
And I don't know if you saw, Celio, but that wall threw Anivia towards the blue side of the map and Chobin towards the red. So Soul Lady had to immediately flash over it,
That's right.
but was in auto
That
attack range of Chobin the entire time.
Yeah, that put her in a very precarious situation, and as we see, it ended up costing her life. Now, I don't know if you saw that, but that cannon minion was worth 69 gold, so I'm gonna... Nice.
Oh, poor Ito. No idea what we've been through today. Oh
He's
no.
gonna watch this back, and he's gonna be like, what happened?
Pain. Pain. Pain has happened.
When every game is a 3-game nail biter, you have to give us leeway.
Oh boy. All jokes aside here, folks kind of settling in. Expo looking for the Rift Herald here. The Sejuani of Manly Male Mailman is in the area, but isn't moving up into that river, so it will be a while before this Kindred gets noticed, if at all.
That is very true, and as we see, it is a major vision difference right now. Both teams are sitting down with some minimal wards. We see a lot of defensive wards coming out on the side of FF&Z, whereas there's not a whole lot of aggressive wards.
No, not a whole lot of chance for these guys to push up beyond the river so far. Chobin finds Soul Lady, and the Bola comes through once again as well. Can they connect? No, Chobin gets stunned
Oh,
up by the Q and cannot find the second half of the stun. So Soul Lady surviving by the skin of her teeth.
that Q was clutch. The
Here comes the
flash
ultimate
brought
though, the flash forward, and Soul Lady was outside of the Lamb's Respite. That is a kill for Chobin and managing to escape into the jungle. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, in the Death Realm, Fishing Frenzy falls.
Fishing Frenzy, nowhere to go. He was trapped in Brazil there, but meanwhile, that mid lane engagement, Expo had the ult down, but its Soul Lady was just outside of the ultimate.
And that's nobody's fault there. I mean, that was a matter of pixels, but it is very unfortunate for Soul Lady, who does fall to Chobin at the max range of that Q.
Chobin is in a commanding position again this game, as we saw just reminiscent of last game. Chobin manages to put himself very far ahead, but the question is, this time around, will it be enough?
Yeah, and Manified and Zerathite, that's hard to say 3 times fast. These two ADCs trading a lot of poke gear. Gotta wonder at what point does Vayne get into the range of this Super Mega Death Rocket?
I am not 100% sure. You have to think about the bonus stats that she's getting from having the Rel shield on her. So she is able to play a little more aggressive right now, and not to mention that Vayne just has a lot of laning pressure, especially with the tumble and the silver bolts being able to proc out a lot of damage very quickly.
And Manified may be in trouble though. Look at where Ichobin's coming from. The ultimate comes down from Tark, but the stun completely misses. Here is the exhaust immediately cleansed away from Manified, who uses the ultimate as well to get some extra space. Manly Mailman tosses the bola through, will land onto the rail. The immediate condemn away keeps Ichobin from killing the Vayne, but Expo may not be so lucky. Manly Mailman trying to get enough damage. Super Mega Death Rocket does not quite land onto anybody, and everyone survives at slivers of health.
This is so close. Both of these teams want this win so badly that you can feel it in the atmosphere in this match.
Everything resting on a knife's edge right now. You feel like the first item completed is going to be the one that turns this game on its head. And the first full item is going to be the Kraken Slayer from the Kindred, who has been farming out of her mind, up 20 CS despite being 0-0-0 over the Sejuani.
That's right, and Kindred did manage to cover that mid lane when its Soul Lady died earlier in the game, managed to get herself a little bit more money in her pocket, a little bit more levels going for her, and that little bit of farm that she did in the mid lane is what got her this Kraken Slayer. But it's a Kraken Slayer irregardless. Kraken Slayer is one of the better ADC items in the game right now.
Absolutely, and it will help to cut through Cobra, Manly Mailman, and drop the Chalupa, who are all three very tanky. We do see the first Drake being taken here with the Sejuani on the top side of the map, clearing out the Kindred mark. There's no way to respond to this. So Ocean Drake goes over to Maria's dungeon.
Completely uncontested, but you got to think about it. That dragon fell just short of 13 minutes in the game.
So we will not see Soul Point, whichever soul it may be. Thankfully not Cloud this time, at 28 minutes. Ultimate coming out from Irelia. The immediate response ult from Maokai to try and buy a little bit of space. Here comes Manly Mailman, but they just don't have enough chase, and the Maokai will get out scot-free.
Maokai very powerful, being able to survive with the twisted advance, not to mention the Bramble Smash, being able to knock them back and keep them alive. First tower does go down in the mid side though, and all that rotating that Aurelia has been doing, its Soul Lady did manage to just take that tower.
Yeah, and it was partially helped by the Rift Herald that was dropped by Expo down there. But still, that's a lot of gold into the Anivia's pockets. Gonna help kind of rebalance that mid lane back in favor of Maria's and soak up the pressure that Ichobin had been causing this game.
And even though they're down 2 kills, they are up 1,000 gold. While that may seem negligible at this moment in the game, it still is showing you that this team is ahead, even given the visual deficit.
Yeah, and most of that gold lead is on the Kindred, who is up 1,200 right now over the Sejuani, in no small part because of the farming that she's done. Fishing Frenzy with a great dodge using the Twisted Advance. That was incredibly well done.
And that is not the first time we've seen Fishing Frenzy do that. Always so comfortable on this Maokai.
Yeah, doing a great job, even though he struggled a little bit in the early lane, ran out of mana a couple of times. Cobra was not able to punish, and this is the result. Fishing Frenzy has started to become very, very difficult to touch.
And now it looks like the eyes have been turned to Rift Herald, as 4M has now managed to get on top of that with the help of Cobra.
Yeah, this will be contested though. Expo is right behind the pit. So Mailman and Cobra have to be a little bit careful here. They will take it without incident.
And I have to say, this bot lane on the side of Emanified and Inviction are pumping out so much damage so regularly. They are making sure they are at a consistent point of being ahead in this game.
Yeah,
But that stun does manage to come down, triggers the Glacial Augment, but even still, Emanified goes in for yet another auto attack. That just proves how confident he is right now.
yeah, I mean, he's doing a good job of being aggressive in this lane. However, on the other side of that coin, this 15 CS lead has been stable for the past 6-7 minutes. Zerathai and Drop the Chalupa have done a great job of stabilizing this lane. They've never been in threat of dying. However, with both junglers coming in, with the Magnet Storm coming out, Drop the Chalupa does not get the ult down in time, so he will fall. I
Ooh.
have to eat my words immediately. And Manly Mailman has no way of getting in on this. Will come now. Does have the bullet available. Who does he use it on? Looks like the answer is going to be on to
With the
Expo. The Lamb's Respite is available. Inviction rejoining this fight, but does not find anyone. Its Soul Lady has joined and will nearly take down Zerathai. Looks like the Leandries
Ooh.
is not going to quite be enough. Chobin walking down, flashes forward, and whiffs the ultimate. Now it's Soul Lady left alone. The Lamb's Respite is in time this time, so Soul Lady will survive. It's now Cobra that is left to die. Can Fishing Frenzy chase down the rest of this FFZ team? Looks like he will find Ichobin, knock him back with the Bramble Smash into the rest of his team, but not enough damage, so Ichobin will walk away safe.
That was so well played, and even with the TPs bringing all 5 bot lane, they managed to even out those kills. They get, those additional 2 kills, and while they didn't quite manage to get the kill on the Chobin, you're setting Tarek even further behind. Drop the Chalupa is in probably the worst spot I've seen him in this entire season.
Absolutely, 0-2-0. And in addition, Expo realized the mistake from the first time he tried to save Soul Lady. Won't make that mistake again, so it's going to be harder for this team of FFZ to get any kills as long as Expo is anywhere on the screen, because he will find a way to get that Lamb's Respite down.
And that's the big difference between Tarek and Kindred is the Lamb's Respite is instant, meanwhile the Tarek ulti takes 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, so Drop the Chalupa needs to be on his prediction game. Has not done so far.
Yeah, he's using that ult reactionary instead of proactive, and you need to be able to be proactive with that ultimate. But meanwhile, Expo is going to find himself in a very dangerous position in the mid lane. He's going to start moving his way topside to try and escape from this, and he does manage to. Now that puts Drop the Chalupa in an incredibly bad situation. The Twisted Advance comes out, and he's going to fall and be 0-3.
Yeah, however, look at the top side. The Irelia is uncontested up there. Someone has to match the push of the Irelia, otherwise she will just start taking turrets and taking inhibitors and then taking the Nexus. That's a bit
It looks
hyperbolic, but
It looks like the dragon is in their sights, but even still, they're sending its Soul Lady to the top lane just to make sure that, Chobin does not take this game. Cobra barely falls there, but the kill is immediately returned onto Expo.
yeah, having that kill onto Expo means that Maria's Dungeon has to back off of this Drake for now. Fishing Frenzy and Inviction still looking for this, with Manified just a little bit behind, so we could continue to see a fight here. Drops the Chalupa and Ichobin are both here as well. The Bramble Smash try and buy a little bit of time. Zerathai does not quite land the Super Mega Death Rocket, so nobody dies, but the Drake is taken by FFZ.
Zerathai is having a little bit of trouble with the Super Mega Death Rockets this game. I have not seen one land.
No, and there have definitely been targets that have been low enough to take down with it.
So this is a situation where Zerathai needs to take a deep breath, reset himself so he can focus on landing these super mega death rockets. That's what's going to get you your get excited passive, and it's going to be able to get you into these fights and running these fights.
Absolutely. However, on the other side of the coin is the fact that Ichobin is kind of the win condition right now. Up 40 CS, has 2 kills, so if Zerathai can just follow in behind Ichobin and let the Aurelia do a whole lot of the heavy lifting, it'll be a bit easier to get that passive starting to stack up.
I agree with you completely. Chobin is in a better situation this game than he has been in a lot of the other games. He's found himself at a commanding advantage over his lane opponent, and he's adding a lot of pressure throughout the map.
3 members here trying to respond to Inviction and Manified. The Bola completely whiffs, so the Vayne and Rel will be able to get away safely. Chobin also used his ultimate and didn't find anyone. That's an expensive miss from the side of FFZ.
And that is very reminiscent to what has happened just a couple of minutes ago. He found himself in that dive where he also missed the ultimate. Just like I mentioned earlier with Zerathai, he also needs to slow down for a minute.
Celio, are
And
you seeing
really,
this?
I am. This is another very early Baron with no vision on it. And they're able to get it. That is a 21-minute and 10-second Baron.
Great Baron sneak by Maria's Dungeon will lose the bot outer to Chobin. However, having the Baron means that they can start pushing deeper into FFZ's territory and perhaps start taking some inner turrets of their own.
The power play is started with a commanding 1500 gold. As we know, Baron gives 1500 gold on takedown split amongst the team. And now they are going to look to push these advantages. And with as many structures alive on this team as there is, they're able to make this Baron power play something spectacular.
And we do see a spread out formation here for Maria's Dungeon, going with the 1-3-1, allowing this Baron buff to, well, buff every single wave at once.
I am expecting at least an additional 4,000 gold here, especially with the raw amount of towers that are still up on the field. As we see, they've already gotten another 1,000 gold out of this Baron power play just off of the amount of, lane minions that the entire team is pushing for at once.
Yeah, and Manified and Soul Lady walking this wave into the top outer will find themselves facing down Cobra. Manly Male Mailman, Drop the Chalupa, and Zerathai are all here as well, but they will not be able to defend this outer turret. It will fall, and Manified and Expo ready to go. Manly Male Mailman, though, lands the bola onto the Lamb. Does not matter. Lancer Spike comes down just in time. The Taric ult as well, so it's now Cobra trying to find the kill on the backside of the fight. Death Realm will not manage it, but Expo still falls. Now it's Inviction and Manified trying to pick off the Mordekaiser, and will do so. Meanwhile, Inviction did fall. Manly Male Mailman trying to find a re-engage here as the Aurelia ult lands onto a Manified and Soul Lady. A shutdown onto the Vayne. The Nivea does get put into the egg form as Fishing Frenzy, trying to zone off the rest of the team, but it will not matter. All 5 members of Maria's are dead. And that's one way to end a Baron power play.
That Baron power play was nowhere near as big as I had expected, as Chobin landed a beautiful 3-man ult and dashed around that fight.
And great job by Manly Male Mailman throwing out the bola early, getting it onto Expo, forcing out the Lancer Spite at the very start of that fight, meaning that there was nothing that Expo could do to save his team once their health bars started going lower.
That was a very, very beautiful play that came out from FFNZ, and now they are swapping their attention towards this bot side because you know the time.
It's dragon time, baby. 1 dragon apiece, so we have at least 15 minutes to Elder. Which team is going to start up this dragon first? Looks like the answer is going to be nobody, actually, as the Sejuani looking to back here.
This is a weird back, especially because now that
she
means
completed
that
it.
they are, they're
It
giving
was
that
stolen
dragon
with the
over
Super
in
Mega
full.
Death Rocket.
Oh!
No shot.
I mentioned that Zerathai needed to take a deep breath, and it looks like he did as he manages to steal the entirety of Dragon away.
You know, again, and we mentioned this in the second match of the day when one of the mid laners, whose name escapes me at this point, was having a rough game, was 2-7-6, and I said, it doesn't matter how many times you die. It matters the one time you land the ability that matters. And for Zerathai, that was that moment. A
Zerathai made sure it happened, and I do remember that. We were talking about Brewer on Renekton at the time,
yes, thank you.
and now, you have proven yourself right here as Zerathai manages to land a beautiful Super Mega Death Rocket, steals the dragon away, puts his team up one dragon, and now we're two away from Soul.
Yeah, so we are still at least 9 minutes away from this Earth Soul, which would make it just a little bit harder for Expo and Manified to cut through these members of FFZ. However, given the volatile nature of this game, I don't know that we're going to get to Soul, Celio.
I agree with you. This game is looking a little more scary as each minute goes on. Every team is looking to find those picks, to find those fights, and it looks like that death bush has been set up, and Drop the Chalupa is going to be the one to find it. And he manages to get out just fine. That was a very nicely placed ward.
Yeah, perfectly placed ward right at the edge of where anyone from Maria's could reach, means that Drop the Chalupa not in any threat of dying.
Now we are looking again for these picks. Vision control is another thing that is being established throughout this map.
I want to call attention where the gold lead is right now. Top lane is fairly even. Cobra has about an 800 gold lead. However, in the jungle, Expo is up 2,300. In the mid lane,
Wow.
Chobin is up 3,000. And the gold lead is evened out by the bot lane, where the Rel is actually up 800 as well. So with this
That is
division,
keeping this game into hundreds of golds, not even thousands.
yeah, absolutely, this game feels at the same time so very close and so very one-sided, and I can't put my finger on why.
This game is going to come down to one team fight. And right now, with Baron spawned, it looks like this team fight might come a little bit sooner than we might have imagined.
Chobin does have the teleport available, so is happy to fight Fishing Frenzy on the side of the map, and is doing a great job fighting. A Manified gets pulled into the Death Realm, is going to be in trouble here, trying his best to cut through Cobra, and will do so. Inviction on the front side of this fight, doing a great job of zoning away, as Expo and a Manified staying alive through the Lamb's Respite. Manly Mailman will fall, but the Vayne will fall as well. Zerathai managing to pick that one up. They'll get excited now coming out. Soul Lady trying to put down the damage, but just doesn't quite have the angle. And with the Kindred so far away, there's very little that the Anivia can do alone. Super Mega Death Rocket cancels the recall from Expo. Meanwhile, Ichobin didn't even join that fight.
Chobin.
He was busy just
Yeah.
punching this turret.
Chobin is just trying to focus on getting his
Oh,
team
Expo
that
looking for
more
the
and more
assassination.
gold.
The huge shutdown onto the Jinx.
Oh,
Enormous outplay by Expo to pick off that member of Zerathai.
that was so beautifully played by Expo, especially as deep in enemy territory as he was. He managed to find not only a way out, but a kill as well.
Chobin does get the inhibitor turret, will be collapsed on here as Expo coming in. The stun completely misses, but Chobin putting down the hurt as the Immortal Shield Bow popped, trying to get back down onto Expo,
Whoa.
but another 1,000 gold shutdown. And suddenly, this Kindred has 3,400 gold in her pocket.
That is terrifying. You never want to see Kindred as ahead as this one is.
She full
Because
bottom mercs
now,
him.
yeah. Yeah, that's tough to deal with. And with that Mercurial Scimitar, the first thing she's gonna look to do is fight Mordekaiser.
Yeah, and running him down pretty easily. However, the rest of her team is starting up this Drake, and Manly Mailman is looking for the steal. As the vision plant down, knows that this Drake is at around 4,500. Fishing Frenzy trying to zone away using the ultimate and will manage it, and gets away just clean. Here
That
comes
was
Imanified, gets the stun onto the wall. The immediate Bola back makes sure that Manly Mailman will walk away safe.
that was great timing on the Maokai ulti, managing to make sure that Manly Mailman was stuck in place and could not take the blast cone over to threaten the steal.
Yeah, absolutely. A great job by Maria's Dungeon to control these members of FFZ. Now it just becomes a matter of if they can find the fight they need to break this game wide open. And it looks like they're going to try and find it around Baron here. Inviction beginning to clear out these wards.
This is going to come down to the wire. They don't know Emanified is in that bush down south, and now
Here comes
they're
the
going to
Kindred.
begin this fight. With the Kindred getting there, that becomes a little bit more scary. The Lamb's Respite is going to come down as Chobin is dashing around the team. Now Sejuani is going to find their way a little bit deeper into this team comp. Expo pumping out a ton of damage. Another kill. They are not worried about Manly Mailman as he falls. Fishing Frenzy now dealing with the entire rest of the team is not quite tanky enough to survive the Super Mega Death
Oh!
Rocket! Coming out, manages to find the shutdown onto Expo, and now momentum shifts again.
And as we said just 5 minutes ago, it doesn't matter how many you miss. What matters is the ones you hit. Zerathai suddenly out of nowhere, 5-1-5 after languishing at 1-0-4 for so very long. The Jinx is online.
And this is what you've been trying to avoid all game, is giving Jinx any sort of money. And now they're going to try and at least put up a steal attempt here. It does not happen,
And
though it was
Manified
very
gets
close.
exhausted.
And Emanified has nowhere to go, and he will fall to Cobra. Now Inviction's just trying to make sure that Soul can get out. But no, the zap lands, and that is a kill for Chalupa.
And that was a last pixel zap. There was no extra length on that thing. Perfectly placed by Zerathai there. And now it looks like FFZ is going to try and push to end this game. Going through the mid lane. One inhibitor has fallen. They will perhaps look to clear this second inhibitor before pushing into the Nexus. No, the Bola comes out. Expo falls without even using the Lamb's Respite. Well, it was down. Inviction very low as well. Fishing Frenzy trying to buy space for his rail, but will not manage it. The tree being cut down ever so slowly. Rockets may not be as good as axes, but they get the job done. And Manified, with a last-ditch effort, gets pulled in by the Death Grasp and will not manage it. Fishing Frenzy just barely gets to survive and watch the Nexus fall.
GG to FFNZ as they managed to make themselves 2-0 in week 2.
Yeah, and after a rough start to that game where Maria's Dungeon looked like they had windows of opportunity, FFZ managed to pull it back together and pull it off. What went wrong for
Yeah,
Maria's there?
Maria's Dungeon, they had such a strong player in Expo there, but it was about getting caught. When you find yourselves getting caught pretty regularly, you find yourselves not having your entire team there for those team fights. You don't have yourselves the backup you need in certain situations. Not to mention, a lot of that gold was gained by Chobin in the side lanes, just constantly pushing with nobody there to stop him.
Yeah, absolutely. That does lead into the question, though, after having watched all three games, who's your player of the game?
Whew, my player of the game. As much as this team is going to dislike me, I have to say it's Zerathai. Zerathai, while he fell him weak in game 2, or I think it was game 2. Um, in games 1 and 3, he had a commanding lead. And in this last game, he landed the Super Mega Death Rocket that picked out Expo and gave them a lot of, room on the map. The Zap that he found onto its Soul Lady, managing to knock her into egg form, another pick that they managed to get. That's what led them to win there.
Yeah, absolutely. They will give him all kinds of shade for how game 2 went. However, he was the hinge for this game. And when the hinge swings shut, that's how it goes.
Did you want Zeratai for an interview?
Yeah, he's in tense.
Yeah,
If you can pull him
yeah,
in.
yeah. It looks like it, like he's ready.
Yeah.
Zerathai, congratulations on your win here in week 2.
Yeah, thank you. That was a spicy series.
And
It
no kidding.
most certainly was.
A great way to end a fascinating day with 3 separate series going to the full 3 games.
My condolences to you, casters. By the way, that is absolutely cursed.
Now, tell me something. From game 2, you all found yourselves at quite the deficit, and you all ended up losing that game, even though it was a nail-biter close game. What was the momentum shift going into game 3? What was on your minds?
Mostly that we were gigantic idiots, and it's a running meme that we just like draft really bad compositions when we feel like it's a good idea. Like we're gonna pick what the enemy picked last game and just do better at it somehow, even though we've never practiced it. And then we just inted our faces off. We picked a run them down composition and we ran it down hard instead. So we were like, all right, you know what? That didn't work. Let's just go play something we actually play now.
And you pulled out the Jinx. You had a couple of missed rockets there in the early game. The Drake steal. The Drake steal was the first one that kind of turned it around. What was in comms when you stole the Drake with that rocket?
Me screaming. Nothing else. Just the loudest O of your life.
You did manage to steal that dragon, and it was fantastic, but the rocket that I'm most excited about was the one that you shot right up mid lane, slid right past 2 people, and got yourself an 850 gold shutdown onto Expo. How did that one feel?
At first I thought, oh man, I missed. And then I thought, oh hell yeah. This guy freaking inted.
Now let me
that's really it. I mean, like, that rocket should have been dodgeable from pretty much any distance, I'll be honest.
I understand that, but let me take you all the way back to game 1 on your commanding 20-4 performance on the Misfortune, which led to her
that much?
Banned. I believe it was around there.
17-4. Holy moly.
17-4. You managed to pull yourself a commanding lead in that game, which led to Misfortune getting banned in the other 2 games. But the part that I want to bring up is the massive bullet time that you rained onto all 5 members of the enemy team, dropping each and every member to 30% or lower. Now, what was going through the team communication as you single-handedly set that entire team fight up?
I'll be perfectly honest with you. That game feels like a lifetime ago.
Yeah, imagine how we feel.
That's true. That's so freaking brutal. Look, I may not remember, but if I had to guess, it was probably something like, oh man, Zerathai just whiffed the freaking bullet time again.
Well, the last question that I have for you then is going to revolve around your logo. Tell me what your logo is about.
Okay, so this all dates back to, I mean, not super far back, but the team was originally team name TBD because we couldn't think of an actual good name, so putting TBD as a meme answer seemed good enough. And we remembered that we had previously named a team that we were sister teams with, Fantastic Four and Or Copper. and we decided, or like, it wasn't a we decision. Chobin unilaterally decided that it was Fantastic Four and Zerathai, and everyone else but me agreed for some reason. And then after that, we decided that, I had this fantastic picture of myself in front of or behind my bicycle, where I posed for the camera in a stunningly kawaii fashion, and that was elected as the image to go into the logo.
All right. Well, one last question from me before we end the stream for the evening. In my week 0 power ratings, I placed y'all at 7 because I didn't have confidence that y'all could pull it off consistently. Y'all are now 2-0. How wrong was I?
Look, you were wrong, but honestly, you were mostly wrong, and then you put it on Manly Male Mailman and myself to carry the games. I as much as I'd like to take credit for the Misfortune game, honestly, I did not do much that game. Like, I right-clicked people occasionally, and I got, I think, 2 useful ultimates. The rest of the game was spent just chasing fight after fight. So I think that most of our play honestly comes from Sluggo, Manly Male Mailman, Chalupa, and Chobin unlocking the map so that I can get online.
And is there anything that you want to say to your opponents tonight after such a hard-fought, momentum-swapping type of a game that you had today?
That was fun as hell. Let's not do it again.
I understand. Thank you for coming out and joining us out here on the table today.
Can I say one last thing?
Of course.
All right. Thank you to my team, in which we are number 1 in every position except mid lane, where Chobin is the worst player to ever have touched League of Legends in the last day.
Incredible.
All right. On that note, we're going to call it for the evening. If you would like to see more BTL content, go ahead and hit that follow button so you can be notified every Saturday, Sunday, and reschedule day when we go live with streams. Please, God, we will never have a 3-bomb again. However, if you do, it will probably be me and Celio once again. For everyone who has come out, who has supported us throughout this day, thank you so much. We appreciate each and every one of you. For myself, for Celio, and for everyone here at BTL, have a wonderful, wonderful evening. Good night, everyone.